Now we're good. Good? Chat, let me know if we're good. Can you hear me? All right. So as far as I can tell, I'm good. Let's see. Wait for start rolling in. All right. So still getting, everything set up and everything like that, trying to get people in and everything rolling in. Just get all started like that. Like, subscribe this video, okay, and the channel. Subscribe to this channel. Leave a comment, okay. Let me know what you think about this content and everything. The discussions that you might want us to have and all that stuff. And go join my Patreon, right? It is what it is, right? If you want to, great. If you don't, it's also great, right? It's everything's in the description below. Go check out my book thing. Yeah. So just go check all that stuff out. It's great. Support this channel. So the discussion at hand that I want to have is the collapse of atheism, right? Atheism does not work. Why it fails in practice. Okay, so the main critique that I think I'm going to have here is, or the problem, right? The barrier, I guess, would be that whatever atheists come on, okay, whoever they are, they're probably going to say something along the lines of atheism is not it's not a worldview, it's not a belief system, it's not something that can affect anything within itself, right? And in a sense I agree, and in a sense I get it, but also like I've said in many other streams, is that there's baggage that comes along with atheism. All right, so if you don't have God, okay, then you might run into materialism, right? You might run into secularism, right? You might run into certain things like that. And so I think that's probably where we're gonna first have the language barrier, I guess, which there's always a language barrier. Eastern, I'm gonna call you Eastern. I see you down there. I'll get you up in just a minute. Yeah. So anyway, I think that that's going to be the main thing. But again, it comes down to it. The main thing, right, is that atheism leads to something. Okay, atheism within itself is not a belief system. It is not. Now, I just want to say that again, right? Because again, we're going to get people in here that's going to say that, and so I'm going to say that again. I've said this in many of the streams. Okay, atheism within itself is not a belief system or a worldview. Okay, but it leads to worldviews or belief systems. Okay, and so that's what I'm going to say here. Okay, all right. So let's see. Yeah, I mean, sure. I ain't got a problem with that. I reckon. Let's see. Yeah. So anyway, all right. So let's get to our first guest.
How's it going?
What's going on, man? Yeah.
Hey.
Good to have you.
Well, I wanted to know, since you're talking about atheism, if you are familiar with St. Thomas Aquinas's five ways to prove the existence of God, and what your thoughts were on them.
Off the top of my head, I don't. I can't tell you off the top of my head. I mean, I'm sure that I've heard about them or anything like that. I'm sure, but if you want to, you can describe
Yeah,
them and go
yeah,
from there.
yeah, yeah. Give me one moment, and I'll just give you kind of a little bit of a summary here. But basically, first the first way to prove the existence of God is basically the way from motion, which is basically essentially he says that um, everything is moving in a certain direction, and in order for everything to continue to be efficiently moving, there has to be a first cause that is completely uncaused. And this is where he kind of goes from Aristotle, and he brings the idea of the first mover, which is the idea of an uncaused cause, and that's his first way. And
Right,
then
and that would and just to say that would be the cosmological argument. Basically, is that there had to be something that created that was an
right,
uncaused cause that had to create
right,
something. Yeah, the cosmological argument. Yeah, I'm very
yeah,
familiar with that, and I use that all the time. Yeah.
yeah. Number two is he says cause, which is different from motion. It sounds like it's the same, but his argument is basically that everything that exists is caused by another thing. And eventually, if you just keep going backwards and backwards and backwards and backwards and backwards, then you just have this infinite chain of causes, which he says creates a reductio ad absurdum, which is basically just something that's a ridiculous proposition. And so he says that there has to be again something that is uncaused in general. And so that's the second way. The third
Right,
way is
because like whenever it comes to it, right? Whenever it comes down to it, is that whenever you start doing that, right?
right,
You start bringing it back as far back as it right. Like, okay, what caused this? Well, this. Okay, well then what caused that? This, and then
right,
what caused that. And then if you keep going back,
right.
there's a block where atheism stops,
Yeah,
science stops. It cannot go that far back. It's impossible. But
right,
Christianity can. Yeah.
right. And then the third way is the way from contingency. And so he says that everything that does not need to exist is ultimately dependent on something. Like you and I, well, obviously we have human dignity, we have great dignity, but you and I don't need to exist for the earth to survive. If you and I, heaven forbid we died tomorrow, the world would go on, not to sound dark or morbid, but that goes to show that everything that absolutely need to exist is ultimately contingent on another thing. And so he basically says that if you go back, there has to be a central cause that everything in humanity is contingent on. And he says that one cause that all of humanity is contingent on is ultimately God, and that's the third way that he talks about. Um, and then the fourth way is perfection, the proof from perfection. Now, this is probably my favorite one of all the five ways, even though it's arguably the least popular. Essentially, St. Thomas Aquinas says that in humanity there are degrees of perfection. If let's say you were an atheist and you turned on the news and you saw a local news report about a child being shot to death, you would probably say, "Oh, that's horrible," or you would think, "Oh, that's horrible" in your mind. That would go to show you that even as an atheist, there's some sort of universal standard of good that exists. And so St. Thomas Aquinas says that universal standard of good is God. And so he basically comes to the argument that, God is the supreme good. And this is also kind of what later leads to his view on grace, which is that, grace is a participation in God. And then the final argument he makes is the argument
Let me
from
let me let me let me respond to that one just real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Elaborate on it. So yeah, so like that's I would say that's my favorite argument.
Yeah,
When
mine too.
it's the moral argument, right? It's atheism has to stop at subjectivity, okay?
Right.
Subjective morality, right? Where
Yeah.
there is no such thing as objective morality. And if you're a consistent atheist, then you have to admit that. If you're
Yeah.
not a consistent atheist, then you're no longer in that camp because it
Right.
doesn't follow. All right.
Right.
And so that, you start chasing that rabbit down that hill.
Sure.
But most, if not all, um, atheists agree that, there is no objective morality. Okay. So yeah, I love that argument. Yeah.
Yeah. And to just expand upon that a little bit, one of the things that I really like about St. Thomas is St. Thomas kind of examines with this the Platonic viewpoint, because Plato had this question of, oh, well, if God exists, is something good because God does it, or is God good because this thing is good? And so St. Thomas says the answer is neither. He says God abstractly is the supreme good. And that's always something that I really like. And then the
Just
final
his
argument
nature alone,
yeah,
just who he is
right,
in his essence
exactly,
alone is good. So there's
right,
everything that's against what he wants, that's
yeah,
objectively wrong and bad and
right,
evil. Yeah.
right. And then the final argument he makes is the argument from final causality, which is basically the argument that everything has a supernatural end. Or even if you're arguing with an atheist, he would say everything has a perfect end. Very few things are naturally ordered towards an evil or a deficient cause. I mean, if you saw something, like if you saw cancer in someone, or you saw disease in someone, you would instantly think that that is a deficiency in the human body. You wouldn't view that as a perfection in the human body. And so St. Thomas would say, because everything is generally naturally ordered towards a perfect end, there has to be an intellect that ultimately positions and designs that thing towards that end. He uses the comparison of an archer with an arrow. In order for the arrow to reach its target, there has to be an archer that is kind of aiming and shooting the arrow at the target. And so in this case, he says, because everything has a natural end, there has to be an intellect that is causing that natural end, and that intellect is God.
Yeah, and that would go into the fine tune argument as well. Like that would be kind of attached to the fine tune argument. The universe is so incredibly fine tuned, to the point where there could not be it could not be random, as
Right.
the universe just randomly expanded at with the Big Bang or whatever you want to call it, and it just expanded into what, very slowly but surely through billions and billions of years, that we cannot go back to. We cannot actually prove that. But the process would be, now we are where we are because the universe randomly, so-called natural selection, and through evolution, brought forth what we are now, from just the universe expanding from uh, void, basically, right?
Yeah.
So what atheists would say is that, some atheists would say, and I don't know, I've never really had a clear answer with an actual atheist before. But when it comes to the fine tune argument, it's like, or even the cosmological argument, right? Where you um, where did that Big Bang come from? If there was a Big Bang,
Right.
um, then where did that come from? Well, it came from the void of existence that was already there, that exploded and expanded to a certain degree, and through billions and billions of years and process of natural selection and evolution, we are where we are now.
Right.
But that doesn't necessarily follow, because there could not be an order to natural selection within its own self, right? Because it has to be some sort of it couldn't be consistent, it couldn't be repetitive if it's random, right? And the only way that it has to be random if it's not, if there's no creator involved, if there's no intelligence behind the natural selection, as they call it, or the natural causes of the universe expanding or being created as the Bible states it is, right? And so there's so much there to it. But it's such a fascinating discussion. But I've never actually had a clear-cut answer from an atheist. They always just say,
Yeah.
"Yeah, we don't know. We can't go that far back." Okay, well, debate's over.
Yeah. Right.
I would rather know the truth rather than not.
Right.
Eastern, are you a Christian?
Yes, I am.
Praise God. Okay. Praise God. Yeah, you sound like one. I was just making sure if you was like any kind of, like, are you Eastern Orthodox, Roman Catholic, anything like that? Or you just
I'm a Catholic in the Eastern Rite of the Catholic Church.
Yeah, I figured. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, something. Yeah, and the way that you jumped directly to the church fathers, that was great. Anyway, and that's what, because a lot of Christians today don't even talk about the early church fathers. So I appreciate you doing that. Kenesha, what's going on? Thank you for showing up. That's great. Yeah. So I love that discussion, and we can go a little bit further in there. What I would like to do, I'm gonna see. Usually we have.
Sorry, brother. I'm here. I'm trying to change the baby. I'm so sorry.
Good, no problem.
Be right back.
I figured you had something going on.
Yeah.
Yeah. So usually we have tons of atheists coming in all at once. Maybe I've exhausted that, but so Eastern, if you want to, what's your do you mind disclosing your real name?
Yeah, my name. Well, I'll give you my first name. My first name is Nolan, Nolan.
Ah, nice. I like that. Okay, Nolan. All right. Do you want to add to any of that? Maybe expand on something else? One of the notes that you one of the notes that you were talking about?
Yeah, I mean, I would also say one thing I guess I would expand upon with the fifth way is, obviously there's, the famous objection of the problem of evil. The fifth way for which is final causality. St. Thomas largely uses that as kind of a segue into how he explains the problem of evil, because St. Thomas takes from Aristotle's view of the deprivation of good, that evil is not its own substance inherently; it's the deprivation of something.
Yeah, it's not independent in its own right. It has to be in opposition with good, which would be direct contact with God. Yeah.
Right. And he would say a lacking of something good. Like he would say, like, somebody who is evil is just deprived of this virtue. It's not like they have a separate, like, anti-virtue or something. It's that they're just extremely deprived of this virtue. And that's one of the arguments he makes for the problem of evil in that regard. And he kind of uses the fifth way to kind of explain that a little bit, as well as a lot of Aristotelian kind of arguments. That was one of the things at the time when he was alive, which was like the 13th century, was many of the church fathers tried to use Plato to try and explain God, but there were a lot of problems with that, because there were some ideas that Plato had that were just like really, really not in line with Christian ideas, like his views on the soul. Like he believed in dualism. But then you had St. Albert the Great, and St. Albert the Great kind of found Aristotle, who he felt was more aligned with with kind of the Christian thought. He didn't really try to baptize him, but he said, okay, there's a few good ideas here and there that we can take from Aristotle. And then St. Thomas was kind of mentored by St. Albert, and he was the one who kind of said, well, I want this to be kind of a systematic thing so that Christians can use this, and then not only use this, but also apply this to ethics as well. And that's how he kind of wrote, the 5 Ways, and also the Summa Theologica, which was kind of like his big masterwork book where he kind of, philosophizes about those ways.
Yeah, and in response to the problem of evil, I think that's a lot of mainstream Christians that I listen to and I very highly respect that deal with atheists on a regular basis. They'll say that is the best arguments against Christianity. I think it's one of the worst, and here's why: because they have no moral standard to even tell you what evil is to begin with. So in their moral code or I guess values, right, or standard, whichever that might be, right, their subjectivity, usually, again, everything is subjective. So nothing is objectively evil. So they cannot tell me if something is objectively evil or if it's not. And so with that right there, if you're being consistent, again, consistency in atheism, okay? You're an atheist, you're consistent with your atheism, then that has to follow. That there is no objective evil to begin with. And so if there's no objective evil to begin with, then all it is just your opinion. And your opinion does not matter when it's a dog-eat-dog environment. It doesn't matter. All right? An atheist told me one time, they used this analogy, and they say whoever has the biggest stick wins, basically. And that's true, right? That's true when it comes to secular worldviews and stuff like that, like, again, atheism or any kind of believing secular way of thinking or worldview or belief system, whatever have you. But again, like, if what is evil and what ain't, like, so the problem of evil is actually, in my opinion, the worst atheist argument. And actually, I'll tell you the truth, I don't really know of a really good atheist argument. I haven't heard one yet. Maybe someone will come up with it. Actually, no, now that I think about it, I think there is one that I did come to, and that it's just because I don't know much about it. And it's not really an atheistic or just an atheist thing against Christianity or anything like that. But it's basically like, man, I forgot what it's called. Maybe it's that the universe is trying to basically destroy itself and kill us, right? I don't know what that's called. Do you know what that's called, by chance? What's going on? What's up? Do any of y'all know that by chance? What that's called? I don't. Determinism or something like that. I don't.
What?
I'm not so sure what that's called. But anyway, that's probably the best that I've heard. Is that basically the universe is out to get us, and that the fine-tuned argument actually doesn't like hold any water when it comes to that, because it's actually it's not actually fine-tuned as we know it or as we think it is. It's actually very chaotic and not well put together as it were. And so that's probably the best, only because I don't know much about it. I'm not a scientist. I'm not and so I don't know much about the universe itself and the things that's going on. And in the actual universe and the span of it and everything. Like, is the sun actually going to implode us all? Like, obviously in the scriptures, I don't believe so. But when it comes to that, I'm not so sure how to combat that. Just within that argument alone.
With it being fine tuned, they say. So I'm sorry, and I'm trying to catch up. So are you saying, are you trying to get like answers for everything not being perfect in the first place, and like it being? Can you do that
Yeah.
again?
So it was basically, just kind of going through the 5 points there of Aristotle, and one of them was basically that was fine-tuned argument. It's just that's a modern way of looking at what Aristotle was talking about and describing.
Hey,
But
does Mike work in the background here?
yeah,
Yeah, we
well,
can hear
okay,
you.
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
we can
yeah.
hear
I'm
you.
just eating, so I just didn't want to eat on camera. So,
That's fine.
How dare you eat
Yeah,
on
that's-
camera?
No, you guys are making me work too hard. I mean, how many of these videos? I gotta watch
Look,
down the
I can't
heretic.
I can't say that, man, because last night I ate all over the camera, and I apologize for anybody had to watch had to
I
see
ain't
that.
apologizing to none of y'all for eating on camera. I'm gonna keep eating on camera.
Yeah. Look. I had some amazing grilled cheese sandwiches, okay, and they were awesome. So, I had to. I was chomping at the bit to get into the conversation, but I was also chomping on the eggs. So anyway,
Heck yeah.
uh, yeah.
I don't
So
blame you.
basically,
Priorities.
yeah,
What's a
right.
generality? What's a generality of what we're talking about? So just catch me up in like
Just
one
basically
minute.
like right now, I like the statement was that I made, which was that there's not really, I haven't really heard a good atheist argument against God. The only one that I have heard that I was kind of on, right, that I didn't really know how to combat because I don't have that kind of knowledge within my own head, is that the universe is actually out to kill us. Like the sun is out to get us.
Yeah, like
It
a
will
big bad
eventually
wolf type
destroy
of.
us.
Yeah.
Right. Like the universe is not actually fine tuned as we think. It's actually very chaotic and not fine tuned at all.
But Mitch, I would say show me the proof for that,
Right.
because I'm sorry, but we're just fine, and we have been just fine, and that's the proof in the pudding right there.
Right. Yeah, I mean, and that could be a way to combat, but like on a argumentative, I guess I don't know if that's even a word or not. Argumentative way, maybe that's a word. I don't know. I don't know how to argue against that, with actual argumentation. I don't know how to do it. Like going to the actual science and all that stuff. Like I can
Yeah.
I can do, like the cosmological argument all day. Like, and I think that the fine-tuned argument is a legit argument for Christians to make, because and really theists alike, that there has to be an intelligence behind the way that that the whole thing where the universe is out to get us and it's going to kill us one day and everything like that. That's one thing. But when it comes to, like, okay, basically, the woman's body, okay, it's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. Okay, the things that y'all can do is superhuman. Okay, I'm serious. Like, just basically, like, okay, like if you have a baby that's sick, okay, you gave birth to a baby. If the baby's sick, your antibodies will actually, like, perform an
In the breast milk.
antidote
Yeah.
in
And
the breast milk.
mhm.
That's incredible. And what exactly is random about that? How could
Bro,
that
hold on.
be random?
I gotta link my channel to this because I need atheists to come on and talk about that argument.
Yeah, please
'Cause
come on.
that
Like,
is fire, Mitch, what you just said.
yeah, it's incredible, right? And so how can that be random? And how can that be just natural selection within itself? Because again, if it was natural selection, then it would not actually happen that way. because that would have to be a certain programming from, like, okay, if I wanted to program a video game, okay, if I am the god of that video game, all right, and I created that video game and I programmed a certain species, okay, in that program to act a certain way and to do a certain thing, that would not be random or natural selection, okay? And whenever they say natural selection, that's basically dog eat dog. Okay, that's basically random processes. That's basically like, whoever has the biggest stick wins. Okay, that's not a designed universe or creation at all. Okay, like how is it that my DNA is so incredibly unique down to the numbers? Okay, billions of numbers within my DNA. And they're so precise that not a single human will ever be able to go to have that exact DNA. Nobody. I am very unique. You're unique. Sean's unique. Okay, Eastern. Man, I need him to come back on. That's great. He did some great stuff. But it's very unique. Okay, and so how is that
I'll be right
a
back.
natural cause? Yeah. How is that a natural cause? How is that something that just came into being? Okay, it didn't, because it has to. That's something that an ultimate programmer has to bring forth. Somebody who had somebody there he is. Somebody who has an intelligent mind. Okay, and that's the only way that can make sense, because again, it cannot be random, because it's so incredibly precise that it could not be random.
Yeah, it's just like anything that we create. A building has an architect, a car has a car designer, and someone who built the engine. These things don't just randomly come together in the junkyard. You don't just go to the junkyard and all of a sudden, hey, they smash cars together, and all of a sudden you got a brand new Buick coming out of there, or a brand new Cadillac, and it's just random. You never know. You might crush the car, just like you never know what comes out of the woman's womb. It could be a kangaroo. It could be, some other creature. We have no idea until the person gives a pregnancy. Like, we haven't figured this out, that maybe every time a woman's pregnant, that it literally will be a human, probably every time. But we haven't figured that out, because we still don't know if it's human. We can't figure out the sex. We can't figure out the gender. We're still puzzled. Like, when someone's pregnant, we're like, this is just a clump of cells. Is this real human life? Is this conception? Is this really going to turn into a human? Or is this just an alien? What is this? It's coming out of her womb. It's like the terrestrial or whatever, the alien movies. It's like, right, you just never know. And it's like everything has a designer. And so if we had buildings built on mathematics and science, and one, like 5 + 3 is 20, and our buildings would just fall apart. It needs actual science, and God created science. Isn't that amazing? Because he created the perfect gravity, the perfect inertia. He created the perfect amount of oxygen and nitrogen that our lungs can handle. We're the perfect distance from the sun. Isn't that amazing? And we're the only planet that's inhabitable, at least for the last 6,000 years. Let's just say that. Who cares if you believe there's a billion years? Let's just say 6,000 years. We know that only humans have had dominion. And if the dinosaurs were bigger than us and they could have dominion, why didn't they conquer us and them have dominion? No, it's because humans are unique than any animal. So we have dominion over everything.
And why is that, Sean? Because we are made in the image of
yeah.
God. Okay?
Oh, yeah. It says from the beginning that we will, where he's given us authority to reign over the earth and to have authority to name the creatures. Like, we actually name the creatures, and that's literally back in Genesis, 6,000 years ago, that it's still to this day. You You name a creature.
Right. So we have B.S. Lewis on, man. Love this guy. What's going on, man?
Hey, you guys were talking about the problem of evil a little bit, and I was going to come up here and defend it.
Okay.
Oh, what's that word? It's a new word to me. I'm sorry. What's the word?
The problem of evil?
Oh, okay. That's a new word. All right. Problem of evil. Yeah. So
Oh.
like if there's evil, there's good. Like there can't be evil without good. Is that what you mean?
I'll run you guys through some premises. I can understand why Mitch would have a problem with it, because a lot of people don't run it properly a lot of the time, but it's an internal critique. So it doesn't actually have anything to do with an atheist worldview.
Yeah, and that's what I said. But I don't know if you were in there in the live stream before I started making that.
So,
but I did say that it actually is not an atheist argument. It's just an argument. Anyway, go ahead with it.
yeah, it's 3 premises I think you guys can agree with, but if you agree with all of them, you'll find yourself in a tricky spot. And the first premise would be that God is triomni. He's all-knowing, all-loving, or he's all-knowing, all-good, and all-powerful. Do you guys agree? Yeah?
Yep.
Okay. Second premise is that evil exists. And by evil, I mean anything that is contrary to God's omnibenevolent nature or will. Okay. Yep. Third premise, it would be illogical in a world or a reality of God alone before creation for evil to exist.
Say that last one again. Sorry, I'm monetizing. Checking chat as you're talking. I'm sorry.
Before creation, it would be illogical for evil to exist. In a
before
reality
creation of the earth?
Of everything, spiritual beings, Satan, anything. Because it would be a reality of God alone, and he's all good, so there couldn't be any evil prior to creation.
Well, that I don't know. For me personally speaking, the Bible doesn't really talk about like what happened before creation, so I'm not going to speak for God. Does that make sense? For me, I can't. Maybe Mitch or Sean.
How about that's a good question. And I think literally because man brought sin into the world, or even angels committed sin, so there needs to be some kind of being that did that. So it has to be someone's action. Like you break the law, even if you don't believe in the law of God, or that there's a God or a lawgiver or anything like that. When you break the law, in the government, that's evil. And so that's kind of like, oh, well, that was evil, or doing something against something. If you just got dirt on the ground, it's benign. It doesn't do anything evil. Like dirt and rocks and trees, they don't do anything evil. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So the way that I would say is I don't think that there's anything. I don't think that like darkness actually exists. I think it's just the absence of light. And so that's the same way with evil, is that, without with the absence of good, that's what evil is. So yeah, evil, I would say that evil existed before, like, anything.
So,
like it's the same thing between life and
was
darkness.
So clarity real quick though, you said before anything was ever created. That's what you said, right? So that means angels, planets, stars, heaven, hell, anything. You said anything.
Yep, when it's just God in the Trinity form.
Okay, I'm gonna stick to my answer then, since I'm not gonna speak on something I have no idea about.
But it doesn't make logical sense by the definition. If he's omnibenevolent, that means he's all good. That means there would be no evil in existence if it was just him.
So
right?
Yeah, well, it wouldn't be a problem for me.
Okay. So holding all 3 of those conclusions means that through the action of creation, God created evil, and he's either not willing, not strong enough, or didn't know it was going to happen.
Well, it's interesting.
I don't think that would actually follow.
That's the conclusion for all of them.
Well, no, not exactly, because when it comes to, because again, like the scripture says that, and Kanisha and Sean, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, but it says that God created wicked. All right. But here's that's exactly why free will exists. That's exactly why free will is a thing, because You know, God is all knowing, all powerful, and all loving and all good. Just within his nature is all good, right?
Okay.
The absence of God would be evil. So just by definition, when it comes to God, right? God is if God's exact nature, if just who he is all good, then anything against him would be evil.
Yeah, kind of like God created everything in Genesis and says it was good. He never created anything that said, "Oh, that was very bad," or anything. It's always good. And then when he created man, he said it's very good. So that was kind of the differentiation. So what it is just because God created man and it's perfect, and we're pretty amazing creatures. I mean, with our eyes and a nose, and like what God made with all that, but the um, but just because that he made everything good and perfect doesn't mean that if there was no capability of love, or choosing anything, then what you're talking about would be like, hey, we're just automatically gonna do everything perfect, and God wants the opportunity that someone can choose to not follow him and not have a relationship with God. So he wants that open so that he doesn't have to force you to have a relationship with him, because then it would he force you to have a relationship with God. He doesn't want to do that. He wants to offer it to anyone, but you have to come to him and seek him out. It's Matthew 7:7-11, that we can always ask, seek, and knock, and he will answer and come.
Do you guys remember how I defined evil in premise number 2?
Find it again.
It was anything that is contrary to God's omnibenevolent nature or will.
Can we have cameras on, since there's so many people on the screen right now, so we can know who is talking?
I'll be right there.
Okay.
I don't go on camera, but you can pop me up there.
No, you can't. No, it's a new StreamYard feature. You can't have if you're
I
not,
noticed that. It's crazy.
your camera is not on, you won't be on screen. So I need.
Okay, I look a bit rough though, so
It's
even
okay.
warned.
That's okay.
Hey man, I look rough too. All right, it's no problem.
Yeah, me too. Y'all see, I'm in a sweater. You look handsome. What do you mean?
Hey, what's up, man? Yeah.
Should I go and put a t-shirt on? Sorry.
Hey man, it's your preference, bro.
Right, okay, I'll keep it up this way. How you guys doing anyway? You okay?
Yeah, we're doing good.
Yeah, very
How are
good.
you?
Yeah. So yeah, continue. Go on.
Okay. So, BS, I know that you don't want to come on camera, and that's fine. But you're the only one that's not in camera, so except for Sean, but we know his voice. So if you want to, you can keep going with your premise too.
Okay. Yeah, I was just asking because according to the moral argument for God, anything that is contrary to his will or nature is evil. And that's how I define evil in premise 2. So if you're saying he causes evil, then that's not against his will, right?
Well, there's nothing that he causes, like he does not cause evil. Because here's the thing, again, within himself at all, there is no evil. There is no way to cause evil because he is not evil. But here's the thing, though. Again, in the same way that the absence of light is darkness, in the same way the absence of God is evil. All right, and so that would be basically the following, right? So because God exists, evil exists.
So everything that's not God is evil?
Everything that's not of God, yeah.
Humans are of God. They're the image of God.
Yeah, but we are all evil.
That doesn't make sense, though. We're of God.
Yeah, because sin has entered into us through Adam's disobedience. So because of that, we have been separated from God, and that's why now we must be adopted through the Holy Spirit.
So did God make trees knowing that they would bear seeds?
Yeah.
Is he responsible for seeds as well as trees?
Yeah.
Then he's responsible for evil as well as the human beings that did it.
What would be the problem with if he was the cause? I think that's what you're saying. Correct me if I'm wrong, BS. If he was the cause of evil, what is your argument? Just clarify. Sorry, I'm multitasking right now.
Then that eliminates his omnibenevolence in premise 1.
So
He's
that
no
would
longer
automatically make him not good.
Yeah, because he would be doing something against his will, which is the definition of evil in premise 2.
Are you good?
I don't know. I guess sometimes.
But don't you cause your own actions?
Not always. Sometimes stuff happens to you.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, do you cause your own action? Does someone force you to eat every day?
Yeah, biological hunger would make me want to eat, compel me to eat.
No,
You still got to make a choice.
I'm saying, does someone force you to eat? Or do you
No,
say, hey,
not
you know what?
not
I'm
since I
hungry,
was a
let me get
baby.
a
No.
sandwich. Okay. Same thing. And I mean, we can add it to anything. I think we all make a decision based off what we're going to do, whether that's good or evil, whether it be there or not be there. That doesn't determine anything. That what determines everything is our choice, what we're going to do with it.
Yeah. Did God create us with free will?
Yeah,
Did he know what the consequences of that free will would
I'm sure he did.
entail? So he created evil.
No, that does not follow at all.
No, you can choose to follow your God. He created you.
So again,
It's a simple relationship
it
with
would-
God.
There's a sin nature
So
involved
again-
that you guys can't even not sin. You guys have no ability to not sin according to the Bible.
No. You come in as light, and you're in a body predisposed to sin. But no, God created your spirit as a good
You have
light.
a choice. You
Yeah, you
always
have a choice. Yeah, you have a choice. So children, you go talk to children, they're very innocent, and they love to follow and learn and have ears to open, and they want to follow and be taught, and it's just over time the heart gets hardened towards sin, and then you become rebellious. But children by nature aren't just rebellious or wanting to murder or kill anyone or attack anyone or try to steal. You know, and when they do it innocently, it's before they know the knowledge of good and evil. They're not even knowing they're doing something wrong, but they're just innocently doing it. But they're by nature, they're pretty peaceful and good kids. Kids are pretty amazing, but they just get corrupted over time in sin. But we can choose that life or choose our creator. You know, you choose a relationship.
You're not born to sin. That's a common misconception of
born
if a
sin.
Christian were to say that, they would be in error. We have sin nature, which means that we tend to want to do this thing, but it's not that we're forced, like shoving your head down and saying you must sin. You have no option. You have to sin. That's not even biblical.
Yeah, free will.
Well, what does the Apostle Paul say? He says, "I do what I do not want to do, and what I do not want to do, I do."
Yeah, he's
So,
questioning, why do I do what? Well, you do it too. Do you watch pornography?
but you're saying that that's a personal thing. You shouldn't be asking people, dude.
It don't bother me none. I've watched pornography.
Well, I mean, do you watch pornography? Have you ever watched Have you been in pornography? Like, why would I ask you all these uncomfortable questions?
I
Like,
used
that's
to
weird.
watch pornography, right?
Well,
So that's something that when I did it, I felt ashamed afterward that I did it.
Okay.
So that's one of those moments where it's like, why did I just do that? Why would I do that? Like,
But I feel that's a little off topic.
But it's besides the point. I'm trying to make a point. But there's that saying, there's things that we do that we look at ourselves and say, why did I do that? Why did I just say that? And if you
And those things are sin, right?
A basic human experience of us getting upset that we do something that we don't want to do.
Yeah, choosing to not follow God's way is sin. Yeah, you're right. But God has a way to follow, which is in truth and the way. So he has two different routes. You can go one way or the other, sin or death. It's sin and life. You can choose life or death. It's one or the other.
Is it possible for anybody to not sin in this life?
It's possible for anyone to do anything. You have free will. You have choice.
To not sin?
You can choose to not sin. Yeah, I can literally choose to not go to the strip club tonight. I can choose to not go drinking. I can choose to not shoot up drugs tonight, but actually it's not in my new nature. You know, we are now born again as a child of God, and we don't even want to do those kinds of things. You know, I used to be involved in some things, but I don't do that kind of life anymore because I'm a different person. Something's been changed within me of the new creation in Christ. We're born again in the new Holy Spirit, and it's a new way of life. It's not like the old life. We're set free.
Yeah, so BS real quick. I just have one question, and Sean, sorry, Sam, I'll let you in.
Yeah.
So would the premise then follow that, or would you agree with this, or is this what you're trying to say, that basically God creates us to sin?
Kind of. I'd say he created you knowing that you would sin.
Yeah, but that doesn't.
Not
that
maybe.
doesn't mean.
Well, if he knew it was going to happen, he wouldn't do it if he didn't want it to happen.
Well, no, because that would not be free will, and that would be just forcing people to do what he wants them to do, which is not biblical. That's not biblical. So
Yeah, he forces people to do stuff.
But use the example I just gave you. So it's by choice. I'll use myself, so you don't have to be embarrassed. By choice, I made the decision to do something as vile as watching pornography. Praise God, I haven't watched it in almost a decade now, but I used to be a very avid pornography watcher. Okay. So when I did that, are you saying that God was forcing me to do that against my will?
No, but he created you knowing that you would do that.
So do you have children?
I don't want to say that either, really. I stay
Okay,
pretty
so
anonymous.
if you had children, would you say that they were a mistake because they sin in your eyes, because they mess up in your eyes? Do they automatically become a mistake, or do you still love them and not ever for 1 minute, no matter what happens, regret them?
Well, that only counts for Christians, right? Because the other ones do get punished forever who aren't Christians.
Well, it's not Christians. It's just a relationship with God. It's what it is. Like God is Jesus.
Okay. I mean,
Yeah,
I phrased it wrong. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's all good. No, it's not. It's not phrasing it wrong. It's just there's only one God, and it's just having a relationship with our Creator.
But the difference with Kanisha's question is that I don't know the future, and that's a really big impact on this.
You have to know the future. BS, do you have to know the future in order for you to say my children are beautiful to me? Like, regardless of the future, I'm going to be here for you. I'm going to have a relationship with you. Or do you fear the future so much that you regret your children? I think it's a valid question, because we don't know the future either, but yet we choose to have children, and at least my children are not a mistake to me. I don't know about you, but mine are not a mistake to me. No matter what happens, they're not a mistake in my eyes.
If I knew that my children were going to be eternally separated from me, I wouldn't have them in the first place. Or if I knew that they were going to be like the worst of the worst bad guy, I probably wouldn't have them in the first place. I wouldn't create them to begin with.
Still a choice.
Because it would be going against what I will. I don't want that stuff. And if I'm playing God in this scenario, like it would be evil of me to put something out in the world that I don't want, because I'm the standard of good.
Right.
And if I'm God,
hard parenting though, bro. Like, and I want Sam to go. I'll shut up, but that's kind of hard parenting. Like, because I know my children are going to screw up. I was a screw up. I'll tell you right now, I was not a perfect kid. And if my mom were to say she regretted me because I made those mistakes that I did, that would be the hardest news I could ever hear from my parent. That they regret me for the mistakes, and they just disregarded all the beautiful things I've done in my life because of the mistakes I've made.
Well, that's the doctrine of hell, though. Like if you sit there and say that you were going to have your kids, but if they snuck a cookie out of the cookie jar, they were going to be separated from you for eternity, and you knew that they were going to sneak that cookie, like, would you make it?
If my child committed a crime and they ended up having to go to jail, I would still love them anyway.
No, if you're the standard, if you make the standard of what is right and wrong, and you know that sneaking a cookie will end you up in eternal separation,
that sends you to hell.
It's an example. It's just an example.
It's just stealing from your heart. It's in your heart. It's what you're doing from your heart. You know, it's not just choosing a random.
Well, okay, picking a fruit off a tree, is that more apt to the situation? If you know that they're going to pick a fruit off the tree and they're going to end up in hell, like, would you create them in the first place?
Well, God said gleaning is okay, you know, that the poor person can glean, that's good. And that's actually something they advocated, that people can take, like what you just described. God actually says that that's actually okay.
A tree that you told them that they can't pick fruit off of.
No, that you don't own. No, every tree in the garden was available. He's just giving you an option to not choose one. There's literally just one. No, you can have the 1,000 trees. So if I tell you can have 1,000 trees, but there's one, just don't go to that one tree. Oh, I got to go to that one tree. That's what the sin nature wants to do. is
Yeah,
once
if
they
if you
choose
knew that they were going to eat that tree ahead of time, would you make them anyway, Sean?
No, he knows that they have a free will choice to sin. Adam didn't have to. He provided everything for him. It's God. So love. I mean, can you imagine that if your relationship with, I don't know if you got a wife or girlfriend or whatever, if you're like forced to go, with some random person and they go, that's going to be your wife, and you're like, I don't get a choice. I got to marry this person. That wouldn't be fair. That's not cool. I want to go out and meet the person I want to have a relationship with. Same thing with God. If you're like, hey, I don't want a relationship with God, you can choose that. You don't have to go out and seek him, but he's saying, inviting us to all ask, seek, and knock. He's saying, hey, he's the first mover. He's created us. He wants a relationship, but yeah, you don't have to, it's
not just that, like he sent the son to die for
while we were sinners,
the sin that we would, that we have committed and then will commit. But real quick, I just want to get, Sam's been very patient. Let's give him
Thanks, Sam. Thank you, Sam.
here. Yeah, Sam, what's going on, man? Good to have you.
Yeah, what's going on? How you doing, guys? I was just saying, like, what is inherently wrong with consuming adult material? Like, in your eyes, I don't, because you're saying it was sinful, and I don't understand why it is.
Well, the
I mean, putting aside, putting aside, I mean, I know the adult industry can be exploitative, for one, I get that, but just in itself, like consuming that kind of material, like what's inherently bad about it?
So it'd basically be, and I got to use the Bible here. All right, so the way that Jesus says, right? He says that a relationship has to be between a male and a female, right? Just within the confines of marriage. But then he says that basically, if you look upon somebody with a woman with lust, if you're a man and you look upon a woman with lust, and you have committed adultery, and so that would be sexual immorality, okay? And even for the unmarried, right? It would be basically like, okay, I can look upon this person, I can find them attractive, right? But this is not me watching them have another kind of one-on-one relationship that is only in God's eyes a one-on-one intimate relationship thing, right? That is a blessing of God, and now you're doing it on screen and you're putting it out there for other people to, sorry to be a little blunt here, but to pleasure themselves to it, right?
Yeah.
That's not the way that God intended sex or relationship or anything like that. So that would be considered sexual immoral, because it's again, like you're celebrating sex that's not between, and again, I don't know if they actually do on the, like, if I'm sitting there watching porn, right? I don't know if that couple is actually married or not, right? But I should not be in that space with them, because that's a very intimate, practical thing that God gave one male and one female to do within the confines.
I'll answer. Let me answer. Do you know anything about the sex industry, Sam?
Yeah, I mean, it is terrible, to be honest. There's amount of grooming, there's drugs involved, it's not great. No, I understand that. I mean, what I was saying, but just like putting that aside, like just the act of sort of just watching that. I mean, I just don't, I heard what you said, Mitch, but I just don't see anything wrong with, basic human nature. Like,
So my question is, do you know about the sex industry?
I have watched a documentary, like a Louis Theroux one. Yeah, and it is quite dark. I mean, if you want to illuminate on things
Very dark. I know from personal experience, family and friends that are to this day in the industry. I was a child of perversion. Okay, very
Gross.
bad perversion. And a lot of people, what really bothers me, and this may have no effect to you or BS, you guys probably, I'm not saying you wouldn't, but you probably don't care. But a lot of people would look at that and not give two craps that I was a minor or what they would be doing, or why I was even forced to be doing things that I was doing in the first place. And they would say, what's wrong with it? They would say exactly what you just said. What's wrong with it? Like, if I want to watch it, what's wrong with it? And you have no idea. I look like a grown woman when I was young. I just so happened to just mature very early on. And so men in their 30s, 40s, 50s, 20s, all of it, would find absolutely no reason that they couldn't look at a minor and ejaculate from that. I'm just going to be straight up honest.
Yeah.
So when I hear people say that what's wrong with it, you have no idea who you're looking at half the time. A lot of my friends were all minors. I was not I was not ever recorded, praise God, but I was used maliciously, repetitively by predators.
Yeah.
And so it's just kind of, it sucks when I hear people just nonchalantly say things like that, because it is something that is so vile that you have no idea what you're paying for. You don't personally pay out of your pocket, but someone like me or some other kids or some other women or even men are paying for it at the expense of your sexual release.
Yeah, no, I completely get that, and I can sympathize with what you went through. That's absolutely horrible. But yeah, no, at the beginning I said I was quite aware that it was a very dark industry, and I probably shouldn't admit this, but many years ago I only look at just like sort of AI sort of thing, because I can't bear to like have contribute to that sort of industry really. But I mean, if I'm so I conceded that it is a terrible industry, and I get that. But what I'm saying is, I mean, if I'm looking at AI, for example, no one's getting hurt. What is the issue with that? What I mean, Mitch touched on it. Is just what the God made intercourse like a sacred between men and women, that sort of thing. And it's what did you call it? Lust of the flesh or something? I can't remember.
Yeah, it's within the confines of marriage, and so again,
Right.
like anything sexual outside of that is sexual immoral, right? And so even Paul expounds on this a little bit. He says, I believe it's in Corinthians 7, I think. You guys can nudge me in the right direction if it's not, or confirm it, whatever. But in there, right, he says that basically, that it would be better to marry than to burn with passion. All right, and so the object here is to protect that which is holy, which is sex between
Right.
one male and one female within the confines of marriage only. And that's
Yeah.
the way that God intended it, and anything outside of that is sexual immoral. That's why it's wrong.
Yeah.
And not just because it's that, but that is those two things, man, just that alone. But the biblical teachings as well and really expound on that, I think.
Yeah, and I think it's just, just if especially, okay, so since the stream is about atheism, right? Atheists state that they're moral, correct? So
well, I mean, atheism in itself doesn't really say anything about morality. I think I would say I subscribe to secular humanism. That would be a better description.
well, a lot of atheists we talk to say that they're moral. Most actually, I don't think I've ever heard atheists say they're immoral. They come on saying they are moral. So being moral, wouldn't the moral thing be to honor your wife or your husband and just be solo with them and keep your eyes and your body for them? Because that is the moral thing to do, would be to be in a,
Unless they're both into it.
Yeah, or you have polyamorous couples as well. I mean, it's really consent between the couple and what they want to do. Really, I mean, it's not.
so there's no there's no actual morality then. There's just whatever you feel like doing, but you're not moral then. So you can't.
As long as it's between two. Well, the important point is between two consenting adults, where there's sort of an agreement, sort of thing.
But that's
where the morality comes from. Yeah.
Though that would be like a subjective.
Be kind of a preference rather than a.
Yeah, that wouldn't be morality. Like I can pull up definition of morality so we can be on the
But
same
it's
page.
if neither one's getting mad, then what's the problem? If they're
Well,
both
the
But what
okay
my
problem
with
is
it.
point is,
something.
morality, period, is what I'm trying to say. Morality. Then don't say you're moral. If that's thrown out the window and you say do whatever you want, then you're not moral anymore. You're just somebody who has an opinion.
Morality would be basically something that's outside of ourselves. That's
Yeah, I don't
greater than
believe in
us.
objective morality.
No,
Yeah, I
I
know.
don't believe
I
in
know.
it. Well, I know. I think I do, because I think with secular humanism, you can have like these subjective sort of ideas, but then from those subjective ideas, you can get objective morality, such as like well-being. So using that as an objective morality, the well-being of other human beings,
I
then
don't
that
think
you
that's
can
what they're
use
talking
as
about.
objective morality. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, they're saying
So,
atheists don't have an objective sort of morality, and I'm saying yes, we can.
yeah, so basically, like, okay, so whenever it comes to atheism, all right, and okay, fine, I'll say either secularism or humanism, okay, just to kind of
Yeah,
balance it out. So if we can go a little bit, which deals with morality, and it all, if not, or most, if not all, atheists hold this, either one, if not both, right? Sometimes. So we're just going to go with that. Okay. So if it deals with morality, right, that society can create what is moral, right, but that would not make it anything objective. It would only have to be, or it
I'm
could
sorry,
only
Mitch.
be
You
subjective.
cut out, and I didn't get what you said. Sorry, you cut out a little bit. Would you mind repeating that? No, I do
Yeah.
apologize.
So basically, like the within that argumentation, or within that belief system or worldview, right? Anything that, like, basically it states, like, society is what, would create the morality, or what is right and what is wrong. Okay. And so if that's the case, then nothing could ever be objective. It would only have to be, and it could only be subjective, because it could always change. And that's not objectivity. That's subjective.
Yeah, I mean, I still think that well-being is going to be always going to be an objective moral point there, because humans are a social species, and in order to live in a society, you've got to have sort of equity, and that involves human well-being. So I think that's always going to be something that's subjective with us. I think.
But on top of that, though, like, morality would be it should be the well-being. Like, all morality should be within the confines of trying to
Yeah,
understand and trying to get to the point of well-being. Okay.
exactly.
And
Yeah,
so,
yeah,
right, so morality within itself, that would be morality within itself. That would be the goal. Okay. But
mm,
here's the thing, though. Again, the morality laws, or the ways of believing certain things, right, would have
yeah,
to be either objective or subjective, right? So murder, right, is would in my case would be a moral ought. Like, you ought not to do that. That is in no case would murder ever be acceptable. Okay. But again, within, like, humanism or secularism, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but that would never be a moral ought. It would be basically, yeah, well, that's not my moral preference, but I still don't see how that could ever be objective. It could only be subjective.
Well, murder goes against well-being, doesn't it? I mean, you're harming
Right.
someone's. Yeah. So,
Yeah. But again, like, whether or not you believe it should be, or whether or not you personally believe that it is uh, absolutely wrong or absolutely right, would not have to be. It would try to get to the greater goal, which would be well-being, which would be the ultimate uh, uh, end goal for morality, right? But
yeah,
within morality, there is objective and there is subjective, right? So within, like, the separate things, right? So, okay, is rape wrong? Is murder wrong? Is child sacrifice wrong? Is, you know, lying wrong? Is stealing wrong? Right? Is it objective or subjective? That's just something that we would have to
Right. So
go through, right, as a list, right? And that would be what would cause the greater good within those confines, within what we're trying to accomplish.
I see what you're saying.
That would be
Yeah,
the end
yeah.
goal of well-being. Yeah.
so yeah,
So
so
it
is
would
there
have to be
anything
either
that
subjective or objective.
is there anything that's absolutely objectively wrong? I can name a lot. It's objectively wrong. I don't care where you are, what skin color, what race, what culture you have. It's objectively wrong to rape a child.
Yeah.
But I've had atheists, and you guys, well, maybe you guys are new, but everybody watching, you're not new to my channel. You guys have heard firsthand atheists come on here who say that I think it's wrong, but it might not be wrong over here. So it's actually not wrong to do it. I think that's sick and twisted. I think everybody should agree objectively, do not harm a child.
Mm.
And so when I
So
hear
that would be the moral
atheists say
thought.
that there is absolutely no objective morality, that makes me lose immediate respect for you as a person, because that means you would sink so low to allow something like that, instead of just putting your foot down, saying, I give two craps where you are in the world. It's always wrong to harm a child.
Yeah.
Like, that's what I mean. And it's
That would
so
be
hard to get an atheist just to say that. Like, of course it's wrong, and it will always be wrong. Nobody can change my mind. But atheists consistently come on and they say, well, it depends. It depends. Maybe if you're in this culture, then it's
Who the
fine.
hell said that?
Then it's fine. And it's just,
Oh, I can show you. You can go to my channel.
oh no, yeah.
There's
Sam, you're
out
probably
there.
new.
Yeah.
You're probably new. I don't know. I don't know.
That's yeah, that's weird, man.
It is weird. Thank you, Sam. You're the
Yeah.
first person to ever say that.
Kenesha, if I may, that's the whole point. That's the whole problem. Is that, again, it's all subjective within humanism and secularism, right? There is no objectivity. So again, somebody that has that kind of view can indeed say, yeah, well, that just depends. That depends on preference. That depends on, what society says what, right? So then you can bring up the whole thing where, you can go into the Holocaust, right? Okay, well, that they thought it was okay. So in their camp, it was okay. They had the bigger stick. They was able to accomplish it. That was not objective. That was subjective. That was what they thought was okay. And so what am I to say any different? Right? But that's
Well, I
not
think
what
you
Christianity
can.
is saying. Christianity is saying that without God, you have no objectivity. You have no objective laws, no objective morality. It's all just basically within humanism and secularism. It's just a bunch of people throwing dung at each other. Hopefully it sticks, right?
Can I ask you guys
I
a
mean,
question
could you?
before we get?
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, mate. Yeah.
Before we get too far away from the marriage thing that we were on a little bit ago, I want to hear his opinion on a verse. It's 2 Samuel 12:8, and it is Nathan talking on behalf of God to David. He says, I gave you your master's house to you and all your master's wives into your arms. I gave you all of Israel and Judah. And if all of this had not been too little, I would have given you even more. So if God wanted one man, one woman, why did he give a bunch of wives to David and promised to give him more if he wanted them?
So the way that it was, the way that things were done back in those days was basically property. Okay. And also it's basically like within like a king, right? A king was trying to get as many offspring to carry on the name, right? And so that was basically the goal, was to try to have as many children as you could. Now, was that morally wrong or was that morally right? Absolute or subjective? Okay, but here's the thing.
Well, God telling him, so it's God saying he'd do it, so it's right.
I know. Yeah. So here's the thing, right? So whenever it comes to, okay, let's say divorce, all right, God says basically, you like the original way of marriage was that you're there until death, right? Yet there's no means for divorce. But Jesus says because of their hardened hearts, God allowed certain things, certain lines to be crossed. Okay, and so that would be in this kind of way, and also within the context of that passage, all right, David was given the wives of Saul. So so God took those wives away and gave them to others because, again, it was like a property type thing, right? So there's a lot of different ways to look into this. I don't think there's a one clear cut answer, but that would be kind of like what I would give, just right up front.
Do you think it would be moral for kings today to have multiple wives?
I don't really think it's the focus of that. He said he's going to give them, more wives. He's basically saying, God owns everything, and I'm willing to give you everything. And then the point is like, why have you despised the commandment of the Lord to do evil? You've killed Uriah the Hittite. And so he's like, I've given you everything, and I'll give you more. But why are you going out killing Uriah and taking the wife to? So he's like, not liking what he did is he killed Uriah and took Bathsheba to be his wife, which he said is actually not good. And but he's like, I'm giving you all things. So the focus isn't God. You're focusing on that he's like God's wanting to give him more wives. No, that's not the case. He's God. He's given him he's like, I'll give you everything. He's choosing to do something that goes against what God only wants you to be married to one person. But he's like, I'll give you all things. Why? So he's just taking it to the extreme and saying, I've given you everything you desire and everything you want. But why are you going out and killing, the wife of another person and then taking Bathsheba as your wife? That's what he's mad about. And he's saying that I've given you everything, and you're going against my way and my path. That's the direction. It's not God going, hey, I would have given you more hookers and sluts. It's like that's not.
And
it's
also
like
on top of that, right?
He only wants you to be married to one wife. It's been since the beginning.
Right.
But what's wrong with prostitution? I don't understand.
Well, that's a different
Hang on,
we don't want to jump conversation.
I found it a bit derogatory. You calling them hookers and stuff like it was not great at all.
Well, I mean, I just like, someone that just sells their body. It's like, I don't know. It doesn't seem to be something that's beneficial for the person himself,
We can talk more about that. We can talk more about that in just a minute. I just want to hone into this real quick. So basically, like, back in those days, okay, and again, the historical context is key. All right, when somebody was married to somebody else, and covenant was broken in some way, whatever it may be, that person, right, the woman in this case, would be let go, right, and would have to fend for her own self and everything like that. So in a way, God was protecting Saul's wives, right, by giving them to David in this instance, because again, they were part of his kingdom, but also he inherited them to protect them, because in the law, right, the way that husbands were supposed to protect and to basically, like, again, to love them and to cherish them as jewels, as the book of Proverbs describes a wife. And so they were supposed to give them literally everything and not be able to withhold any kind of anything from them, right? And no matter how many you had, you had to, you could not take away their marital rights or anything like that. So basically, that was God protecting Saul's wives by not just sending them out into the abyss. That way they could be taken as slaves or whatever have you.
Do you understand how this could sound subjective? It kind of sounds subjective.
How?
Because back then, it's like the situation was different. But now, like, if I went out and I started rounding up a bunch of homeless ladies and I said, you guys can be my wives, I'll protect you, I'll take you off the street, I still don't think that you'd be okay with me having multiple wives, even if I rescued them from the streets of homelessness.
Well, what if they were the opposite sex? What if they were just man? You would just take them in.
I wouldn't marry them.
You wouldn't have to marry them. Just because you're taking in a woman doesn't mean you got to marry
David didn't have to marry him either, right?
Well,
David
it was
just moved him in his house.
Yeah, it's literally sin since the beginning. It's only God only wants you to be married to one. Solomon took many wives. It was never God's order. That's disorder,
Yeah,
and God allowed him to do that. You
yeah,
know,
and also to that,
you
right?
can,
It's basically, you know, whenever, okay, you pulled up a passage that was back in those days, and I tried to give you the historical context back in those days. So it's not a subjectivity, right? The whole point is how men should treat their wives. And that was basically what I was saying, was that uh, God was protecting them. And again, we live in a totally different society. We live in a totally different age, so that's not necessarily God's fault. That's
Does
our fault
morality change from back then to now?
for creating certain things. Well, no, because the whole point is, again, that men should love their wives as Christ loved the church, right? So that is the objective when it comes to marriage, right? And so again, if we were still living in that kind of time, right, where they were kings and everything else, okay, I I mean, I suppose it would be okay, because again, it was done in the scriptures. Now, I'm not going to say that that would be objective, because um that's not something that God literally wrote down. Hey, you should have many wives as a king, right? Or that was not necessarily like a wrong or right kind of thing, right? It was something that happened back in those days, and it was something that was caused by obedience and disobedience and chains and stuff like that. So again, the whole objective is that one man, one woman from the beginning, right? The man shall love his wife and be there as a provisionary, right, to take care of them and to love them as Christ loved the church. So that would be the objective part of it, right? And so there's certain things that you can take from Scripture, and you can say, well, that was just kind of, like it's kind of like a one-off thing, or it was because they were running things in a certain way that we are no longer running in these times.
Well, if
So
it's not a
hopefully, I
right
don't
or
know,
wrong
that
thing,
probably just went straight
yeah,
off over your head, but that's just the way that I'm thinking about it.
yeah, you said it's not a right or wrong thing, so that means it's not wrong to be polygamous, objectively
No.
speaking.
So then you're
Us-
saying God is good?
Internal critique. This is by your guys' standard of objective
But
goodness.
wouldn't that make him good though, if you agreed with that statement and that was
Yeah, according to the Bible, it would be good to have polygamous marriages. Yes. By
But
what
my
Mitch just
question
said.
is that would you say then God is good?
No, I don't believe God exists, so I can't say he's good. But I'm saying if I'm in the realm in an internal critique, if you guys say you need God for an objective morality, I'm trying to figure out how that works out.
So hang on, real quick. So you said that God ain't good. So is he?
No, I said I don't. He didn't exist, so I don't think he's
But
good
what
or
I'm
bad.
saying here is that if there's any critique to be had, there can no longer be a critique in this conversation when it comes to God, because if he doesn't exist in your head, then you can neither call him good or evil in that sense.
Yeah, but you're telling me I need the God of the
Conversation's
Bible
over.
for. No, that's not how it works.
Conversation.
But you're saying that I need God for objective morality. I'm using your standard. I'm examining it.
So
And
again,
I
we can
found
go
a
through.
verse, and I'm examining what we were talking about previously with marriages and multiple partners and stuff like that. And here's a clear-cut verse where he's allowing polygamy, and he already did it, and he's willing to give him more wives.
So again, that was not the rule, right? But again, that was the exception in those times because of the hardness of their heart. Same thing goes for divorce, right? So the original intent for divorce was there was no uh, any kind of reason to ever divorce spouse, right? But because of the hardness of their heart and the way that they were living and the way that they were doing certain things had certain lines were crossed, certain things were accepted.
Well, sexual
right?
immorality.
That's not necessarily like, okay, well, here's my law, okay, and if you cross this law, right, then there's going to be consequences to be had. And we know that later on there was consequences to be had for certain things. And so basically, again,
Do you know
from
that
the original
worst
Genesis,
consequence?
right?
Oh, sorry. I'm not meaning to cut you off. You're like kind of cutting in and out. I can't really tell.
I know. You're right. So that's
Sorry.
my fault. Go ahead.
According to consequences, the worst consequences the world has ever suffered came from the first monogamous couple. So if we're going to go by consequences, like you could say, oh, Solomon was driven away from God, and there's all these different bad consequences for having polygamous marriages, but the first monogamous marriage brought sin and death into the world. Like, it was possibly the worst outcomes ever.
But here's the thing, though. It wasn't the marriage that brought forth that. It was actually one person that brought forth that. It was
He
Adam.
listened to his wife. He listened to his wife, right?
No, but hang on a second. Who's blamed? No, I mean, I don't know why you're laughing. Who's blamed?
Because Kanisha's laughing. She's making me laugh.
Was it Adam and Eve, or is it Adam?
It's God. That's why I said in the problem of evil.
No, that's what I'm saying. So when it comes to who is blamed for sin to be brought into the world, it's
God.
one man. It's one man, Adam. In the scriptures now, it's one man, Adam. Adam was the one who was blamed. Ultimately, it was not the monogamous marriage that was blamed. It was not the two that was blamed. It was the one that was blamed because it was his responsibility and he failed.
Read 2 Timothy 3, whatever. He's talking about how she was deceived and made him eat the fruit, and that's why she can't speak in front of public audience.
She was deceived first. But if you read Romans chapter 5, all right, who is blamed ultimately for the sin? One man.
Well,
Adam.
If you remember the book of Genesis, he created Eve because it was good that she would be a helper, right? What kind of help did she give?
So why is Eve not to blame ultimately?
No, I'm just saying as a comparative to polyamorous
I want to know.
I'd love that.
I just want to know the answer. If you have the answer to this, why is Eve
a woman's a wonderful
the first to be
gift.
deceived? But why is she not the one that?
I think it's a wonderful thing to have a woman.
She was made from him, so that's kind of
No, but here's the thing. So God,
I'd love to have a helper.
If you read Genesis, right? If you read Genesis, God told Adam to not choose or to not go and eat of the fruit. He never told Eve. This is before he even created Eve from Adam. So it was up to Adam to have provision over his helper and to provide for her and to basically tell her what God told her, or told him. And apparently he failed in doing that. Right? So that was his fault, because within a marriage covenant, it is up to the man to rule.
Okay. So you know who Adam blames? Do you know who Adam blames in that story?
The woman, but it doesn't matter.
No, he blames God.
No, he blames the woman.
Okay, Genesis 3:12. The man
No, he
said,
blames God. That's right. That's actually
the woman you put here with me, she gave me some fruit from the tree and I ate it.
Yeah, that's right.
You gave me this woman, and I was listening because you said she'd be a good helper. That's what he's saying.
Okay.
Which he's blaming God. It's God's fault.
Right, but isn't that the easiest option, to point the finger when you do something that, like, I think all of us, I know I have, like, man, I used to love to snitch on my brothers and sisters. It was always their fault, but I mean,
that does not make it God's fault.
Right. It doesn't make it their fault.
Just because Adam might have blamed, I think he blames Eve there, but it is what it is. If you're saying that he actually did blame God, I don't think he does, but whatever. If he did, does that make it God's fault? No.
Okay.
Because the rest of Scripture would go against that.
With great power comes great responsibility. Do you guys agree with that statement?
That's why he's blamed.
So with omni power comes omni responsibility, right? All powerful, all responsibility. It's as easy as that.
It couldn't be both ways. So that's a good point though, BS. Okay, so I'm gonna entertain it. It couldn't be both ways. If he is omni power, therefore omni responsibility, then where would that leave room if we did in fact have free will? Absolute free will, by the way. Like,
I think it points to the Calvinists being right. That statement says the Calvinists are right.
We can get into that.
I don't
we can definitely get into that.
I don't think so. I don't think so. To say, because then that still wouldn't be absolute freedom, like I was just talking about.
No,
So
I get
either
it, but
somebody is
in that,
responsible for everything you
in
do,
the,
and you're never responsible, or not.
in the problem of evil, 3 premises I gave you, that is one way to escape my little trilemma I set up for you guys. Calvinists are not affected at all by my trilemma. They'll just look at you and they say, "So what? He created evil. Suck it up. Like, what are you gonna do?" Like, they'll just tell
That
you,
was
"Shut
my
up."
answer too, though. That's exactly what I said. It doesn't bother me none. Like,
Okay, then he's not all good though. But they don't care because they erase what evil is. They say that evil doesn't exist essentially because everything's his will. Like, you didn't agree with that.
But what does this have to do with this conversation? Neither of us are Calvinists.
I was just giving you guys an out because they're the premises I do for the problem of evil. Like, open theism gives you an out. Say he didn't know the future. Become a Calvinist. Say evil doesn't exist. That gives you an out. Put Satan or
I
some
don't
kind
need
of
an
dark
out.
figure.
I don't need an out. Like, I love the fact that
that's not what Calvinists
I don't
believe
know everything. Like, I'm okay
Yeah,
with saying, like, I don't know. Like, it
but
doesn't bother me at all to say I don't know.
free will doesn't get out of the logical problem of evil, though. It just kicks the can one thing down the road.
I wasn't trying to get out of it. I was just making a statement that.
No, you guys both went to free will during my argument initially, but now
So my point was, you said if somebody's omni-responsible, meaning no matter absolutely what happens, it's never anybody else's fault except, like, let's put that on you. So you're omni-responsible, meaning your wife can do whatever she wants to, your kids can do whatever she wants to, your boss can do whatever he wants to, your neighbor can do whatever he wants to, and ultimately it's always your fault. How does that actually line up for any responsibility?
because I would have the all-powerful part too, so I would have the ability to change them from doing whatever I don't want them to do.
So then you don't love them then, because that means you would be forcing them to do whatever you want them to do.
No, not necessarily no free will. You have free will within a limitation. You don't have the free will to fly right now, right? You can't flap your arms and fly. All I have to do is make you with a nature that cannot sin, and then I've made it so you still have free will. You can choose between a good tree and another good tree and another good tree. You just can't choose the bad tree.
So that means no matter what, you have to choose one of the options I give you, though. Like, it wouldn't be an absolute ultimate. Like, I'm setting before you all choices in front of you right now, and you choose what you want to do. Versus, I'm only going to give you 2 choices, and you have to have one of the 2 choices.
But between those 2 choices, it's still free will, right? If they can eat from every tree in the garden except for that one, that's still free will.
That's a lot of choices, though, not just.
Yeah, all I have to do is take away one choice, one evil tree, and there'd be no evil in the world. I chop down that tree.
No free will in the world.
No, because they'd still be free to choose from every other tree in the garden.
No, that's not the same thing, because okay, again, this is within the conversation of good versus evil. Okay, and so if there's a choice, right, between if he wanted to take from an apple tree or an orange tree, that's not a choice between good and evil. All right.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yes. Listen, but the choice was given that there's one that you should not eat of. He never said you should not eat of the apple tree, but he says don't eat of this tree, but you can eat of all the other trees. That's what free will is. He gave a choice. If he took that, if he took that bad tree away, then there would be no more evil choice. That way, they could not disobey. They could not go away from God. So that would strip them from their ultimate free will of good and evil.
And then
he doesn't want them to.
In the back room, so maybe we can have time limits tonight for each speaker, because there is people waiting in the back room. Mitch, I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, I can bounce. Sam hasn't really talked that much.
No, actually, guys, I've got to go. It's about 2:30 in the morning over here, so I got to get some sleep.
Hey,
thank you so much for having me. That was brilliant. I was hoping we were going to talk a bit more about the science side, because theology and philosophy really isn't my strong point. Maybe next time.
Yeah, well, here's the thing, man. I'll tell you what. If you haven't already subscribed, go ahead and subscribe.
I've subscribed. Yeah.
That's only so you can. That's not for me to get clout, okay? And I'm not saying that for you, but towards you. But if you want to, we can just schedule just a one-on-one between me and you when it comes to science or anything like that, whatever you want.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, because I noticed there, not to be condescending or anything, but sometimes like when you're describing your scientific principles, like you haven't quite got it right, and maybe I could help sort of Yeah, sort out for you. Yeah, but yeah, maybe I'll join the next live when you're around. So.
Yeah, I don't claim to be a scientist, and actually, that's what I said before the stream. Maybe you wasn't in there, but I said that I'm not an expert on this.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, so that's why I'm like, okay, well, if you can educate me, please do. But we need to get on the same page when it comes to certain things. So, yeah, we can schedule a time and just go on there and comment in this video or whatever like that, and get somewhere with that. All right.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you so much for your time, guys. Hope you have a great day.
Hey, man, God bless you. Thank you
Bye,
for coming
Sam.
on.
Yeah, take care. Yeah, take care, guys.
All right, so I'm gonna bring Brenda on. Sorry about that, Brenda. Who is that, by the way? I think I know who it is.
That's Obama.
Yeah, I figured that was what that was.
My brother used to live in Hawaii, and since he was raised there, born there, they had a figurine, and he sent me one.
Nice, cool.
And that's my pencil jar next to it.
I love the bobbleheads or whatever, like the ones that shake. I love it. Anyway, you ever see that? You ever see those old cartoons where the truck driver is driving down the road and they're bouncing right, and the whole bobblehead thing is going crazy and everything? I love it. Anyway,
I've seen something like that. I've seen something like that.
That's great. Anyway, so yeah,
what is the collapse of atheism? Because I don't see it.
Well, that's why we're talking. Trying to get to
Okay,
that.
so what is the collapse? How is atheism collapsing?
Well, there's no objective anything. Like, there's no way of knowing what is right or what is wrong or anything like that. So that's why it collapses.
What does that have to do with atheism?
Well, because again, like I said in the beginning of the stream, right? Said that there is no belief system. I've said this time and time again. That keep repeating myself. Atheism within itself is not within itself. Listen to what I'm saying. Is not a belief system or a worldview. However, without the existence of God, certain practices, certain worldviews, certain belief systems arise.
Right. So
and that's what we're going to.
Right. So atheism is just one belief. It's that God doesn't exist.
We can.
Right.
Yeah. So we can go.
Right. We got that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So then you need to make your case that we can't do some other things like have morality, because even William Lane, you know who William Lane Craig is?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. William Lane Craig even says that atheists can have morality, and I think people can have morality. Jews and Muslims and Hindus and Shinto and Taoists can all have morality.
Yeah. Subjective. Yeah.
What is subjective? What does that mean?
Subjective means that actually, Anisha, if you wanted to pull that up, I think you had that or something like that, morality or whatever.
Yeah, I did. Yeah,
Objective
I did.
Basically, is like if you are intentionally or not intentionally, if there's an opinion to be had, right, then some sort of whatever you're talking about. If there's an opinion or emotions or anything like that attached to it, that becomes subjective.
Yeah,
but if
it's stance independent reasons for action.
Yeah, so objective is the opposite. Objective is it stands alone without any kind of anything attached to it. Yeah.
Right. So your morality is subjective then. Yeah. Because your morals don't stand alone.
God stands alone.
No, your morals don't stand alone.
So how about this? So Brenda, what's your beliefs on morality?
Do morals stand alone?
Hang on,
are they independent? Are they independent of any person, time, or place?
Okay, hang on. That's can you answer Kenisha's question?
Well, I was asking the question first, right? We need to dial in your understanding of what the difference between subjective and objective is. Subjective means it depends on somebody's position, their opinion, their stance, and it's subject to certain conditions. Objective means it's independent, right? So
Yeah,
God's
already-
laws are dependent on God's opinions. They're not objective, right?
No, because God within himself, his very nature, because he created all things, he is the moral standard. He is all good.
Unless he
So
created
anything that's
wicked.
against him is evil. Anything that's
Right. So
against him is evil.
right. So the problem
That's
is
objective.
that well, there's a number of problems with that. One is that God's laws have changed over time.
Okay?
Even you believe that. Even you believe that. You believe that the God's moral law is changed since the times of the Old Testament.
So
You believe
can you
that.
give an example? Can you give an
Slavery.
example?
Slavery.
David's wife.
So slavery, okay? You know, we have to go through a lot of rabbit holes. We've already done the
No,
whole
that's
David,
not very hard. We don't have to go through rabbit
but I'm just
holes.
saying, yeah.
But-
So I'm just saying, like, you know, the way that Christianity stands is that God is ultimate, okay, and he created all things, right? He is in his very nature good.
Yeah.
So anything
Does
against
he
him,
say that you can own another human being as property? Yeah, he does. You're shaking your head, but that's not true. God says in the Old Testament, you can take for slaves from the nations around you. You can
yeah,
own
but
another
again,
human
like,
being.
But again, like, what is the difference? Because when it comes to, like, he says that, and actually he continuously.
I think that's immoral. I think that God's laws are immoral.
Can I talk?
Do you agree with me that God's laws are immoral?
Can I expound on that?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So he continuously through the Old Testament, God continuously through the Old Testament, keeps reminding Israel while he's giving these examples for so-called slavery, right? In the way that we understand it, apparently.
No, I'm sorry. It wasn't so-called slavery. It was you were legally allowed to own a human being. You could beat them to within an inch of their life as long as
That's
they
not
didn't
true,
die.
but
Yes,
continue.
it is
Let's
true. You
continue.
could beat them.
That's not true. That's
That
not
is
true.
true. You're lying.
Let me finish.
You're
Let me
lying
finish.
about the
Hey,
Bible.
hey,
Shame
Brenda,
on you.
hold on. Just let him finish his sentence, and then you go ahead, and then he'll go ahead. That way we can not talk over each other.
All right. So God continuously reminds Israel that he brought them out of the land of Egypt, where they were literal slaves, the way that we understand it today. Okay. And so he tells them, he basically tells them time and time again to not treat them as you were treated. And we know how they were treated historically. Okay. We know that they were beaten. We know that they were abused. We know that they were starved. We know all these things. So again, if God tells them time and time again, don't do it the way they did it, then how is that the same thing?
Because he permits you to beat your slaves.
No, he does
It's
not.
in the book. It's literally in the book.
Kenesha,
You can own other human beings from the nations around you. You can own other Israelites, but there are different rules for other Israelites.
Let me ask you, does God say, I want you to beat your slaves?
No.
What was the exact thing that God said?
It says that you can beat them as long as
that's what it says. Hold on, I want to give you time to actually.
Well, you interrupted me before I finished my sentence, kind of like when you told me not to interrupt Mitch. So you interrupted me before I was done, just like you were upset that I interrupted Mitch.
Because you're not answering what I asked you. I want you.
Yeah, that doesn't matter, right? If the rule is that I don't interrupt somebody, then don't interrupt me, okay?
Excuse me.
No, if the rule is that I don't interrupt people.
You interrupted me earlier, by the way, when I was asking a question. He
says that you can beat them.
You weren't talking to me.
He says that you can beat them as long as they survive for 2 or 3 days.
It does not say that.
Yes, it does. You're
I can
wrong.
read it to you. I can read it to you. So you're just going off of quotations. I can actually read it to you. And actually, I can show it to you. It's in Exodus 21. All right. So give me 1 second. Let me get to it.
Well, it's still wrong. Even if
No, hang on a second.
if you don't beat your slave, it's still immoral.
So does
God's
it not
law
say
is
that?
immoral to own a human being.
So you believe there's an ultimate objective right and wrong.
Yeah, you can't own other human beings.
So there is objective morality.
Yeah, morality that is independent of my stance. It's stance
So objective
independent.
then. Objective
Yes,
then.
yes. And God is wrong. God's laws are wrong. And you believe God's laws are wrong. You wouldn't own another human being as a slave. So you agree
It's not
with
the same
me
thing.
that God's laws are immoral.
It's not the same thing.
Really? What's
Yeah.
the difference?
I can show you, and I've already told you that it's not
Well,
the
you
same
said,
thing. In fact,
yeah, you
in
said you
fact-
were looking it up. You said you
in
were looking
fact-
it up, and I'm waiting for you
well,
to look it up. Can
well,
you?
the reason-
Have you looked it up yet?
Well, the reason that I didn't and I stopped because you then conceded when it come to like for the sake of debate or sake of argument. You said, well, even if he does, then that doesn't matter. So that's why I
right.
stopped.
Well,
You want me to-
go ahead and look up what God said about beating your slaves. You can beat them as long as they don't die as long as, for instance, you don't pop out their eye or something like
Well,
that,
my
right?
question to you, though, that you did not answer, that you did not let me even finish asking you before you wanted to interrupt. I was asking you, is that exactly how that scenario and that wording played out, that God commanded them to beat their slaves?
No, I answered you. I said no.
So then why did you say God commands?
I didn't say he commands you to beat your slaves. What did I say?
good.
What did I say,
Tells
Kanesha?
them, God tells them to beat their slaves. That's what
No,
your word
I
was.
never
But
said
command
that.
and tell is the same thing.
I never said that, Kanesha. I said he permits you,
Anyway,
right?
so
If it's permitted, that means it's approved of. It doesn't mean you have to, but it's still approved of. If I'm permitted to drive 55 down the highway, that means it's legal for me to drive 55 down the highway. If I'm permitted to beat my slaves, that means it's legal.
So
It's
taking
morally
everything in
morally
context,
permissible. It's morally permissible in the Old Testament to beat your slaves as long as you don't knock out their eyes,
okay,
or
so
as long as they don't die within 2 or 3 days.
So let's get to it then. So I got it pulled up. All right. So it says right here in Exodus 21, right? Let's start at verse 16. All right. It says, whoever steals a man and sells him, and anyone found in possession of him shall be put to death. Wow. Okay. Whoever curses his father and mother shall be put to death. Okay. When a man quarrels and strikes another with a stone or with his fist, okay, and the man, now, just so you know, I'm getting to it. Okay, it's in actual verse 20, so let me just jump down to it. When a man strikes, not beats, but strikes his slave, male or female, with a rod, and the slave dies under his hand, he shall be avenged. Okay, that doesn't at all say beats. Within the inch of their life, that's not what it says. But if the slave survives a day or two, he is not to be avenged, for the slave is his money. Now, what does that mean? Okay. What it means is that back in them times, when it came to that time of slavery, right? What is slavery back in the biblical times? Okay. When it comes to these passages, is that you were in debt to that person. When it comes to this passage, you were in debt to that person.
In debt to whom?
When it said, well, hang on. So
I'm just asking for clarification. In debt to whom?
Yeah. So the slave owner in this context, okay, the one that is basically okay. So again, if somebody is in debt, okay, then they are to work off that debt physically, okay, until the debt is paid or it is forgiven. which is in Jubilee, right? Which that goes into
Yeah,
Numbers. And,
we're not talking about
Leviticus.
indebted
Right.
servitude. We're not talking about indebted
Yes,
servitude.
we are.
No,
Hold
we're
on.
not. We're talking about
In this
slavery.
passage, we
We're
are.
talking about
In this
chattel slave. We're talking about chattel slavery, not indebted servitude.
In this passage, we are
Yes,
talking
that's
about
not
that.
the
So you
passage.
quoted
That's
this
not the
passage.
relevant passage. It's not the relevant passage
Oh
How is
my
that not the
gosh.
relevant? Okay, so
because
what
it
is the
doesn't have
relevant
anything to do with chattel slavery. That's why it's not relevant.
Because the chattel slavery is not in there.
Yes, it is.
It's not preventable.
Yes, it is. It's
Okay,
Exodus
you can
21,
keep saying that.
21. It's Exodus 20 through 21. The Bible does not explicitly say it's okay to beat a slave, but the Old Testament book contains passages that regulate the practice
So
and differentiate punishments based on the outcome of a beating. Specifically, Exodus 21. Anyone who
When
beats
you're done.
anybody who beats their male or female slave with a rod must be punished if the slave dies as a direct result.
look
This is
at
what I
this right here.
said. This
Can
is
I
what I
answer?
said.
Here, you said it's not the relative passage. I'm literally showing you that same passage. It says strikes.
Yeah.
It
We're
does
not
say
talking
beats.
about indebted servitude, dude.
This
We're
is
talking
indebted
about chattel
servitude.
slavery. I'm not talking
This is
about that. I'm
indebted
talking about it. I'm not talking about it.
But-
I'm talking about chattel slavery, not indebted
But what you're
servitude.
trying to do, what you're trying to do is you're trying to enforce
Import-
that into
import
the
it.
passage where it is not there.
Yeah, there's no
It is
such-
Okay,
there.
that is
I just
not what
read
this
it to you. It is
I
there.
read
I
it
just
to you.
read it to you.
These same servants, if you go
All right,
back
that's
up to
it.
verse 5, I mean, if you go back up to verse 5, these servants are wanting to be their master forever. He goes, if you love your master, you can be with this master forever. It's in the beginning. It's in verse 5. It says, if the servant plainly says, I love my master, my wife, and my children, I will not go out free, doesn't want to leave the master, then the master of his house shall go to the judges and bring him to a doorpost, and so he pierces his ear with an awl and serve him forever, because this person's choosing that they love their master. So this is the kind of servitude of what we're talking about. It's indentured servants. So they're being shelter, they're given a place to live, or they're in debt that they're paying it off through slavery because they need a job to be able to pay it off. And so they're just purchased for a price as an indentured servant to pay it off. This isn't, so it talks about kidnapping. You're not to kidnap. You're to be put to death if you do that.
Yes, and that's in verse 16. That's exactly what I just read. So the reason that I just kicked Brenda off is because, number one, they're not listening. Okay, so again,
He's not listening.
yeah. So we're not trying to talk about one thing just to prove a point. Okay. We're reading the context of the passage, okay? So no, this is not at all talking about what was it, cattle slavery or chattel slavery? What was it that?
Yeah, something like that. But yeah, it's indentured
Hold
servant.
on though, like something that's just missing. It's like right here, and like it's so obvious. So let me pull up my screen really quick. Hold on.
Yeah.
Okay, so what people always, it never fails. Everybody just misses right here. Pay attention to what it's saying. If, all these ifs is not God commanding people to go out and do this intentionally.
Amen.
He's saying, if this was the action, this is how you must. He's not just regulating a situation. He knows the human behavior because of what the humans are doing. And this is why it consistently, throughout all of the Exodus, all of Deuteronomy, all of these laws, which everybody wants to ignore, it's saying if, which is not God commanding people to do this thing intentionally with an intent. And I'm so sick of people saying God commanded people to take slaves. God commanded people to beat their slaves. God commanded people to take multiple wives. God commanded. Well, if you would be paying attention and stop worrying about what everybody else is commanding and actually use this little tiny little thing inside of this dome piece that everybody has and read something, you would see that it says if consistently. And there's a big difference between when God actually commands somebody to do something intentionally, on purpose, or what he's doing is seeing your behavior, my behavior, their behavior, and saying, if you do this action, this is how you need to handle what you just did. It's just that simple, guys. It is very,
Yeah.
very simple. And I do not have any patience with any more atheists who want to come on here and try to boohoo about slavery as if God was all for slavery, as in the Negro slaves that were just enslaved 100 years ago, 200 years ago. It's not that kind of slavery, okay? Now, were there some people that might have been horrible slave owners? Okay, duh. Hello, evil. It's
not
not
God's
hard
fault.
concept, but
It's
to
not
say
God's fault.
everybody is that way, it's just like to say every time you see a black person, they're going to steal from you. That's that stereotypical mindset and ignorance that people have.
Yeah, and Kanisha, on top of that, right? And to be fair, you know, Brenda did say that that you know never claimed that that it was God commanding. However, all right, Brenda's you said a he, right?
Yeah, of course
Okay,
it's a he.
so I wasn't sure. Um, that's not to grade or to bend or anything like that. I just didn't
I'll
know.
say it like it
Um,
is.
that's fine. Um, but permitting it too. Okay, and so the problem here is, yes, the ifs. Okay, that's first and foremost because that's not the commanding. Okay, but to be fair, okay, um, even if he was trying to say that that was not God commanding, but it was God bidding it, right? Basically being okay with it. Um, that's not so, because again, this is not the same kind of slavery. And just being like, yes, it is, yes, it is, yes, it is. That's not, because again, I just read it. It does not say beat, it says strike. Okay? And it says that the slave is his money. So what does that mean? So again, as I was saying before I got rudely cut off by Brenda at this moment, right? The problem was, or the thing is whenever it says, and the slave is his money, okay? Because there's a debt to be paid. There's a debt to be paid. And that debt was not paid. Okay? And so here's the thing. If the master kills the slave, that's the master's fault. So the master should, or the slave should be avenged. But if the master strikes, okay, that does not mean beats. But then the inch of their life, you understand that every time that atheists try to use this passage, they always add those words in there. That's not at all what it says. Okay, it says strikes, meaning once. Okay, all right. If that's the case, then it could either be in the head, it could either be in the arm, it could be in the leg, wherever it is. If it's fatal, then it's to be avenged. If it's not for disciplinary issues, when it comes to, yes, you are, that slave is the master's money, because that slave, so called, okay, not in the kind of slavery we think about today, but the slavery back then, there was servitude, indebted servitude, okay. That servant had to pay that debt off, okay. And so let's say that the servant was not doing what the servant needed to do, because at that moment, right, he needed to obey the master. Okay, that's not the same thing as what we see slavery is today. Okay, that's not the same thing, because again, if it was the same thing, then why would God continuously remind the Israelites while giving them this very passage, say, remember, I brought you out of the land of Egypt, don't treat them like they treated you. So why would he put that in there and then go on to say, yeah, but you can do the same thing? So it's basically like it's contradictory. Okay, but if you read the passage clearly with an open mind, without the what do you call it, the preconception, right, the preconceived mindset, okay, if you read it plainly, it does not say beats. Within the inch of their life, it says strikes. Okay, because there's disciplinary issues to be had here
But
if
even
the
in
servant was
context,
not
bro,
obeying the master.
God is not ever for going out and just hurting somebody. Like I'm kind of like irritated with, and I know people just don't know, so it's not like whatever, but it's just people act as if God commands all of this stuff in the first place. I want you to go enslave people to the point of you are starving them and you're beating them every day and you're raping each other and you're doing this. Okay, that never, ever, ever happens with God. God is just. And he's always been just, no matter what anybody tries to say and how anybody tries to change up the word of God and say he's changed. Sorry, Brenda, but no, he has not changed. He's the same yesterday, today, and forever. And if you want, and anybody who is trying to put God in this box as if he is for slavery, like again, as if the slavery that happened with the black, I'm black, okay, I'm well aware, my family just can't seem to let it go, okay, slavery that has happened. If you keep picturing that is the kind of slavery that God is saying to regulate, you are wrong. God is and always has been against abusive slavery. Okay, there's a difference between regulated workers, if we'll call them that, okay, and actual slavery. And what I keep seeing happen is people keep mixing the two together as if it's the same thing. I'm sorry, I'm still a slave to this day because I have to go to work. I have to. If I don't go to work, I don't eat, and neither does my family. So, I mean, that's just what it is. And like, I'm not gonna continue talking about slavery tonight. I think it's pointless to talk about slavery as if God commands people to be these miserable slaves and wear chains around their neck and being beaten every day, and as if God Almighty commands this. Come on, get out of here with your little whiny crybaby selves. You guys are crying for nothing when this is not God. Get to know God, and then let's have a conversation about him. Quit crying all the
be
time.
honest with the text. Be honest with the text. If you're going to bring up a biblical text, at least be honest with it. So that's why, Brenda, I'm not going to have you on again tonight, unfortunately. But you can come on another live stream and try it again then. But I want things to be cooled down between, us right now. Okay, so I don't want to act in a certain way or anything like that. So we're done with that conversation for now. Brenda, I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to boot you back off and try not to click the link again. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so and I'm not trying to be rude here, okay, but there's a certain thing where, again, you're messing around with the Word of God, and you are we literally read to you the passage, and you still continuously say no, 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 and not give any kind of explanation. Then it's just there's no reason to be having that conversation. So we have EJ on. What's going on, man?
How's it going?
Good to have you.
Man, it sounds a little rough right now.
Oh, hey, Jay.
I'm over the BS.
Yeah, how's it going?
That's not like my little brother right here.
Yeah, good to see you.
Sometimes
good
you gotta
to see you
shut it down,
too.
bro.
Yeah.
It's
so EJ, I don't know. I don't think we've ever spoke or you've ever came on this live. What is your belief system?
I'm a Christian.
Or just belief, rather, not belief system. Okay, good. All right, let's go,
Christian.
man.
Yeah,
no, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
All right, yeah.
I'm usually on well, usually when Kanisha live streams, sometimes not usually, sometimes I'm on there.
Good to have you, bro.
Yeah, thank you. I don't really I've really looked into the slavery topic in the Bible, but obviously I know that's not that's not his perfect will. There's a difference between his permissive will and his perfect will. He allows certain things to happen. But that doesn't mean that that's what he desires to happen.
Amen.
I was going to say this. I know some people have, mixed opinions, but I like how Charlie Kirk put it. He was talking to primitive people, where it was, it was prominent back then. Not saying that there's no type of slavery now, but it was like something that wasn't accepted. The Bible regulates it. And I haven't looked at all the passages, but he was saying, one of the things is, you were to give them a Sabbath off and everything. and treat them as brother and sister. So it's not the same type of that cruelty slavery, because that's, God is not the God of that type of behavior. And I think because it was accepted back then, um, but that's not what God intended,
But that's the thing.
to
That's the
happen.
thing,
Yeah.
EJ. It's a different kind of slavery. The way that the kind that God permitted here. Okay? It's not the same kind of slavery. So
Yeah.
within the same land of many other nations around Israel at this time was doing that kind of slavery. God was doing something different. Okay? He was doing something that we are still doing today, in a sense, right? We still owe the IRS, we still owe, the government, whatever, and we must work in order to pay that debt off. And if you don't, then you lose everything that you got. So basically, um, it's still the same thing. It's still the same kind of aspect, but it's in a different kind of way because we're illegally taxed and we're illegally not waged properly, and there's unequal weights and measures and everything like that. So that's something that God does not like and all that stuff, and hates actually. Um, there's lying and cheating and stealing when
Oh
it
yeah.
comes to money and owing and all that stuff. So it, in a way, and that's why I say in a sense, right? In a way, we're still kind of living in that kind of way because we still, like Kanisha was saying, right? We all have jobs, we all work for a wage, and if we don't do that, and if we don't ultimately obey what our boss says, then we could either be fired or I don't know. I mean, you still, if you work for if you, let's say that you work for a day, first day of the week, you work on Monday, and then you just don't show up. Well, they're probably going to can you. They're probably going to toss you out,
But dude,
right? And that,
the same people saying they're against slavery is the same people that sit on this panel and say that pornography and all that prostitution and everything is legal. Like, what's wrong with it? The same people, when sex slavery is the #1 slavery in this entire world, greater than any other color or race slavery ever known to mankind. It's the same people that whine and cry. This is what I'm saying. I have no patience right now for them. No patience, because you're not y'all, the atheists who say it's okay, who come on here and say there's nothing wrong with it, are supporting the biggest slavery chain known to mankind. So atheists, do not talk about anything like you're some moral being and that slavery is wrong when you can't even just flat out saying pornography and all of these things are wrong. And
right.
sometimes you
So
just got to call it like it is. Like, stop being a punk.
yeah, exactly. And it is what it is, right? And so right here, right in Leviticus 26, all right, and there's more passages on this, but I just want to kind of enlight on this, and then EJ, I'll let you back in. Verse 12, right? And I will walk among you and will be your God, and you shall be my people, which is the same thing that relates with Revelation 22 at the end of the world and new heavens and new earth. Verse 13, I am the Lord your God who brought you out of the land of Egypt, that you should not be their slaves. I have broken the bars, okay, of your yoke and made you walk right erect. So here's the thing, which means upright. Um, so the point here is that again, all throughout the Old Testament, right, God continuously reminds the children of Israel, right, that He brought them out of that kind of slavery, not to put them back into it, and not to set up a system that they would have to do that to others. Okay, because God hated it. God hated that kind of slavery. So that's why He took them out of it and saved them from that land of that kind of slavery, and then gave them something new, something that was to love their neighbor ultimately. Because again, how is that loving your neighbor? That is you holding that person accountable to their debt. All right, and they must work that off righteously. Okay, that's a righteous thing. That's just. All right, for them to work for their wage, for them to work that certain debt off. And so that was them repaying the debt that they owed. So when you bought a slave, that was basically the same thing. When you bought a Hebrew slave, that was exactly the same thing. Is that, that slave was your money because they owed you a debt. It's all through the passage. I'm not going to hone in on the other person or whatever like that, but I'm just saying, like, if it does say beat, then again that wouldn't follow, right? Because that was not the way that it was supposed to be ran, and they never did that. God never told them or allowed them the right to beat their slave within the inch of their life. That's not so. So again, if we want to take one passage and talk about it, then we have to enlighten the entire bit of it. Okay, you have to go through all of it. All right. And if there's a disconnect, then there's a problem. All right. So anyway, EJ, you have anything? Oh, actually, Sean, you haven't said anything. Like
No, you're
a
good.
lot. So
No, you're good.
okay.
Go ahead.
So EJ, what do you have anything else to say on that?
Like I said, I haven't really looked a lot into the slavery bit where God is talking about slavery in the Bible, but I don't know if you know. I know a lot of atheists, like to use that as a means to say God is immoral or he's not good and stuff.
Right.
I don't know if you know Frank Turk. He was actually a close friend to Charlie. Frank Turk to Charlie Kirk. But I like how he says it. He says, atheists, he never says atheists can't be moral. They just don't have any grounds to base it off of, not any solid ground to base it off of, because it's based off either what the majority rules or based off, their own opinion. And that can always change and shift. But, God's laws is not changing,
Right.
and I don't know if it was someone, I think I heard someone say, God's moral law, changed throughout the Bible. And I don't see that,
Exactly.
I don't see it changing. Now there are circumstances that doesn't apply, today as it were for their specific circumstances back then, like bringing a lamb. We don't have to do that. But it's not that God said, oh, I just changed my mind. Jesus fulfilled that because that was a foreshadowing of what was to come.
Right.
There's
And I want
there's
to add something to that.
oh yeah.
I'll shut up after this. I actually got to go to. I'll let y'all speak for a little while. But a great example of this is when Paul, right? Paul actually quotes the law when he says, "Don't muzzle an ox when it's treading at the grain." Okay, and he uses this in the context, right, for ministers to be paid labor. Right? And so basically, if you're out there for the gospel, sharing the gospel, then you live by the gospel. That's the context of that passage. So he takes an Old Testament ox passage, okay, and connects it with their modern time. The principle never changed. The law itself never changed. Okay? Don't muzzle an ox, right, while he's treading out the grain. Don't limit him, okay? Don't restrict him as he's doing what you're getting him to do, right? The ox. And so in that way, right, again, the principle never changed, but the roundabout, I guess the overall context of that passage and where it is put into, right, and is addressed, is the times have changed, right? The certain things have changed, but the principle never changed within that law. So I just wanted to give that real quick, and I'll let y'all go.
Yeah, I mean, bottom line, God's always, what's interesting is we become that servant in Exodus, 21:5 that we were reading earlier, about the servant that's willing to love their master. So we become that, and we become a servant. But he goes, I no longer call you servants, no longer call you like slaves. It's like, I call you now friends. It's like John 15. Just trying to bring it up here. You able to hear me?
Let me put it on the screen.
Possibly. I know.
Yeah.
Here we go. I know I got to pick a random one here. Hold on a minute. All right, let me do it here. Yeah. So, are you able to? Let me see if I can see it. Well, yeah. Which one am I? Oh, I'm not on the. Am I able? Are you able to see that? Well, I've got it in share, but
there you go. There.
There. Oh, okay. It is sharing. Okay. Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, I'm clicking the button. I know how to do it now if I'm in control of the thing, but now I'm not, so I don't know what button to click. All right. So in John 15, it says, let's see, I'm just going to see where to start. Greater. Here's an interesting verse 13. Greater love has no love than this, that we lay down our lives for one's friends. So it's interesting as Jesus, while we were still sinners, Jesus was, as we were enemies and sinners, Jesus was willing to lay down his life. Now he gives us the unconditional love as a born again child of God, that we're desire to offer mercy and forgiveness as much as Christ has offered us mercy and forgiveness, that we're willing to lay down our lives, as necessary. And our heart's been changed that we want to do anything that a friend needs. You know what I mean? So we're willing to serve others as a servant, an indentured servant. So we desire that. And now we have this servant heart, because it's whoever's in the least is going to be the greatest in the kingdom. And so if you desire to be the greatest in the kingdom, you actually got to humble yourself to be the least and to be the humblest servant. It's the exact opposite of this world. In this world, it's all about exalting yourself. It's all about it. Everything in the kingdom of God is exactly the opposite. Jesus died on a cross to bring life. You would think dying on a cross would bring death, and like that's what makes sense. And that's why literally he ended death, because he died of the perfect servant. And so if it dies, it literally produces fruit. Charlie Kirk died, and guess what? It sold more Bibles. There's more people wanting to go out and serve Christ. And you're like, wow, his death literally bared more fruit, that people are like, I'm the Charlie Kirk. I'm Charlie Kirk. And people are willing to now go even further with the gospel. And it didn't kill Charlie Kirk, and actually momentum the ministry, because he was willing to lay down his life. Now he didn't lay it down in a sacrificial, know he was going to die, but he was in public square that literally anything could happen to him. And when you get that big, anything can happen. And so you're taking a risk when you start getting like that. But anyway, he's laying down his life, and Jesus says, I call you my friends, because guess what? He doesn't want to call you a servant, a slave, because if you are my friends if you do what I command you. No longer do I call you servants, for a servant doesn't know what his master is doing. So a servant doesn't know what his master. So our master is now God. We desire to be one with him and a relationship. But now we know what God's doing. We know his heart, and we follow him through the Holy Spirit. He's given us his Holy Spirit so that we may know the truth, and we know all things. And it's in 1 John 2. He's like, I called you friends, for all things that I've heard from my Father will be made known to you. So now we know the things from the Father intimately, in an intimate relationship that the world doesn't have access to. So if you're of the world, you've never had this access to the love of God and the Holy Spirit and the Father. And it takes a genuine relationship to be born again, dying to your old life and being born again. And he's like, you didn't choose me, but I chose you and intended you that you would bear fruit, So it's a whole new servitude, that now we're his friends, and now we want to lay down our life for other people, and even our enemies, and offer mercy and forgiveness to anyone, no matter how much you've done, and walk in peace with you, even if you're an enemy. It doesn't matter. It doesn't affect us. But you still there?
Yeah. So to that, I just want to bring that back a little bit to to the slave thing, just real quick, and then we
You
can
want me to drop my thing there?
Say what?
Yeah, I'll just drop it. Yeah. There we go.
Okay, yeah, that's
You're
fine.
trying to figure out
So
everything,
basically-
Sean.
I know. Look at that. I'm closing screens. Look at that.
Yeah, love it.
I'm not
Love
hitting
it.
comments.
Yeah,
Putting them up on the screen.
hey, we're working on it.
All kinds of
Yeah,
stuff.
we're working on it. Look at him. Look, all right. So,
Real quick,
so,
hold on, real quick, Mitch. Everybody's complaining that the background makes them dizzy, so I'm gonna like keep it the screen short.
okay, yeah. So, well, actually, let me just do this then. If it's making them dizzy, I understand. Let me just do this.
Yeah, I keep seeing comments about. There you go. Okay, now.
Sorry about that, guys. I'm sorry about that. I can completely understand
Oh,
this.
I like that.
Okay, so yeah. So yeah. All right. So basically, so when it comes to being a slave, right? So what again? What is the context of this? Okay. It was God's ultimate purpose of the slave thing is again not to be like they were in Egypt and all the other surrounding nations and everything. And so, but here's the thing: when it comes to salvation, right? All right, you get this back here. Yeah. So when it comes to salvation, right? We are slaves to sin. Okay. There's a debt to be paid. Okay. There's a debt to be paid, but also, right? We are born again. We are still slaves to Christ. How is that? We are not slaves in that kind of way to Christ. But Paul says that we were bought with a price.
Amen.
Okay? And I believe that is in 1 Corinthians 7, I think. Either 6 or 7. One of those. Maybe not. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway,
1 Corinthians 6, right at the end of the chapter, he now owns us. We're the temple of God. So it's right at the end of 6:15 to 20. Yeah.
Right. So we are debtors, right? In Galatians chapter 4, right? We are debtors to sin. But because Christ bought that, paid that price, bought us with the price of his blood. Okay? We are no longer in debt to sin, right? But we are slaves to Christ because we are his, right? And this goes into 1 Corinthians chapter 3, right? Verse 23, I think.
23 it says, and you're, dude, I was getting ready. I was literally bringing that verse. That's crazy. That's how the Holy Spirit is.
I was going to say, I know we have an atheist on, so I'll back off if you guys want to let him go, but I don't want to like keep him in the background, so I can drop off if you guys want me to.
No, it's fine. It's fine. That was just the last point there. And then we can move on. I was going to bring Chewy up, and actually he's already up. But I just wanted to expound on that, just end it there, because in that verse it says, "All are yours. You are Christ, and Christ is God's."
Yeah.
Right. So we belong to Christ, and Christ belongs to God. So then, therefore, we belong to God.
Yeah. And then like Colossians 3:3 expounds on that even more. It's like, for you have died, so we've died in Christ. Your life is hidden with Christ in God. It's the same thing. Those who are Christ are in God. And so our life is now hidden because we've died to the old life. We're now in the cleft of the rock, like in Exodus 33, with Moses. And he says, I can't reveal, my front or side or my face because you would die, but I can show you my backside. But here, what I'm going to do is hide you in the cleft of the rock. And then you read John 1:18. And it's like God is revealing himself through this rock. It's John 1:18. No one's seen God at any time. The only begotten Son who is in the Father's bosom, he has declared him. So it's actually God the Son is revealing God the Father. That's what's so interesting. He's the only one of God. There
you go. Absolutely. So we have EJ still in the house. All right, we got Chewy in the house, and then we got XO in the house. What's going on, fellas? We heard from EJ, and Chewy. What's going on with you?
Hey, Chewy.
Love the name, by the way. All right, I'm a huge fan of Star Wars.
I know. I like his beard.
Don't do the sound. No.
I can't. I can't.
I'm not even gonna try.
If Chewy wants to, okay.
Can you put yourself on mute before you do the sound, Mitch? No. Can you guys hear me now? Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Yep, I just left the right mic.
There he is.
Sorry. Yeah,
There you
thanks.
Hot mic.
Yep. So how's everyone doing? Thanks for having me back.
Glad.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm gonna probably just drop off screen because there's too many Christians on here, and I don't. It just gets a little messy. So I'm gonna drop off so you guys can talk. I'm still here, but
I'm used to that. It's no big deal.
I'm still here.
We're not gonna do it. Yeah. All right. Okay. So what do you want to talk about, Chewy? And actually, Sean, if you're okay with this, I wouldn't mind it if Chewy, EJ, and XO went at it a little bit. I think that would be kind of cool, right? We can still stay up here. That's fine, but we can let them talk for a little bit. And if any other atheist, please, if any other atheist wants to come on, okay, please do, and we can have an engaging conversation. But I think if that's all the same to you, Sean, we could just let them have at it for a minute.
Yeah.
Are
what do you
XO
want to
and EJ Christians or atheists?
I'm
do? a Christian.
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so last time I was on about a few weeks ago, we talked about an hour and a half of, life, the universe, and everything in it. We didn't get to the Bible too much. I was just maybe kind of wanted to bring up the issues I have with the book, and if you guys could help me clarify those.
Oh.
Yeah, so EJ and XO, if y'all wanna tackle this for a minute.
Yeah, go ahead, EJ. Do your thing, and then we'll see where God allows me to go with it. Baruch Hashem.
Do you want to put the verses that he's that Chewy's got up? Do you want to put them up on the screen there, Mitch?
I can do that.
So we can follow along on the screen.
Yeah, I can definitely do that.
Yeah, so just let them know what verses you want to go to, and we'll read them.
I mean, I was just talking about the book in general, from the beginning to the end. Like, I can put up verses that I think are horrible, but I can
sure.
I can just like, so the book itself was given or written, the Old Testament 4 to 1,500 years ago, give or take. The Pentateuch, the Hebrew Bible, yes.
No, the Old Testament would be way before that. About 3,500 years ago. Yeah.
And who wrote that? Where did that come from?
Well, that's debatable. I thought you were going to talk about what it says. Do you want to talk about the history of the Bible first?
Well, I mean, it's hard to debate what it says if you can't justify its existence.
Oh, well, you have multiple issues and you're trying to do them all at the same time. What's more important to you? What's the biggest issue here?
The historical context of the book and how it's written.
Well, we have a lot of Okay. Well, we have a lot of Middle Eastern history.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, do you have a better option? I mean, what have you contributed to society? I would start there.
Well, that has nothing to do with the Bible. Like,
well, it absolutely does. Absolutely does. You're going to laugh about it, but yeah, the entire society depends on the fact that now we have finally found out that through modern science that the Old Testament laws were not only accurate, they were essential for survival. That's why we have hospitals that work now, because we stay clean.
That didn't happen until like the 1800s. That has nothing to do with the book either. No,
we finally started listening to the Bible in the 1800s. If that's your claim, yes.
No,
absolutely.
We had hundreds of years of the Dark Ages where we listened to nothing but the Bible, and it led.
No, that's an absolute lie. That's an absolute lie. We ignored the Bible in the Dark Ages, and we actually just persecuted Christians and Jews and never listened. That's why the only people that actually did well during the Black Plague were the Jews, amazingly, that actually went by the Old Testament laws for cleanliness.
So my original question was, how do we know who wrote the Bible?
Well, you first have to care about truth, and if you're looking for excuses to hide from it, you're never going to find it. Like if you just want to say things and blame the Christians throughout all of history, when actually the Christians are the ones who have been persecuted throughout all of history. That's why they actually finally put their foot down and had a little bit of crusades for a few hundred years, because they got so sick of being persecuted. You first have to care about truth. Do you really want the truth? Do you have a love for the truth?
I'm not asking for a truth. I'm asking how you think the Bible was written. That's all I'm asking.
Well, yeah, you just admitted it. You are not asking for truth, so you don't want the truth.
The way you say truth is different than what I'm asking for.
That's what I'm saying. Is that, do you know what truth means? So now we have to establish some definitions here. What is your definition of truth? Because I don't think you would accept mine. What do you think truth is?
I think like a truth, it's not like a hard truth. It's just what we think to know to be real or to be the proper way of explaining things. There's no,
Well,
there's
do you?
no, there's
Okay,
no,
okay.
there's no, what's the word? Omnipotent truth. There's no one truth.
Are you sure about that?
I'm pretty sure. I don't know. Like I said, it's what I think. I don't know.
Okay, well, you're admitting that you're not sure about that, but you'd have to first admit that
not
that's
sure.
just
I'm not sure
exactly.
about a lot of things.
So how is it? Well, why, so I'd first put just put this out there, guys, is that I already know you're not sure of it, and I know that you don't believe in absolutes. And how is it that I know that already?
Because I'm asking the questions.
Well, that doesn't mean. Listen, if Mitch asked me a question, that doesn't mean that he doesn't believe in absolutes or morality. I'm already just going to lay this out here, young man, that I can already tell that you don't believe in truth already. You don't want to give a definition. Well, let me finish. Listen, I've let you finish over and over again. We can talk over each other. It's not going to get us anywhere. I'm just pointing out that I already know that you don't believe in absolutes. So how could I possibly tell you what truth is if you don't believe in truth?
All I asked was, how do we know who wrote the Bible?
I know, and I'm pointing. Yes, and I'm pointing out that you really don't want to know, and I'm pointing this out. You don't even want to have a conversation. I've asked you several questions, and you're hiding from all of my questions to establish a foundation so that we can build upon a real conversation. And you can't even answer the basic kindergarten level, questions and answer.
Give me your definition of truth, then, and I'll see if I agree with it, and we can move on from this subject.
Well, that's my point is I'm going to point out to the audience and all the people that believe in God is that you don't believe in truth. I'll put my life on it right now that you, as you've already admit, do not believe in absolutes. And that was my prediction.
Cool. What's the point?
You see, that's the point. Because I have the truth, I'm able to know that when somebody approaches this conversation this way is that you don't want the truth. Somebody who doesn't want the truth, for the audience that's watching, I'm letting them know that you first have to find somebody that wants the truth in order to deliver that truth to them. You don't even know what truth is. You already admitted it, right? You don't know what truth is, right?
I already gave you my definition of truth.
Okay, what was that, Mitch? Did you hear him give the definition of truth, Mitch?
He said that there's no, it's not the same kind of truth as yours or mine. It would not be an absolute. It would just be basically.
Well, okay, if that's what you said, that's not a definition of truth. That is literally you admitting you're hiding from the truth. So in a court of law, well, I won't. Can I just finish the sentence? Listen, if you don't want me to talk, we'll just let somebody else talk. Because you don't need to talk to the XO. I'm going to point out here is that you're already telling me you don't want the truth, which means in a court of law, I'm going to say, look, Your Honor, I have a lot of truth and I have a lot of evidence, but the jury here says they don't believe in evidence. They don't believe in truth. They don't believe in the meaning of words. And I would have to bow out and let somebody take over the conversation, which is probably what's going to happen. Because I got to be honest with you, is that you don't take this as an insult, but the truth takes courage. You have to be willing to admit that you're wrong, which takes a lot of courage. And I don't want to make this an ego contest right now, but if you're not ready for the truth, sir, I don't know how old you are, but I'm 43. I'm way too old to be playing games. I'm not comfortable in life to do that. I can give you the truth, but you have to have a desire and a love for the truth, or like it says in the Bible, amazingly, God says if you don't have a desire or a love for the truth, he's going to send you a strong delusion. He doesn't want people that hide from the truth to even get near it, because you're just going to waste everybody's time. It's not going to work for you.
Please give me the truth.
So on that,
please.
So real quick, let me just interject right here. So in order, and this is the problem, and this is, and I'm not saying Chewy. Just a simple question: are you an atheist, agnostic? I don't remember.
I'm an atheist.
Okay, so this is why we're having this discussion. This is why it collapses, because again, in atheism, there is no ultimate truth. It's only my truth versus your truth. There is no, that's subjective. There's no objective truth. So if we're sitting here trying to have an objective truth discussion, which is what the Bible is and where it comes from, then it's not up to human will or human, I guess, emotion tied to it or anything like that. It ain't got nothing to do with that. It is what it is. All right. So that's what truth is.
No,
Ultimate,
okay.
established. But
I
real
understand.
quick, but real quick, I'll let you answer that. On another note, I'm about to hop off for just a second. Does any of y'all have like a camera that I could put up on there so it's not just me in an empty seat? There she is. Okay, never mind. I'll be right back.
Oh, perfect timing.
Hope
Baruch
that wasn't
Hashem.
going anywhere.
So I get
Man,
that you guys have a truth of where you think the Bible comes from, but I'm asking for historical, archaeological evidence that makes me believe that the Bible is what it says it is. That's what I'm asking. It has nothing to do with an omnipotent, all-knowing, all-seeing truth.
Right. So before you even get to does the Bible have any fruit, or is there any validity within the word, you're already trying to point out that you don't believe, as is right now, you're admitting by that question that you don't believe that there is any archaeological credibility to the Bible already, even though I would claim that there's literally probably 1.3 million videos on YouTube that show more evidence for the Bible than all other religions combined. So then I would have to then take a leap of logic and go, wow, this guy hasn't checked at all. Is that my statement correct?
No.
Okay, well, I would put that in a court of law that I would bet that you haven't taken an honest look at this at all, but I can't force you to search out for the legitimacy of the word of God, but we know it by their fruit. What has the word of God brought us when people actually believe it and trust in it? Well, we found out that everybody who ignores it and doesn't believe it has nothing to show for, and that's what the Bible even admits itself. And it shows that when people turn away from God, that's when they fail. So we would have to put down our own, ideologies and see if there is something that could replace our own ways of doing things. And if there is a higher power, I would assume that our God, who gave us our abilities, will then be able to move into our life and show us these things. But I can't hold your hand. We got to start from the very basics principles of first, do you have a desire for the truth? And so far, you've already admitted that you can't even tell me what you believe truth is, and you want me to give you my definition of truth, even though I'm the one who claims to have it, right? So we haven't even started yet.
I gave you my definition right off the bat. And I said that's probably a different truth than what you have, which it obviously is. I can go to the dictionary and give you a definition of truth, but that's not going to be your definition of truth, right?
Well, don't take this as an insult, but I don't think you understand what you're saying because you never gave me a definition.
Twice.
You said that your idea of truth doesn't match mine. That's not giving me a definition.
No, I said what we hold to be true and what we think is right in the world. I've said that twice.
Yeah, that's not a definition. That's not a definition. That's like saying, you're getting more emotional. That's not a definition of truth. That's you saying what I think is true is truth. That's not what truth is. Truth would be like, yes, I know this because I've experienced it in my life and it has evidence. That's what I believe truth is, things that have evidence or fruit. Like I've already used this word fruit several times. We know them by their fruit is a term we use from the word of God, but you don't believe that. You're saying you don't need evidence.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Do you have evidence for what you already believe? Because I'm sure you already believe something, right?
Yeah, I have what I have. I think I have enough evidence to believe what I hold to be true.
Okay. What do you believe is true?
What do you mean? Lots of things.
Right. So lots of things. Do you think that's an answer though?
Yeah, absolutely. So I know you weren't on the call last time.
Okay.
I spent an hour and a half with Kanisha and Mitch going over everything that I believed in and my justifications for them. If you want to, what specifically are you asking about?
Well, I can just bet. I would bet everything that you believe in evolution, that you basically, got here through, the evolutionary process that is taught to us by the man-made system, and that you're basically just an animal, right? With evolved everything, evolved properties, everything you believe is evolved. Your sense, your immorals are evolved, right?
No, morals are taught.
So you do not believe in an inherent understanding or wisdom or consciousness that you already have built-in intrinsic properties of love and compassion. You have to be taught. You think you have to be taught love, compassion, empathy, hate, jealousy, greed, things like that?
No, those emotions are different than actions. I mean, and like I said before with Kanisha, I think it's a lot has to do with chemistry in your body.
Well, of course there's chemistry, right? But everything you think everything spawns from evolution is what I'm getting at, right? So you already have a belief system built up.
It's natural. I have a natural based worldview. Yes.
Right. The word natural actually has two different meanings. That is a secular meaning, but the original meaning actually means design or creation. So it depends on how we even look at the words, right? So words have meanings. So even our approach to the definitions of words is everything. If I have an intent for there to be a nature without God, then I'll say that I'm a naturalist. But if I understand that God created nature and nature means creation, then I've already started the premise with a bias, and we're both biased, right? So we both already approach these things with our bias, and we already, both of us, probably have the same evidence. So it actually just comes down to our interpretation as is anyway. It's just our interpretation. How are we going to start this race, with our eyes?
Yeah, it's all up to interpretation.
Right. Well, we have a functioning system now, right, with morals, right? We try to think we have morals, right?
Mostly.
Right. When we have a system that, be honest with you, that slavery is in the modern world more prevalent than ever. People are enslaved to go to a school system and have to go to a government indoctrination system. And if we don't do that or don't force our children to go to the school system, we actually pay a penalty for it.
That's
so
not
slavery
true. That's not true.
Really, that's not true. Really.
Absolutely not. I've homeschooled my kid for 10 years.
And where do you get the curriculum from homeschooling them?
We have it's called a Celis Academy. It's online. It's accredited by the school district.
Right. That's the school. You just admitted the school system. Right. So you have to use a government. Right. So that's a government indoctrinated school system that you've used, which is the system. Right. So you have, the information comes from where?
From a body of educators that think this is what we need to teach our kids.
Right. And if you don't do that and don't find a way to meet their criteria, you would obviously be penalized for not meeting the criteria of forcing information to be taught to children. So that is a form of enslavement. It absolutely is a form of enslavement.
No, I don't have to teach my kid
is.
anything. I could do his homework for him and not teach him shit.
Right. That's right. But you are still meeting a criteria, and that would be considered fraud, though, right? So you would have to commit fraud and lie to the government and say that you're doing something, but you're actually not. So it would cause many issues that you could risk yourself. And it's just part of the system. I'm just pointing out that there are guidelines that we have to match. We live in a society that forces us to do things. And in that case, you would be forced to basically being lying, and taking a risk, which is not a big gamble. But still, most people just don't do that, right? And they just let the system have their kids, and, they use it as a babysitter system. And that's why we have basically a destroyed world at this point, because nothing we do is compatible with the Bible. I'm just trying to point this out. Everything we do now is literally the polar opposite of what the Bible shows us what we should be doing.
Where do you take your morals from out of the Bible? Is it Old Testament, New Testament, everything?
Yes, I would say the entire book, the 66 of the King James Version is my favorite. Yeah.
Okay. Just checking.
Yeah, and God gave us options, right? And I think that he did a really good job. Yeah.
So
Baruch Hashem, praise goes to him.
You'd agree that we should follow all the 10 commandments?
Yes, the 10 devarim, yes, the 10 words as we call them are really important for many reasons. And I think that it's okay. It's okay for me to talk also. I just want you to know this. So I'm going to continue to kind of say, no. Yeah, but in real life, you would not just start cutting me off. That would be crazy. Like, are you okay?
The conversation.
I know you can't just cut people off. I know, but you got to relax, guy. In real life, you wouldn't. I know you got to relax. You're just cutting me off. In real life, you would not do that. You got to relax when people are talking. You just. I mean, first, this is my proof right here. You are part of the secular system, and you think it's okay just to jump on people and cut them off when they're just trying to give you an answer. Listen, bro, I'm gonna just talk to you like I do in reality with people like this. So yes, the 10 commandments are awesome, and they give us a really good moral understanding of how we should do many things, starting with the very first one. And I don't think there's anything wrong with thou shalt not kill, and there's even a day of rest. God created the earth and heavens in 6 days and rested on the seventh. And these are all really intrinsic, built into our system. And when we end up actually researching the law, we end up realizing that these are actually within us already, and all of them make sense to me. So yes, not everybody will agree with that, because some people think the law was done away with. But yes, me particularly, I follow the entire 10 Commandments. Thanks.
Great. That was super easy. Do you think, or did God give us punishments for disobeying the 10 Commandments specifically?
Of course, there's consequences to everything.
And what are those consequences?
Death. That's
Death.
the consequence. Yes.
Do you think we should live in a society that punishes people for working on Saturdays with death?
Yes, back then. So 3,000 years ago, I know, just relax. You're going to get a lesson. I know this is new to you. So 3,500 years, just relax. You'll be okay. So 3,500, you're relaxed. You keep interrupting me. Listen, if you're going to, listen, if Mitch is going to kick me up, listen, stop. I would literally, no, you are condescending, little kid. You were laughing at me live on air. In real life, you would behave. Stop interrupting. Listen, I know you act like you're 12 years old. Relax, little kid. I know you're still a little kid. Stop interrupting me.
All right.
I'm trying to answer. You asked a question. You got to stop panicking, little guy. You'll be okay. You're literally talking to me from the safety of your computer. You're going to be okay. Listen, little guy. You're talking to me from the safety of your home. You don't have to be so scared. You'll be okay. This is every time I try to talk to you, atheists, you get so scared. You never let me finish a sentence. It's because you have no courage. You're scared to death over the internet. Relax. You'll be fine. Just let me finish a sentence. It's not asking for much. So here, Mitch, this is a good question. 3,500 years ago, Mitch, if you and I were living in a tribe of, let's say, the Levites, Levi, as we call them, and we personally saw the miracles of God, Mitch and Kanisha, could you imagine if God told us directly, after seeing his miracles and seeing the pillar of fire and the clouds and him following us and protecting us and him telling us, don't do this on my Shabbat for this reason and that reason, and if you break my law, you're gonna die. Yes, Mitch, carrying my tent and my tabernacle and my livelihood and my goats and my wife and my children, and you doing the same thing across the desert, trying to survive. If we caught somebody breaking the law after we just escaped out of Mitzrayim, Egypt, yes, it would make sense to apply that law, and that's when it was applied, and it should have been. Putting my family at risk when we are living in the desert after escaping imprisonment, yes, in that lifestyle, 3,500 years ago, things are going to be handled accordingly. Guess what happened, Mitch and Kanisha? As time went on, Jesus said, okay, listen, he who has committed no sin shall cast the first stone. So because our God loves us so much, he has let us not only break his law, he has now forgiven us. So everything comes to that standard of the context and circumstance of which we are living in. 3,600 years ago, you're darn right that should have applied. You putting my life at risk, things are going to happen. So yes, there's a context in place for everything. Thanks for allowing me to answer the question.
Okay, so going forward, for both of y'all, okay, and I'm not pointing anybody out, but we're gonna have pretty direct answers and questions, okay, because we just got to get to the point. All right, and so and then I want EJ to jump in a little bit, but Chew, if you want to respond to XO, and then we'll just go from there.
Is it okay? Am I allowed to now? Can I talk?
As long as you don't insult and interrupt people, yeah. Just try to stay calm.
I just told you to. So
real quick, I just want to say, I'm not really like a main type of speaker, so I just like to give inputs here and there. But I'll give inputs when I can. But
well, actually, if you could, can you do that? And just give insights here and there, and then we'll go back to Chewy, and then we'll just go from there.
Yeah. I just usually give input here and there, but he can continue with his line of questioning and everything. So I'm gonna listen.
That's fine.
Yeah. So the what I was asking the XO is he thinks that we should still be living by the 10 Commandments and by everything that God says, and to me, this is my personal subjective morality. I don't think people should be punished or put to death for working on Saturdays, or for disobeying your parents, or for lusting over something. Like, those aren't punishable objective or capital punishment related stuff. So that's where my personal morality disagrees with what's in the Bible. And we don't make our laws based on the Bible.
That's the point. We should. Okay,
Well,
that's the
no,
point,
we shouldn't.
because again, like whenever it comes to God, right? This is His objective, right, standard. This is
Right.
what He has written down for His creation that He created to then observe and to act on it. Okay, and so and to apply it into our everyday lives. Okay, so that's why it is objective, and that's why the God of the universe, again, Romans chapter 9 says, "Who are you, O man, to argue back to God?" And so that's basically the same thing, right? So, if God says not to do it, that means not to do it. And that's basically our argumentation. So, really, we are not, again, this is the problem, that we don't really care what somebody's preference is. We're trying to get to what is objectively true.
Right.
And that's all we're saying here. So I'm going to jump out now.
Yep. No, and that was my original point, 30 minutes ago, asking, where does the book come from? Because if I don't think that there's necessarily a reason to believe the book, then why do I need to follow what it says? That was my original point. So yeah, I can disagree with a lot of things in the Bible, and so do people that live in this world, but we don't want them forced upon us. Like, we don't make laws based out of the Bible, Old Testament or New Testament.
Yeah,
I can't think of three. Murder and slavery are the only two that we really have laws against. Everything else is just fundamentalist Hebrews still follow their book. I have no problems with that, but they don't force it on anybody.
Actually, actually, that's not necessarily true. And the XL, I'll let you back in. I just wanted to set this straight here. No, actually, lying is actually, it's not supposed to happen in court, and that's why you put your hand on the Bible. Ironically, put your hand on the Bible and you raise your hand and you say, I will tell all the truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God. That's why we do that. Is because that is a Christian thing that we have established. All right.
Perjury is different than lying.
Well, I'm just saying. Well, no, because that's the same thing. Perjury and lying. That's what you're doing, is lying when you're plagiarizing.
You're under oath.
That's what you're doing.
In a court of law. I can lie to you right now, and there's no punishment for that.
Well, because you're not under the court of law. This is not somebody's. It's not somebody's life.
I'm not saying there isn't instances where it's okay to take someone's life or to murder or to steal. Like, I know there's always things that can happen where those things are justified. But I'm just saying, as a general law, we don't say lying is illegal.
Okay, so the first thing is here, okay, and the XL, I want you to jump in here, is so basically the argumentation here, if you want to, the XL, just jump in and we'll go there.
Yeah, the content of the character is going to give away everything, Mitch. And we don't go to atheist, places and start saying, hey, you need to know why the Bible's right. We of course, accept invitations, and I have talked to thousands of atheists. My favorite, of course, is doing it in person. The conversations always go much better because, the internet leads to so many comfort zones. People just flip out, they interrupt you. They won't let you talk. They get very emotional, which I don't know why it's so emotional for people just to allow somebody to answer a question. That's all I'm asking for, is I want to give people answers. But if I immediately get interrupted every time I try to answer, then there's something going on here. It's because people are afraid of the truth. They're afraid of answers, which we've talked about in the past. And, I don't mind any question. There's really no question that I'm not afraid of. But the answers are already in the Bible. There's reasons why God said, yes, you shouldn't work on the Shabbat. If I ask the people why it was wrong, who don't believe it, I guarantee they can't tell me why it's wrong. Also, we must realize that when Jesus repeats the law in the New Testament, he's always referring to the Torah. He's actually always reading from the literal 5 books of the Bible, from the Bereshit to the Devarim, the Deuteronomy, and it repeats: if love God with all your heart, mind, and all your soul, love thy neighbor as yourself. If I follow this, just those 2 laws, Kanisha and Mitch, I won't be taking advantage of my neighbor financially, right? I won't lie to them. I won't cheat on my spouse. I won't murder. I won't cheat. I won't steal. Isn't that amazing when we think about it? If I just love God and my neighbor, all these other laws literally fall under that. And the Shabbat obviously goes to loving God, right? We don't, witness or observe is what we do. We don't observe, not all of us. Some of us do, right? There's different levels to everything. The reason why we observe the Shabbat is because we have that level of relationship. People have different relationships with God. And some of us observe the Sabbath, which goes back to the very first understanding of love God with all your heart, all your mind, and all your soul. It's literally all goes back to having a relationship with God. And that's why I emphasize that 3,500 years ago, people were put to death. They are not put to death now. It was Jesus that said, you have to be without sin, or he who was without sin cast the first stone. So for 2,000 years, there has been no death penalty for not obeying these laws. And it's because God is so good to us. And Baruch Hashem, all praise goes to him.
Okay, Chewy.
Yeah, no, so I opened with, how do we know who wrote the Bible? And obviously the answer, the truth is that God wrote the Bible from what I've heard. But, I don't think that's the case. I don't think it was written that way. I don't think.
So this is where the Bible came from. All right, so I'll just give you this.
Yep.
All right, and so the Bible come from. Okay, and I'm just going to put it in simple terms. Okay, so we're not going to try to do all this other stuff, and we can, but just upright, right? Just so we can get past this little hump here.
Mhm.
The Bible, right, was written by men. Okay, now listen. It's written by men. All right, plus 40 of them, right? 40 plus of them, all right, through thousands of years apart, but they were inspired by God. Okay, so yes, Moses wrote Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy because God told him to write it down. If you look into the law, right, he constantly says, write this down in order to let the children of Israel be able to observe it correctly, not just with word alone, but they're able to go back to it and be able to memorize it and learn it and establish it. All right.
Okay.
And so that was the whole point to it, was that, again, written by men, but they were all inspired by God.
Cool.
I'll get in line. You just let me know when I can speak, Mitch. I'll wait. Go ahead.
I've got 2 questions off of that. One, how do we know Moses existed?
And next, though, you can.
Yep.
And
How do we know Moses
can,
existed?
respond first.
Outside of the Bible, how do we know Moses existed? And 2, how did stories be written about the Israelites after Moses died? Because there's stories in the Bible that continue on after Moses' death, which would be impossible for him to write it.
It's kind of like driving. My first job, Kanisha and Mitch, I was a lot attendant. I think it was around like 1997, 98, because my dad worked for Chrysler Dodge at the time. And within a period of about 2 years, I had learned a lot, learned how to drive many different vehicles. Obviously manual transmissions, diesel trucks, race cars, got really blessed. Actually, the Lord let me do all these really crazy things. I met thousands of people and I developed, and it was crazy. And all these experiences, I didn't have to go and research them and go, wait a minute, before I drive, 10,000 cars and talk to 20,000 people, let me go find out if Henry Ford is a real person and talk to Ransom E. Oldsmobile or Chrysler Brothers or the Dodge Brothers. You don't have to do that. You can just start where you are now, start learning, you hit the ground running, and you find out what the fruit is, no matter what field you get involved in, whether it's the aerospace industry, the automotive industry, if you want to be a scientist or practice husbandry, you really actually don't have to find out the origins. Now, that might come later. You might become an enthusiast and go, you know what? I really like the auto industry. I'm going to now find out about the Dodge Brothers and find out how they got their start and wow, how do they have some biblical influence there? And that's interesting. But you can just find out by how the systems operate now. You know, certain car companies like the Yugo didn't do well, or the Ford Edsel didn't sell well for one reason or another. But things that do well, or things that work with us, we will know them by their fruit. And that's why God gives us the word of God. God doesn't say, before you read my Bible, make sure you find out how I did all these things and find out if Moses was real and find out how, you know, we part of the Red Sea. No, God's going to say, listen, this is different. You're going to have to either trust me or you can do things your way. And that's why we actually have to let our own standards go. And when I was turned over to the Bible about 15 years later, it actually got all those worldly things out of my life, and I completely changed my way of doing things. So it's actually, unfortunately, for many atheists, if they don't lose their standard of, you know, trying to find things out their way, they actually can't understand how things work in God's ways. And now, obviously, being, you know, into the Bible for 15 years now, it's been the greatest gift of my life. And it's obviously, I became a care provider. You know, I did many things. I don't really want to talk about myself, but God has given me so many blessings and miracles because I let my own methods go and because I just trusted him. And he uses the word to make it very easy. So he gave everybody a Bible, everybody a text manual and a love letter so that we could go by his standard.
Yeah, I kind of like what you're saying. And it kind of reminds me of when you were talking about that, you know, with this world, you know, he doesn't want, you know, think that you got to be able to figure out everything about God before you can believe in him or believe, you know, but he's like, we're without an excuse that
Right.
we know that there's a God.
Exactly.
In Romans 1, you know, it says, you know, what may be known about God, you know, it's Romans 1:19, what may be known about God is manifest in them. It's been manifested in them, in their spirit and soul, that they know that there is a God, for God has shown it to them. It's been clear. They don't have an intimate relationship, but God gave them a spirit that they may know him. And it's been shown clearly, because since the beginning of creation, the invisible attributes are clearly seen. So the invisible attributes, you know, the word of God is, you know, what has been created, all things that are visible. So the things that are invisible is what's created, things that are all clearly seen, being understood by things that are made, even as invisible power and Godhood. So the things that are made, we can clearly see that there's an intellectual being. You look at the eyeball, the brain, you know, how things operate, the perfect, you know, DNA and just how everything operates, you know, even how a car functions. It's like, I look at my car, I can't even change my own tire, let alone, you know, and I try to figure out how to run that whole engine. I don't know how people do all that stuff. You know what I mean? You know, we all have our special
Right.
abilities.
Yeah, Sean, but if you wanted to work on something, you don't have to find out the origins. God and every single system that approaches us, we can literally start there.
Yeah,
you can start right there and find out.
I don't have to learn everything about a car. I just need to know how to grab the steering wheel and know where the gas pedal is, and then take a little driver's lesson and learn how to do it. And then I can go into deeper things of God if I want a relationship with that car, right? I can invite that car into my life and take it off the dealership. I can buy that car.
Yeah, so right. So first is knowing that it is a car. Okay. Knowing that it's simply a car. And hey, I can drive this thing.
Yeah.
Okay. How do I drive it? Right, you get in there, right? You put the shifter in, right? You crank it, and you start going down the road. But then, just like you said, we then grow in knowledge. So, what if I have a flat tire? Well, I don't know how to change a flat tire. Okay, well, let me learn. Let me, you know, let somebody else teach me, and or whatever have you, and then we can then grow in knowledge. So that's basically what that is, right? So we know God, we know that's a car, right? We know that's a car. We know it's God. Okay, God is God. All right. We know we then become in relationship with him and get to know him, and that's how that works. So again, I'm on board with what you guys are saying, that you don't have to know everything about it to be able to know that it is good.
I get it that you guys are promoting faith, and I get it. you don't ask questions, just believe, jump on the train now. But that's not how my brain works. I don't.
That's
I don't.
not. That's not
I
You got to
what
put
it is.
in faith in
I
your
don't.
relationship with a wife.
Yeah, I
No,
said
put your
fruit.
faith in a
Yeah.
wife.
I have trust in my relationship with my wife. I don't.
Well,
I
there
don't,
you go. It's the same kind of thing. It's a relationship with God. You got to put your faith.
Oh,
in
I just want to point out one thing Sean and Mitch said. I've said I've had many miracles in my life that God gave me after I became faithful. He literally has fulfilled my life with beyond reason and understand that I ever thought I could ever have. He's given me countless miracles, and I just don't want to talk about myself because I don't want to brag. But no, the gifts that he has given me is why I have this relationship and understanding, and why I do reciprocate, why I do research the Hebrew, from the Bereshit to the Greek, the Apocalypse, and how I've become this crazy Christian that I am now isn't just a faithful thing. No, that would have been, many people can just have a relationship with God and have faith, but there are different levels, and we're all very different. Mitch is not like me, and Sean is his own man. We're all very different, and God likes to have a variety of different children. And that's the thing, is that if you want to undermine it, you're never going to figure it out. You have to realize that there's a dynamic here that's beyond just getting answers, especially if you don't want the answers, if you're never going to get it.
So I'm
Go ahead.
I'm a technician by trade, but a long time ago. Now I'm in something different, but I spent 15 years fixing things. The first thing you need to know before you fix something is how it works, right? So I need to, in my mind, this is just my mentality. This is how I go about things. Is that if I'm gonna jump on a 2,000-year-old boat, I need to make sure that I know it's gonna be seaworthy, right? I'm not just gonna take a boat that someone, hey, take that boat over there.
Yeah.
It's good. I'm gonna check it and make sure that it's seaworthy before I jump on it, or know how to work things before I try to fix them. Like, you got to have a complete understanding.
Amen.
And so me, I'm digging into this, and there's answers that don't make sense to me.
Real quick, I don't want to interrupt you guys. I'm so sorry. I'm going to go ahead and just hop off and watch from my phone because there's too many Christians on here. So I'm going to go ahead and hop off, but I'll be here, but I won't be on StreamYard. I'm going to close off my StreamYard. But if you guys are watching on my channel, hop over to Mitch's channel. I think it's just streaming on his. Yeah, it's not streaming on Sean's. It's just streaming on Mitch's right now. So, continue watching over there because I'm going to go ahead and end my stream.
Just put the link
watch on Mitch's channel.
Put Mitch's channel in the link in the chat.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah.
So then you can have a link.
And cool. Again, if there's any atheists or even if you're agnostic, right? Jump on. Let's conversate because just like what Kenesha said, too many Christians on here. Let's get some atheists or agnostics in here. We need to liven up the conversation a little bit.
And somehow, like JP Uncut was able to like switch us over to another person's StreamYard. I wasn't sure how that was possible. I thought that was interesting. Somehow we got transferred to.
I seen you on that live stream.
The JP Uncut.
Yeah. Actually, it was.
I got to be first one up.
Yeah.
I get cut off. I got cut off after every sentence. I couldn't.
I didn't even get to see you talk at all. Actually, I didn't even see you talk at all.
That's always how it is for poor Sean.
You actually have the exact verse.
Wait,
you have the exact verse in your head. I don't want to hear it.
Sean, it's divine intervention. Trust me. It's divine intervention.
Like an odd question in the Bible, and you're like, no, wait, you're not supposed to have an answer for it. You're not. No, I didn't want to hear an answer. I wanted you to just squander in your, nonsense. And it's like, no, I actually have the answer.
So
real quick, hold on, guys. Real quick, Mitch, everybody's gonna hop over to your channel right now. You might want to make some more mods before you continue on. So like, look at your phone or something and like add a few more mods on there, because they're all on my channel, and it's just me as a mod. You guys hop over there real quick. Watching on my channel, hop over there. I'll see you guys over on Mitch's channel. Okay, perfect. Okay, realize make her mod. That's Peanut. She's dope. Mel, of course.
Yeah, she's always on here.
Beast.
Melody is always on here.
Don't make me a mod, Mitch. I'll just ban everybody.
I already told them earlier to make you mod, but yeah, those are really good peeps, so they'll do you right.
Kenesha, if you can, whenever you hop off, can you go into WhatsApp and I forget how to do it. So actually, I think I do know how to do it. Hang on a second. Just go in there and let me know anyway.
Okay.
I ain't got no.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you right now. Go on your phone.
Yep.
Go to your page.
Okay.
Okay. Click your live stream that's going right now.
Okay.
Someone has to comment in there. You have to be on his channel. So go ahead and comment. If you're watching on my channel, go click Mitch's channel. And then you click their little bubble. And then you'll see it where it says add as a moderator. And you want to add a standard.
See, I think Melody's already on there. I think Beast Mode already on there.
As mods?
Yeah, that's what it says. It has that little wrench bar on there, or that wrench emblem. Is that what
You're
that
not
is?
watching. You're not looking at my channel, are you?
Oh yeah, man.
See, yeah, look, Brad.
Wait a minute, everybody here is already modded. What happened?
Look, audience, I want you to know I'm the big sister to both of these guys right here.
Exactly.
Yep. So this is why I'm saying this, right? If you are subscribed to Kanisha's channel, odds are you're subscribed to mine, or anybody who even cares what I have to say comes from Kanisha's channel. Okay, so just let that be known. Okay, so yes, I'm on here. Okay, I got you. All right, you good? Yeah, jump off.
All right, guys. Well, I'm signing off. I'll see you guys on Mitch's channel.
All right, sounds good.
I don't know about you guys, Sean and Mitch, but I couldn't really even give God a second look, 20 years ago, because I believed in evolution. And it wasn't until God showed me the truth about that, scary word science, and showed me that all science actually disproves evolution. I couldn't open myself up to the biblical truth anyway, or Jesus, or letting myself go at all. So as long as I believed that I was an evolved animal and just went along with the consensus of pseudoscience and cartoons of, monkey people coming out of trees and eventually coming stockbrokers and lawyers, I couldn't know anything that was true either. So I couldn't do anything until I let that religion go personally.
Yeah. I always knew I wasn't of this world, and I'm still not of this world because I've been born again,
Amen.
But I've never fit into this world at all. Never. Just never talked to anybody.
So, Chewy, we'll go back to you, buddy.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Yeah, I'm here. No, I was just, before Kanisha jumped on, I was just saying that, that's not how my brain works, and I can't just, just believe or just have faith and jump on that boat and then sink in the ocean. I got to, kick the tires and check the sails and make sure that everything's going to be okay before I get on. So I get where you guys are coming from, but it doesn't work for me. That's why I have these questions.
Yeah, but that's not respectfully, that's not what Christianity is. Okay, it actually tells us to test the faith. All right, it tells us to test ourselves. Okay, it says to test the spirits. Okay, it says all these things. So it's not just a blind faith. Okay, and actually I'm not saying that we have to go into this conversation by itself, but I mean we can if you want to. But I would say that atheism is actually more blind faith than Christianity, because Christianity actually has something that you can appeal to and have objective, something to look to that never changes. Okay, and so that's the way that I see it. Okay, and that's okay if you see it that other way. But
no,
that's really
I have.
Here.
I get it. I've looked into it, and I don't. There's a lot of stuff in there that I don't like.
Yeah.
And
there's a lot of stuff in there I don't like.
Right. And so for me like you said, it doesn't change. And like XO had mentioned earlier, the laws of the Hebrew Bible still apply today. Like in God's eyes, Kanisha has tattoos, that's punishable by death. And I don't know if she got her tattoos before or after she converted. I don't know Kanisha's story. I just see tattoos, and I know that the Bible says don't put ink on your skin. Otherwise, but there's also like Leviticus. I mean, there's stuff in there, but does that just apply to the Levites or the priests or the Deuterist priests or whatever? But people take it as this applies to everybody.
Well,
Yeah,
what did
but
you have
I
to
guess
find
it,
out? Can I just say one thing about this real quick? Because I just want to point
yeah,
out that to Chewy, and that we don't have to agree for a long time. In fact, we shouldn't. It's good that we don't. But I just want to point out that scientifically, using that word cautiously, for some reason, they were being taught things that nobody else understood for thousands of years, to be clean in certain aspects, to eat certain things, to not eat certain things. And then we find out now in the last 100 years that these animals that they weren't supposed to eat actually have microorganisms, or actually have fecal matter in their bloodstream, really disgusting things that I don't even want to talk about. And for some reason, it points to that they had special divine wisdom thousands of years ago. And they actually had a cleaning process, not just with water. They would clean certain things with fire, because things had to be cleaned at different levels. And they literally had a wisdom and knowledge far beyond anything that we've had until the last 10% of or 5% of our existence. If you know 5,000 years, I mean, it's just, there's so many miracles, that there's so much wisdom in the Bible is the first thing that I realized. So I would just point out that there is so much validity on its face value. Looking at the law, these people were told to do things because they didn't have microscopes. And now 5,000 years later, wow, without the microscope, we would have no idea why these laws needed to be applied. And I just want to point that out. That's all.
I think that they could have, hey, let's go fishing, and then eating 3 days or 3-day-old fish, and Joseph dies. That's a good reason not to eat fish. Trial and error is what a lot of that can be. It doesn't have to be divine to know that you get food poisoning for eating rotten shellfish or unclean animals. Like,
Well,
it's trial
that
and
would be
error.
applying your own imagination. Well, yeah, you're applying your own imagination when the book said that there was another reason why they have the information. So as long as you do that, you're not going to be able to understand, because you keep inserting your imagination when the Bible says there's something else happening here. There is a wisdom, there is a knowledge.
There's people that survive exclusively off of seafood, shellfish, all over the world that never had those problems that these people had. So it's not the
That's your
animals that are unclean.
No,
It's the
actually, they're
practices.
not. They're actually not living half as long as the average people back then were living over 100 years, 150 years, actually, some of them. It
How
said
do you know that?
Moses' eyes were still good. That's what I'm telling you. If you don't believe what the Bible says, then you can't understand. At 120 years old, it said that Moses still had good vision. I'm just pointing this out, that nobody after 80 or 70 these days has good vision, usually. And the people that eat like an all carnivore diet or eat unclean animals do have severe health issues. And even to this day, the Hebrew culture doesn't suffer from any of the things the average American does that actually eats differently. Not that you're going to go to hell for these things, but there are not just the spiritual benefits, they're all literal physical benefits to the wisdom that's in the Bible. And it just starts getting crazy once you start applying this understanding. But again, you have to first let your own imagination go. If you're looking for an excuse to hide from the Bible, you'll never understand it.
I'm not trying to hide from the Bible. I'm looking at it from a outside point of view.
Well, earlier
So
you said that the Dark Ages believed in the Bible. That's the exact opposite. So you were already applying this crazy notion. You were saying that the anti-Bible people were pro-Bible. So you obviously have some sort of, pre-ideology that makes no sense at all. So there's something wrong.
Yeah, I was actually reading that verse. Leviticus 19:28 says, "You shall not make any cuts on your body for the dead." So it's interesting. It says like for the dead, because we're not going to have anything to do with the dead, or tattoo yourselves. I am the Lord.
Well, Sean, I've done way worse than get a tattoo. I wish getting a tattoo was the worst thing I ever did. I'll tell you what, I got the death penalty 100 times over, and that's not, the Bible makes it very clear that we're forgiven. Like, people got to understand, none of us are good, and Kenesha's tattoos, gosh, that's nothing compared to my lifestyle, to what I used to do. So we're all sinners, and we all need to be saved. We've all broken his law, and it's what comes out of our mouth, right? When we say the law doesn't matter, that's actually even worse. Go ahead.
Yeah, the shellfish. It's not about what comes, what goes into your mouth. It's what comes, the evil that comes out of your heart. That's what sin is things that come out of your heart. And it doesn't matter what you eat in your mouth. So it's never about shellfish. That was just a direction so that, I've people just to follow laws to, that are good and proper, like kosher, right? But we don't have to follow the kosher laws. I mean, he even told Peter, he's like, no, eat everything. Eat everything. He's like, wait, I've never eaten this. He's like, eat everything, because he's like, everything I give you is good. So that's already, kind of like been debunked, because that's not been the purpose of God keeping shellfish from people. So.
Right. And that, and on top of that, right. So basically, the whole purpose, and this is the way I like to see it, and this is the way I put it, is the reason that God put those laws in place is for an outward appearance of being holy.
Yeah.
But then whenever Christ came,
tattooing, yeah,
right?
they're tattooing because you look crazy
right.
with all these tattoos, and like, you know, when someone's just got tattoos everywhere, and you're like, hey, can you have that person come over and watch my kid? And you're like, he's just got tattoos everywhere. Like, I don't know. I try, you know, it's because it's like there's something wrong. You're like, and we're made in God's image. We're supposed to be like literally like clean and pure and like what God made, not all these like random crazy tattoos on us. And like it makes us look crazy.
Yeah, and,
you know what I mean?
Right, and that's why those things were not abolished. Those things were not done away with, but they were fulfilled in Christ. Yeah. And so instead of an outward appearance of us not doing certain things, now it's an inward appearance that us being holy, okay, and set apart. That was the whole purpose of those kosher laws. That was the whole purpose of the all the moral laws and everything else. The only problem is that the moral laws we should still uphold when it comes to actual morality, is because Christ did that within us, and now we are showing it outwardly. So basically that's the same thing. We are set apart inside rather than just outside only. And that was the whole point of it. So the whole shellfish thing, like, oh, you shouldn't eat shellfish and all that because God doesn't like shellfish. It's not about that. It's a lot deeper than that. It's not just about shellfish. It's about
I agree that it's not about he doesn't like shellfish. I know there was, physical implications of eating rotten seafood. I get that.
Like the kosher.
Okay, it was just.
There's many different levels. You'd have to study. Well, you got to study the law to understand why, though. So you'd have to be careful with what we say. There is certainly descriptive reasoning behind all of it, and yes, it is multi-layered. It's not just physical; it is spiritual. There's certainly different layers to it. But again, that's why in Psalms 119, David says, "I have obeyed your precepts. That's why I became wiser than all the ancients." So there's also a wisdom about it as well.
Is Deuteronomy 22 verses 28 and 29 a moral law?
22, 28.
Well, what is the law? I don't have all 613 memorized. What's one of those laws?
22.
Let's pull it up.
I'm outside right now.
Okay.
What was it? Deuteronomy what?
22.
28.
Yep, verses 28 and 29.
22, 28. It says, "You shall not make." Oh, I literally just read it. I just read it somewhere else. I literally just read it. "You shall not make any cuttings in your flesh for the dead." Like there's something about you're not supposed to be associated. Like you're doing it for the dead.
No. 28 and 29.
Mine a 20. Oh, you know what? I wonder if my screen didn't change. Hold on.
If I have an affair with a woman, I have to have I have to be married to her. If I have an affair,
that's a
I would have been married to a couple people back then. I guess it's probably different that it changed. Yeah.
That says seizes her. That's not having an affair.
You don't know what that means. Careful now. You don't know that. So you're saying you don't know what that means. What version is this?
And lies to her.
Yes, it does. It means that it is a literal. It is an agreed relationship. It's not rape. Yeah, that's not rape. In fact, there's a law against raping. So this does not apply to raping. This is actually a mutual agreement. Is what this. Yes, if I seize a woman at the bar, if I talk to a woman at the bar, Mitch and Sean, and I convince her to go home with me, that's not rape. That is what many men do. That would mean that literally men have been raping all these women for thousands of years. No, that would be an agreement between the two parties. That would mean the guy has game. He knows how to talk to a woman. Yeah.
If I grab a girl and lie to her and then have sex with her and then pay her father 50 pieces of silver, we're doing okay?
It says like
if you convince a girl to have if you convince if you are a good talker and you do that and you shouldn't have, that's not rape, and you may owe them money. 2,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago, you might have to pay for something. That would be good. So that's not rape. If you want to add rape to it, that would be your own imagination. It's not.
Can you show me where rape is?
So every time you've had sex with a woman out of marriage, you've raped a woman. So you've raped women before.
No, it was consensual. This isn't consensual.
Yeah, that is consensual. It absolutely is. It is consensual. Yes, it absolutely is.
You're a
So
liar.
real quick.
No,
quick,
you're a
hang on.
liar. I'm sorry, you're a coward.
25.
Sorry, you're looking for excuses. So you're literally
Yeah.
scared to death. Yeah, he's scared.
Yeah, so
verse
look at this real
25.
quick.
Verse
Yeah,
25
verse 25.
talks
It's
about,
actually in this passage.
yeah,
So it says,
literally it talks about your subject here. So let's go to verse 25.
but if in
Poor thing.
in the open country, okay, a man meets a young woman who is betrothed, and the man seizes her and lies with her, then only the man who lay with her shall die.
because he forced.
Yes, exactly. Isn't it nice? The law is very clear. Yes.
So
Okay.
and also, but in this passage right here, let me read it and let me give a little bit of insight here. Okay,
Sure,
this is what it says in verse 28.
Yeah, words matter, but you have to know that words
Right.
matter. You have to believe in the
Because
meaning of
in
words.
the
Yeah, you
first
can't just
one-
add your own imagination. Yep.
In that first verse, 25, she was betrothed. Yes, that means she was committed to marrying someone.
Yeah.
Yes. Great. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's called adultery. Yeah.
Yeah.
So right here,
so in
and,
this
and
one-
also it was rape. So listen, let me just read it. Verse 28. If a man meets a virgin who is not betrothed and seizes her and lies with her, and they are found, then the man who lay with her shall give the father and of the young woman 50 shekels of silver, and she shall be his wife, because he has violated her. He may not divorce her in all his days. That's a punishment, brother.
Right. And if I seize,
No,
lie, and violate
no,
a
hang
woman,
on.
that
It's
is not
because now
Yeah.
the woman
He's adding
is
words.
not
He's
married.
scared. He's
The
adding
woman
words.
is
Yeah.
not
I'm reading the
marriable.
words. I'm reading the words that are right there. Seize, lie, violate. Those are
That's not what it says in the original version. It means to literally have a adulterous relationship with a woman. That's why it says they. It doesn't say him. It says they. They are both having an adulterous consensual relationship.
Okay, so if I may, real quick, I just muted everybody because I just want to. I'm just trying to get it out there. Okay, so the point here, okay, is that again, that's a punishment for the guy. That's not a punishment for. It's not an unrighteous thing for the woman that was raped. Okay, so do you understand the context? Obviously, you don't, because if you did, then you would not have this problem. All right, in the other laws, right, when it comes to marriage, all right, there was many laws, right, where the husband had to literally give everything to his wife when it came to being uh like loving her with everything that he's got, right, sacrificing for her, okay, being there for her, you know, just doing all the stuff, right, giving her what he has and everything like that, just giving everything of himself to her. Okay. I'm sorry, but when a man rapes a woman, it's only by lust, it's not by commitment. So God actually makes it a commitment and makes that man under that law in commitment to
Exactly.
that woman.
Imagine having
so
to. I
then
mean,
the
just you got to be
woman-
insane to think it's not.
Yeah,
imagine
and then the
having to-
woman gets
imagine-
everything. The woman
imagine
gets
being-
everything.
Imagine being forced to marry.
And so
your rapist.
now,
You're
and so now, listen, and so now,
Guilty
right,
conscience.
and so
Yeah,
and so
totally.
now here's what happens. Here's what happens, right? And so now the rapist has to literally live with that guilt. And now he has to pay her with his entire life. He has to give his entire self to her. He has to give everything that he owns is hers now. He has to give everything that he makes as a wage to her now. Everything that he is now hers. So yes, that is a punishment for him, not for her. And in fact, it's actually just because the woman gains everything.
And you mentioned earlier that you think we should be making laws based on the Bible. Would this be applicable today?
Yes, the Bible says that rape is the death penalty, and it should be the death penalty today.
Can
I
you
rest
show
my
me
case.
where, can you show me where it says that?
You can't. We just showed it to
I
you. We
literally
just showed
read
you.
it to you. I
You
literally
just read. Yeah,
read
he
it to you
can't
in
see,
verse
bro.
25.
This poor guy.
Go back up.
He can't read.
Because
He
she's
can't read.
It
betrothed.
says right here.
Because he
Yep.
violated the betrothment.
Yes, that means that she went along with him, was consensual. That's why it
Right.
says they. The word is they.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
And-
down
and
below
so
it doesn't
again-
say she should die. Down below it does
but again,
he marries her and pays
there's
the
a
father.
He can't read. It
but
just
again,
said he'll
there's
be put to
different
death.
Yeah.
Where?
It literally.
They
Wow. Okay.
they
Hang
should
on a
be put to
second.
death.
Okay. Yeah. Well, right here it
Rapists
says.
will be put to death. Yes, that's what the Bible says, and that's what they should be
It says
today.
right here.
Yes.
Says right here, and the man seizes her and lies with her, then only the man who lie with her shall die, not the woman.
Right, because she was betrothed.
That was rape. Yeah, that was rape.
Yeah,
If it's rape,
100%.
they get put to death. Duh.
But
So
she-
I mean,
she
it's
was-
not complicated.
She was committed to someone else
but again,
as property.
but see that's why now this one in verse 28 and 29 does not apply to that married woman.
Right.
But this one right here is not to a married woman, but then she literally gains everything from this man that did her wrong.
Hey, Mitch, can you make the screen
it's
bigger?
reading
Can you
it's
make the screen
literally
bigger? Can you make the screen bigger, Mitch?
no, I'm not. I have all the passages in the Old Testament where it says that the man, the husband, see, you don't know this, but the man, because you don't know the context of the law, you don't know the law. The man literally has to serve the wife. See, you don't know that.
Can you show me?
So
I'm here asking questions. Can you show me?
So basically, let me finish. All right.
Mhm.
So basically, okay. All right. So the man now has to be the husband, has to provide, has to, has to take care of her. And so basically, that's the same thing as like, okay, that's a punishment. Because you don't want to have to give that person that you just did wrong and evil to, you don't want to have to then pay them back. And literally be a life. And it says, he shall never divorce her all his days. So there's no escape to this. There's no escape from this punishment. Death is the only escape. So really, he dies. That's the only way to escape this punishment.
I just don't think it's fair that the girl is
care.
forced to marry her rapist, and then
Yeah, but
and then
the
her father's
woman-
paid for it.
Yeah, but just like that's why Mary, any woman in the Old Testament, if she was not a virgin, she was, good as nothing because no one wanted to marry a non-virgin. So she's just left destitute.
And that's
so no, without a man. So if she's now not a virgin, she's now left without having any support of any man because the women in the Old Testament would want to have sons so that they would support, help support her. And so women needed that support or they'd just be left out. It's kind of like Islam. They don't really take care of the women. They treat them like property and things like that.
Yeah, I think it's really sad.
That's not what Christians do.
No, it's sad that there's a value placed on a woman's purity or virginity.
No, it's that Jesus had to pay the price for us. There's a price that you have to pay. It's a price that has to pay. It's a bride's price. So he paid the bride's price for us. So it mirrors ours. He paid the price for us so that we can have life. So he paid the eternal debt that we owe. And so he was willing to give his life. And that's the whole point.
So yes, exactly. And thank you, Chris. You got it. That's exactly what this is. See, he knows what I say. Look at this. Obviously, he's mocking me, but
I'm not mocking anybody.
Yeah, 25 says 4. So I don't know. I think the King James version.
I said Chris,
Mitch,
not you. I didn't say Chewy. I said Chris.
If you read the King James version, I think it makes a lot more clear. It says force in 25. So when the man forces himself on a woman, he's going to be put to death. This is
I
not
was going to say that the KJV doesn't say seize. It says force. But then when you drop down to 28, it just says lay hold on her. Like to grab or to grasp and stuff, because obviously when you're doing intimate, you're gonna be taking hold of each other or whatever. But it says seize in Hebrew is to catch, grab, grasp, take, seize, or perceive. So I think it really depends. And there's other like take control, master, dominate. But I think it really depends on how you use the word seize in the Hebrew, because it has different meanings. But in the KJV, it doesn't say seize. It says force, like what he said in the verses prior, and then down it just says take hold and lie with her. So I guess it just depends on how certain people are reading it. So
Yeah, and that's right. And so the again, so if they are betrothed to another man and they get raped, then they shall only the man shall be put to death. The woman, nothing happens to her because it's not her fault. But if the woman is not betrothed, then the man that rapes her now has to take care of her for the rest of his days. So I see that as a punishment. Yeah,
It's
definitely a punishment.
for both of them. I don't think any girl should ever be forced to marry her rapist.
Well, then she's
Why?
just left
By
without
what
a
standard?
husband, and she's not taken care of, and she has to figure it out on her own. And it was a lot harder for a woman to support herself in the old times, and that's the
not her
reason.
fault.
No, but now she's left without nothing. So yeah, there was an unfortunate event. It's good that a rape happened, but now that it's happened, something needs to be done, and she needs to be taken care of. So she's forced to have, God's forcing that has to have, now she has to be taken care of. So
Well,
now
it sounded like-
now the man has to take care of the wife. He's forced to marry her, and they have to. So now everything he has is hers, and they share it just like it is now. The two become one flesh, and that's the way it's been since the beginning. And if the woman is not able to marry anyone else because like you're going after a virgin, you don't want to go after a prostitute, you know.
I was gonna say,
Yeah, and so go ahead, DJ.
I was just gonna say real quick, like I was saying with the KJV, if you're reading it in the KJV, it seems, at least how I'm looking at it here, it seems that the first scenario is force, like it's rape. It says force here, but then the second scenario, it doesn't seem like it's force. According to the KJV, it just says lay hold on her. Like it didn't say force. And it just said lie with her. It is the KJV. Obviously, different versions have different words in there. But if you're looking at the KJV,
and
it seems like it's not, the second scenario is not force. That's the only thing I was going to say. But, you know, different versions have different.
Yeah, that's fine. And also, like, if there's a dispute in there or whatever like that, then we can go to the original language or whatever like that. But either way, it's the thing. And so, and real quick, if I could just twist real quick and take a left turn, and we might come back to this, but if I could just take a left turn here. Grizzly says, Mitch, you're an awful person. By what standard? Okay, by what standard? All right, Chris says the same thing. He basically says that that's terrible. Okay, the rapist is the real victim here. Yeah, I agree. And so here's the thing. Oh, sorry. The real victim here. Crazy. What he's doing is he's mocking me. But here's the thing. So the point here is that really what it boils down to is if atheists see this as a wrongdoing, all right, if they cannot see, and they will not, the Bible says that they cannot see, all right, if they cannot see, then we can then pivot and go into the deeper things in a deeper conversation. And this is, by what standard is this evil? Okay, by what standard? If there is no objective morality and it's all subjective opinion, then who's to say that this is a wrong act? Because really, again, it's just whoever has the bigger stick gets to set the laws and gets to set what is morality. So again, if I'm a terrible person by just reading the Bible, okay, and if this is God being a terrible whatever, okay, then now we have to pivot, and now we have to, instead of borrowing from our worldview as an atheist, now y'all have to borrow from the Christian worldview and say, oh yeah, that's objectively wrong, when it's not, in the atheist way of thinking, when it comes to humanistic and or humanism and secularism. Okay, so Grizzly, Chewy, you got anything to say on that?
Yeah, two things. NIV translate, it does say rape. Like EJ said, different versions say different things. I just think, it sounded like from what was being discussed that she's not being taken care of, but obviously she's being taken care of by her father at the time. That's why he's being paid the money to no longer be able to betroth her to someone else.
Yeah, you're
because she's been
correct.
violated.
Yeah, you're
Right.
correct.
So
Yeah.
she's been taken care of by her father, but the loss of her virginity now, it
Yeah.
makes her less. It makes her less valuable,
Yeah,
less
you're
marketable.
right. You're correct.
That, to me,
And that's why that's a marriage.
that's really horrible that you think that.
By
that
what standard?
My
By
standard,
what standard is
mine,
that horrible?
mine, that you
Well, it
think
doesn't
that
matter.
a woman loses value based on her
It
virginity.
doesn't matter what your objective opinion
That's how I live
says.
my life. That's how I live
Okay.
my life, by my standards.
Okay, but I
by
don't.
my standards, that a girl
But I
loses value
simply
based
don't
on her
care.
virginity.
I
you
simply
I
don't
know.
care what your opinion is. I
Okay.
don't care.
But that's
You
how
know
a
why?
society's formed.
Do you know why?
Because it doesn't agree with you.
If my society gets bigger and we have the bigger stick, then your opinion means nothing
Absolutely
in your
not.
worldview.
The people with the bigger stick should be protecting the ones that don't have the big sticks.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
it
that's
shouldn't
not
be
how that
majority
works.
rules. Yeah,
But
absolutely.
it is.
We
It
feed
is
our
the
poor.
majority rules.
We teach our uneducated. We help those who don't get helped. We don't beat them with sticks because we can.
What?
You're saying that people with the bigger stick make the rules.
I'm using that as an analogy.
Right, and I'm
Okay?
continuing your analogy.
Because again, if my society gets bigger, all right, and I take over the laws of the land, okay, then that becomes the subjective morality of the land.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So it's either you obey or you go to prison.
Or get killed.
Sure.
Because there's places
But again,
that will still kill for apostasy or homosexuality or rape. There's countries and cultures that still kill for all that stuff.
Yeah.
Because that's what their
So
book
again,
says.
what is, huh?
Because that's what their book says.
Whose book?
I'm gonna say people that live in the Middle East that still rape or kill people for homosexuality.
Yeah, we see that everywhere.
I agree, and it's
But
based
again,
on biblical standards.
That's a biblical standard.
Yes.
Where?
When it says if a man lies with another man, they should be put to death.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Why?
Because God doesn't like it.
Exactly. Because
Well, I mean, adultery is the same thing. Adultery is the same thing. The adultery is the same thing. So
yeah.
So it's heterosexual, homosexual, it doesn't matter.
No.
Yeah.
It's the same. It's the same command. It's literally two different commandments and the same result.
It's the same thing when it comes to it. It's same thing when it comes
adultery
to
involves
that's
a third or fourth
It's
party.
the same thing. Hang on a second.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. All right. If a male and a female, all right, in God's law, if a male and a female, all right, if one of them or whoever commits adultery, okay, then the two that is within that act will be put to death. So it's not just homosexuality. It's not just a prejudice
also
against a certain group of people because it's popular nowadays.
Yeah,
okay, it's not about
fornication is
that.
really what I meant. Fornication is what I really meant. I stand corrected. Yeah.
Fornication is the same thing. So that's all sexual immorality. Everything that's against God's perfect rule, which is male and female in the contract. Dang, I can't talk. In the confines of marriage, okay. Anything outside of that is immoral. All right, that's just what it is. Okay?
Biblical marriage. Yeah. Yeah.
Male,
not everyone
male and
gets,
one female.
Not everybody gets married according to the Bible.
Well, I agree.
I can go to the courthouse and get married and have nothing to do with the Bible, and live my marriage how I choose to.
You know that's.
I'm just saying. I'm just giving an example.
Marriage is between a male and a female that make a commitment with one another, and
according to the Bible,
and they go to God for it.
Yep.
Right.
According to the Bible,
and that's a marriage.
According to the Bible. Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. People don't.
But yeah, it's always going to be according to the Bible when it comes to me, man.
Yeah, but that's not the real world.
So, again, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It does.
Because no, and here's how it don't matter. Because again, it's all subjective. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because again, if y'all are outraged at me by saying that is a punishment, okay? If y'all are outraged about that, now y'all have to answer the question, by what standard? If you say your standard, that immediately gets thrown away. Why? Because I don't care.
Do you care about the
you
standards
shouldn't care
of the
about
society
my
you live in?
you should not care about my opinion, and I should not care about your opinion when it comes to the betterment of humankind.
Do
Okay?
you care about the opinion of the society you live in?
No.
So if you moved to a society that didn't agree with your views, would you try to change their opinion?
I would like to, yeah. I would
Right.
like to get them to. I would like to get them to understand what the Bible says and make that law. Yeah.
Why do they care what you think?
Well, again, it's not about what I think; it's about what God says.
No, because you said you don't care what we think. So
I don't
why
care. I don't care what
Right.
you think, and you shouldn't care what I think. As far as subjectivity goes, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying.
Okay.
Objective, objective opinion. Okay, that is, and not opinion. Objective oughts. Okay, is what God sets forth. That is my argument. Okay,
And it's non-negotiable.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Because God created you and me. Okay, and it is within His right to do whatever He wills with His own creation.
Right.
And who are we, oh man, to answer back to God?
Well,
Romans
according
9.
to the Bible, we're made in the image of God. We're His.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Right.
We're created.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I just said. Yeah.
So
What's-
I mean,
what's the condition?
why did I got to go soon? My wife just got home from work, and I'd love to continue these conversations. You guys
Yeah,
are great,
sure.
except for
Yeah,
EXO, he's
yeah.
condescending. No, I don't. I just don't like being preached to and being called a little kid. That's all. No big deal. I'm not angry. I'm not
Yeah, you're
scared.
fine. You're fine, Joe. Yeah,
Yeah, no,
I'm
you
good.
guys are awesome. And that was just a little jab. I don't hate the guy. But
No, I know you don't.
Listen. You just got to know how EXO is, okay? And you know,
It's nothing personal.
Yeah,
No, no.
It's nothing personal.
So-
Actually.
right. All I was trying to do is have a conversation. Not
he'll
being
tell
preached
you.
to.
Yeah, he'll tell you himself that he loves your soul. He'll tell you that all day. So he loves you, okay? And I'm speaking on his behalf, and he can tell you.
It's like two brothers yelling at each other, and it's like, well, you know, they love each other, you know.
Right.
Right. No.
Yeah.
I gotta
my
go,
brother.
guys.
Go ahead. My brother used to hold me down, right? And just because he's bigger than me, he used to do that. But you know what? We're still brothers. So anyway.
Yeah.
No, we can leave it at that. It was a great conversation. I'd love to keep chatting with you guys. And I don't know if I'll subscribe to your channel, Mitch. And if you guys ever need me to come on or jump on, I'm free most nights. So if you want to just at me or something, let me know. So
and we can have it in that way, man. We can have a conversation every night because I'm going to try to do this every night now. But
yeah,
I'm going to try to.
All right, sounds good, guys. Thanks a lot. Have a good night.
All right, man. Peace.
All right.
God bless.
I think it's a kind of a good time to kind of be done for the night or whatever for even me. But unless there's something that needs to be talked about or something.
Well, I just wanted to give EJ a little bit, man.
Yeah.
He's been incredibly patient. EJ, what do you have anything to say on this?
No. I mean, the only thing I see is what he was bringing out in Deuteronomy. Like I said, you know, I guess it depends on the translation you're reading it in and how you're interpreting it. Like, I mean, even Jesus said, you know, how readest thou, you know, to what was it? I think it was one of the Pharisees or something like that. You know, how readest thou? So I think it's really depends on how you're reading it, because in the King James, it seems like the first scenario, like I said, is forced, it's rape, but then the second one is just if they have, you know, sexual, if they have sex basically outside of marriage, then because God wanted sex to be in the confines of marriage, like you said, man and woman, then they were to be married. But I guess it just depends on what version of the Bible you're reading.
Well, and real quick, EJ, with that being said, the reason that the reason for me that it would have to be rape or forced in that passage in the second one, because it's up to the husband in a marriage when it comes to the law to literally give everything to his wife, his whole self. Like you are to sacrifice yourself for your wife, and so you know everything that he owns is now hers. And so he has to literally take care of the victim that he just did wrong. So he's literally bound, right, to this covenant with this woman that he just sexually raped, okay? And now he has to take care of her as a victim to this heinous crime, and he cannot ever get out of it. Sounds like a punishment to me, and it sounds like the woman gains a lot. And so that's why it has, in my opinion, it has to read. Well, I mean, I figure it doesn't have to, but the way that would make sense in my head is if it was rape in the second one, because that would make sense to me. Because again, marriage is a sacrificial thing. So I sacrifice myself for my wife, and my wife does the same, right? And so we are serving one another in our own way, right? And so we have to be selfless, right? And even what Paul says, right? Paul says that in a marriage, right? My body is my wife's, and her body is mine. Not to take advantage of, but to simply be, look, you're my wife, and I'm going to cherish you as my own self, because we are now one flesh.
Yeah.
And so so basically, God wants to put that man that literally just raped this woman in a one flesh covenant that cannot be broken, right? And he has to live by those laws. And if he doesn't, then he gets punished. So it's like you are forced. So you forced yourself upon her. Now God's going to force you to take care of her. That sounds like justice to me. So that's the only way. I mean, that's the way that I see it. So, but I mean, I figure that we could possibly see that in another light. I'm sure we can. But I think that's the way that I see it, because that is what justice is.
Yeah.
Love your neighbor as you love yourself. Just love thy neighbor. And how is that loving your neighbor? Now the victim doesn't have to just be, all defeated and have to rely on, the father and everything like that. Now she gets to do what she wants, because now she's free. All right. And so, anyway, and she gets paid to be free. So that's crazy, right? So he has to pay for her, because women didn't work back then. Like, men did, right? So men got all the wages and everything else. And so they had to provide, right? So basically she, of course she had to submit herself to him, as, it went both ways, but he had to do his right too. Or he had to do what he was obligated to do as well by God. And so that I'll end with that, but that's why I think it has to be that way.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I wanted to get his opinion on what he thought if it happened to be that it wasn't forced in the second case scenario, to see what his thoughts on that was. But I didn't get the opportunity to, which is fine. I'm pretty sure someone will bring it up again.
He'll be back on, and hopefully you will too.
Yeah. I'll be on when I can. So yeah.
Yeah, sure.
But I noticed he was he was, what's the way to put it, is really magnifying the death part, like the instant death when you break God's law. And I don't think God changes his law, but when you see throughout the Bible, when you get further, to the end of the Bible, when Jesus comes, it's more mercy that he's extending, instead of the instant justice. So it's not like in the Old Testament, the wages of, breaking the commandments is death. And then in the new one, it's not death. It's still death. It's just that he's extending more mercy towards, you can see it towards the end of the Bible. And it's not to say that he was not merciful in the Old Testament, because you can see Israel turning and keep coming back to God, turning and and doing all that. They were always off and on with God, and God was still merciful. There was severe consequences to doing that. They would be defeated by other nations and stuff like that. But I was just going to say, you can't really separate, like, it's breaking the law in the Old Testament is death, and then the New Testament is not death. It's just that it is more mercy extended, because with Jesus coming down and paying the penalty for our sins. So that's what I was going to say on that. But other than that, it was a pretty interesting conversation. That's all I was going to
Yeah,
say.
man,
On
I,
that.
I really enjoyed you being on and sharing. Real quick before we close, I did want to read this passage right here in Ephesians chapter 5. All right, it says this in verse 25. Husbands, love your wives as Christ loved the church and gave himself up for her. Wait a minute. He gave himself up for her. So are we to do the same? Yes. Okay. That he might sanctify her, having cleansed her with the washing of water with the word, so that he might present the church to himself in splendor, without spot or wrinkle or any such thing. Okay? That she might be holy and without blemish. All right. So, uh, wait, and in the same way, husbands should love their wives as their own bodies. Okay, so there's so much more to this, and they should be selfless and everything else. It's just there's no universe where somebody who does a rapes a woman, okay, and there's no reason that they would want to actually be in a covenant with her now and actually have to provide for her in every way, and even sacrificially giving himself up to her. So that there's just a lot there. But
Hey, Edge, can you
anyway,
look at can you look at the private chat in the
let's
channel?
see.
Yeah, I seen that. Yeah.
Let's see, which
My-
part?
The very most recent might not want to entertain
Oh,
that. So,
yeah, no. And from studio, we're not having that. Thank you guys, because I was just about to get him on. I really appreciate y'all looking out.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Yeah, he's banned, so we're not doing that. All right, so thank God he didn't put that in the chat. I hope he didn't. That's just unacceptable. There's no reason for that kind of
Yeah.
name calling or anything like that. That's incredibly wrong. And of course, us as Christians, we can say that is objectively wrong, right? Because they are degrading another person.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so we can say that, but atheists cannot.
Yeah, what's so amazing is like instead of looking at the light and the love that Christians have, genuine Christians, they always look at the hypocrites, and then they look at any little bit of evil that they see that man does in the Bible that God has to deal with and make a law against, and they go like, oh, well, God's got a law against it. And it's like, well, God never intended for that evil. Now he's just got to create a law that would work, against someone choosing to do an evil. Now he's got to create a law against it, and but he did.
Yeah.
Literally all it was in the beginning was just don't eat of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. It was so basic, and God said you could have everything in the garden. And so instead of looking at the light and the bright side and the love and a real relationship and genuine relationship, everyone wants to look at the darkness and what's wrong and have the evil eye and looking at everything that's in the dark and everything that's wrong and the hypocrite and this and that. And it's like, why are you looking at everything that's evil and not look at what's actually good? And they keep looking at the hypocritical Christian faith, which isn't actually born again. There's a lot of people that claim to be Christians, but they're hypocrites and they've never been born again and they've never had a new change in their life. And you can't base it on people. You're not supposed to base it on people, but they are supposed to know the fruit. Like they're supposed to go like, hey, these are genuine, good people. I may not be Christian. I don't like Christians for some reason, but this is actually a decent person and they claim to be Christian, so I can be friends with them, but it's because they're judging by their character, not by the color of the skin, like Martin Luther King said. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and so that's the thing. Like again, there's two problems with that. Okay, and when it comes to atheists pointing out the evil of God.
And the evil of everything, just only pointing out evil, never pointing out
Yeah.
anything good. They're always looking at evil and evil eye. And that's what the
But
evil eye is
then-
talked about in scripture.
Right. But then whenever you try to point them out on their evil, they say,
Oh yeah,
no, that's okay.
yeah. Oh, I
Because
know.
because here's the thing. Here's the thing. The two things here, and I'm about to pull up a scripture to back it up. But the first thing is that they hate God and they don't want him around them at all. They don't want nothing to do with him. They know who he is. They know the one and true God.
Yeah,
But they deny him, Romans 1. All right. And then the second thing is that they cannot actually, again, the argument cannot stand if you cannot tell me what objective evil is. You don't have any kind of play at all. You ain't got nothing. You
yeah. If you
literally have
can't,
nothing. You have no stance on this. You cannot get on this platform or anywhere and voice your opinion if you can't even tell me what evil is objectively.
yeah.
Okay, and so
Yeah,
yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, I like what Frank Turk brought out in one of his presentations. The people, atheists, will see evil in the Bible. It's like, well, look at this. There's evil. Why doesn't God do something about this? If God's all loving and stuff like that, why does he allow evil? Look at this evil that's going on. But then when God does something about it, they're like, man, look at this. God is evil. Look what he's doing to, these people. So it's like they see evil, they complain about it, God does something about it, and then they complain about when God
Oh
does
yeah,
does
yeah.
something about it. Yeah.
Well, like,
Go
yeah.
ahead. Go ahead.
I was going to say, what it reminds me of is the John 3:19. I don't know if that was a verse you wanted to go to, but yeah. And this is the condemnation that the light has come into the world. So Jesus Christ is the light from the beginning. Jesus says, I am the light of the world. And men love darkness rather than light. So they love to look at darkness. They love to seek it, find it, whatever it is, sin and death. They love it. And but not the light. But because their deeds were evil, because the deeds of their life, the output of their life is evil because they're in darkness. For everyone who practices evil actually hates the light, and for some reason they hate complete innocence. They hate things that are of the light, and they don't want to come to the light. And it says that it doesn't want to come to the light. So darkness and someone who's evil doesn't want to come to the light because then they get exposed, right? That's literally the next thing it says. So lest their deeds be exposed. But here's the key. You always remember this verse. But he who does the truth comes to the light, that his deeds may be clearly seen, that they may be done now in God, because now he's a good tree. And it's he who turns to the truth and sees the light and comes and goes, you know what? I'm willing to be exposed and acknowledge that I'm a sinner and do the truth and obey the gospel, which is the will of the Father, for everyone to believe in him and obey him and follow him in his way, so that your works now be good as light and as a good tree, and they may be done in God. Now God sees your work as something valuable and not filthy rags. He sees it as now rewards in heaven and treasure in heaven, where neither moth nor mouth can destroy, or no one can steal. And he's building you a house in heaven, and he's got everything prepared. And and you have a relationship with God forever. It's an everlasting covenant, and it's amazing. But anyway, I was just sharing that.
Yeah, that's great. I I know that we always go to Romans 1, but I just wanted to read this. I was going to go to Psalm 14.
Oh yeah.
For the fool says in his heart there is no God.
Yeah, no God. Yeah.
But I'm gonna this passage right here is an atheist. This is about the atheist. Okay, maybe not the homosexual part of it, but this right here is what happens in an atheist heart. Okay, for the wrath of God is revealed from heaven against all unrighteousness and unrighteousness and ungodliness, for men who are who by their unrighteous uprighteous suppress the truth. Okay, unrighteousness suppress the truth. Sorry, I can't read. For what can be known about God is plain to them, but God has shown it to them. Okay, for his invisible attributes, namely his eternal power and divine nature, have been clearly perceived ever since the creation of the world in the things that have been made, so they are without excuse. For although they knew God, they did not honor him as God or give thanks to him, but they became futile in their thinking. Listen to this. And in their foolish hearts were darkened. Okay, and the fool says in his heart there is no God. Psalm 14.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh,
claiming to be
real quick.
wise.
Yeah,
Yeah,
real quick, right there. So wait a minute. This lost person, his heart got darkened. Did that mean he had the light? So Jesus, he says, I give light to everyone who comes into the world. All the children come to me. So everyone has this light before you know the knowledge of good and evil, but that light becomes darkness. And so, how do you get that darkness restored? You got to be born again. And so their heart gets darkened. So God's giving them over to the evil desire. They're going into darkness. So I just wanted to show that is that they're choosing to be the foolish heart, following in the folly, right? The wisdom and wisdom, right. Good wisdom of God, and or versus the folly. And but I just want to point that out because look, their foolish hearts got darkened. Or were they born darkened? No, it's no one wants to talk about this, and not too many people know about this. But literally, makes us all a good spirit, and but we make the light go out. That's why we're hiding the light under the bushel. We're supposed to be a city on the hill, but no one's supposed to put their light under a bushel, which means becoming dark. And I'm actually going to do a video on this, but that I just saw that verse and I was like, "Oh, Mitch, stop! I just can't believe I just saw that." But it says that their foolish heart were darkened. They got darkened at that point.
Because why? They knew God.
Yeah, they knew that there's a God. And literally, he's our Father. You being evil know how to give good gifts to your children. How much more will my Father in heaven give to those who ask? The Holy Spirit. You know what I mean?
So right here, in response, Chris, look, man, every time you come on these streams, you always say the same thing. I've explained it for hours and hours and hours. Okay, just because you explain the way that you think doesn't mean it's right, and doesn't mean that what we're saying is wrong. Okay, that's not it, because again, it's all subjective. So I think you're wrong and you think you're right. So again, conversation over. So it doesn't matter. Anyway, so now this right here is very crucial. Okay, claiming to be wise, they became fools. Wait a minute. What did I just get done saying just now? Like literally just this second. Right?
Yeah.
They think they're wise, but actually they're fools. Right? Claiming to know what, created the universe, that claiming to know, what morality actually is, and it's just it's all futile. It's folly. It's foolish. Okay?
Yeah.
And then
and
exchanging
11,
the glory.
And Matthew 11:25 says, "Thank you, Father, that you've hidden these things from the wise and prudent." It's been hidden from the wise and prudent, but it's been revealed to those who are of childlike faith, or have able to hear and listen and willing to be taught. You know what I mean? That's who it's revealed to.
Because
people who are willing to come.
Because here's the thing, Sean.
Yeah.
Paul says this. He says that the wise. Let's see. The wisdom of the man. Okay, actually, no, it's the foolishness of God is greater than the wisdom of man.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is. And so the foolishness of God, not saying there is any, but he's trying to make a point here, is greater than the wisdom of man. And so the thing is thank you, Father, for hiding this from the wise, because they thought they were wise, but they were actually fools.
Yeah.
And so he revealed it to others. It's beautiful. Yeah. Thank you, Sean.
He's revealing it to people of childlike faith. And
right.
Dude, you understand this is literally what I was rebuked for in the other video. Not the video that we saw. I know. This is literally not that video. Yeah. This is literally the CK video that I was rebuked for.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, oh no, you can't. No, there's no such thing as becoming like a child. No, God. They hated these verses. It was so crazy.
Yeah.
Man, dude. Yeah. I don't know how much that video you watched or whatever, but like, dude, like even Kenesha was like, I felt like I was in a Twilight Zone. I don't know if you watched it, but like, from that minute marker or 9 hours into that video or whatever. Of course, I wasn't there the whole time, but yeah, that was crazy. But anyway,
Yeah.
I started watching right when you got on.
Oh, dude. Oh, you were there?
Yeah. I started watching
because we were talking about humbling.
Is that when you switched to the other channel?
Well, I was talking about so I brought up Luke 18 about the man, he couldn't even lift his eyes to heaven, and he admitted he's a sinner, and he goes, and then Jesus goes, everyone who exalts himself will be humbled, and everyone who humbles himself will be exalted. So God exalts you if you humble yourself. So I said, so he's like, so you're making it a prerequisite to come to Christ, you got to humble yourself like it's some kind of work. And it's like, no, it's by faith but there's still a disposition of you have to make a choice in your heart to, because they believe you got to be given a new heart. But the problem is if you're given the new heart, you're already born again and saved. You can't give God doesn't give a heart of flesh to someone who's not born again. Because once you're born again and you've been regenerated, you're already saved. Because now you have an intimate relationship because he's given you the Holy Spirit. They're like, oh, they got to give you the Holy Spirit first. Well, that's becoming one with God. Like, it's almost like Calvinists don't understand that literally regeneration is being born again. It's literally two regenerations.
What's crazy about
one's
that?
Being born again and one's glorification. Those are the two regenerations, and that's it. There is no other regeneration.
I mean, in Ezekiel 36, it literally says that, I will sprinkle clean water on you, and I will put my spirit, which signifies spiritual baptism. All right.
Yeah.
And I will put my spirit inside of you. Okay. All right. But again, like, the question is to be had here, and this is what I said in our private chats on WhatsApp.
Yeah.
All right. So the problem here, or the thing here, is like, okay, to use an example of Christ. Okay. Philippians chapter 2. Okay. In verse 5, it says, "Let this mind be amongst yourself, which is yours in Christ Jesus. Though he was in the form of God, he did not count equality with God a thing to be grasped, but he did what? He emptied himself, and then what? And then he humbled himself."
Oh,
wait a minute.
golly.
Wait a minute. So
Everyone hates the humbling.
did Jesus have to be born again? Did Jesus have to be born again?
Yeah.
No, because he's God. He didn't need to be born again. So he didn't have to be born again to be humbled.
Yeah.
And we don't have to be born again to humble ourselves. Point
Yeah.
blank. Anyway.
Oh, and it's funny. I even brought up a relationship, and I go, it's just like any relationship. You got to acknowledge, like, I'm really sorry. You got a disposition in your heart. Like, if you just go to your wife and just go, I'm sorry for what I did. What I just did to you. I'm so sorry. And you're like not humble in your heart at all. You're just so prideful. And you're like, oh, I'm really sorry I did that. And you're like,
you're just saying it because you feel like that's
yeah,
all she needs is
you're
an
in
apology.
absolute pride. You're in absolute pride. And you're like, and they were making examples that, like, anyone in pride can be saved. And it's like, well, amen. And yes, anyone can be proud. But, the thing is it requires that prideful person. And no matter how much pride they got, there's still this humility that you got to go, I'm acknowledging that I'm a sinner and I can't be righteous. I'm not perfect. I'm relying on you. That's literally like, that is humility. It's not like I rely on you and you're just all angry and prideful. No, it just doesn't work that way. Yeah. It's like, that's not even a reality. And that's what they're trying to box me into and saying, like, you can't. I thought I was in a twilight zone when I talking about Luke 18:13-14, and Jesus says that man went away justified, making it sound like that was just a fantasy story. It's a parable, so it's not real. It's like, how about that it is real? How about God's literally talking about something that is real? Israel. I know. Play on words. Israel. I know.
Israel.
That's
I
funny.
like that. So real quick, we have Brian on. I think I remember you on my channel before. We have limited time. So we have been on the stream for about 4 hours and 14 minutes.
Yeah.
So we're gonna end the stream around 15-30 minutes. So let's talk.
Yeah. Okay. So
You're making the claim, are you, that atheism fails in practice because of a lack of morality? I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, because again, like the baggage that comes with atheism, right? So atheism within itself, and I've said this many times, that atheism within itself is not a belief system and it's not a worldview. However, with the lack of God's existence, then comes different things and different baggage, right? That comes with like different worldviews and stuff like that. Like for instance, when it comes to morality, right? Humanism and secularism. Okay, we can tackle those two things if you would like. Materialism and naturalism, those handle the creation and how can we can explain nature by just nature itself. We can explain everything in existence, and material without God, and material there's only material things. There's nothing outside of the material realm. So any of those come with, that is baggage that comes with atheism. So
Right.
any of
Okay. Yeah.
those
Yeah.
would do.
I'm
But
familiar. I'm familiar.
that's basically my claim.
I got
And so that's it being in practice, right? Because atheism in practice, that would come about. Then you
Okay.
have
Yeah.
to practice those things. Yeah, so that would be the practice.
Okay. So can I ask
real
you a question?
Okay.
real quick.
Yes.
Before you guys, sorry to interrupt, but I'm about to hop off. So it was a pleasure,
Hey, man.
Sean and Mitch,
Yeah.
and Kenisha too. So
Yes, sir, brother. Hey, thank you so much for coming on. And
Yeah.
hopefully I know you'll be back. And I want to talk to you more, man. Just look, we need to set up just a live stream with us, and we need to talk about something.
yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
That would be great.
Yeah, I think I'm
And I'm sure Sean will be up for that too.
Yeah, oh yeah, I'm totally down. But I think
Yep.
I'm gonna bounce or whatever myself. So I think I'm gonna head out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Yeah, it was really
Sean,
good
thank
evening.
you so much, man. You're always a help.
Yeah,
Always a pleasure.
absolutely.
As a brother in Christ, both of y'all, man. I love you guys, and
Yeah.
thank y'all so much for being here.
All right, man.
Same
All right.
here. Have a
good
nice one.
Peace.
All right, that's it.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah. We're good.
Okay, so let's continue on.
Yeah. So I just wanted to ask you if you believe in objective morality.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And so you think that the Bible presents an objective morality.
Absolutely.
What are your thoughts on slavery?
What is what my defense in slavery?
No. Your thoughts on slavery.
Oh, thoughts. Yeah, so we had this earlier. You probably wouldn't know, but we had this discussion earlier, where the slavery and the scriptures are not the exact same thing when it comes to God's law and what He permits. That kind of slavery is not the kind of slavery that we know of today. When it came to enslaving our black brothers and sisters and harming them and mistreating them horribly as we did in those days, that is not the same kind of slavery.
So I'm aware that it's not exactly the same, but I guess so. If morality is objective, what are your thoughts on slavery in general? So is slavery allowable under certain conditions?
Well, I think if you have a debt, then you ought to pay that debt, and that's pretty much the real principle of slavery back in the biblical times when God put those laws into place. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So you're okay with debt slavery, but not chattel slavery. Is that correct?
Well, that's what's happening now. Like, if you take out a loan, you're in debt, and you have to pay that, or else they take your stuff. It's the same thing.
Right. But are you aware of the distinction between debt in a free market system and debt as a slave, where you relinquish your personal freedom and become beholden to another person as property?
Well, sorry. Well, no, because like again, in the practical way of looking at it, right? So, when it comes to the way that it was handled back in those days, and the way that God, put in place, is that there was no escape from that debt paid, and that's how important it is for debt to be paid. And also, it's a deeper meaning, which is also what I went on. I explained a little bit earlier in the stream, where it goes deeper into the New Testament, where we were slaves to sin as believers, as Christians. We were slaves to sin,
Yeah.
and in Galatians chapter 4, we were debtors, but that debt was paid through Christ, and now we are slaves to Christ because we were bought with a
Yeah.
price. Paul
So
says.
maybe so.
And so
Yeah.
it's the
So
same
I'm willing
process.
to see if there's a difference between debt slavery and chattel slavery. Chattel slavery being the ownership of a person not due to debt. Are you aware that chattel slavery is permitted in Leviticus 25?
It is not.
Are you familiar with the passage, Leviticus 25, 44 to 46?
Yeah, so it's the one where God says that the sojourner or the ones outside, if you take them as slaves, then they are your possession, and
Yeah.
if the owner dies off, then it is then passed on to the son's
Yeah.
property, basically. Yeah, possession.
Yeah. So how is that not chattel slavery? Chattel slavery being the ownership of a person's property.
So what is exactly the chattel slavery? Like, what is the treatment of those slaves? There's a difference.
Chattel slavery, the treatment actually doesn't matter. Chattel slavery as a concept means that you own another human being.
No, it does. It does absolutely matter because the treatment of those slaves is exactly the difference. Okay, because it was not necessarily because again, it was
So
actually
sorry, just to bring it back to definition. So here on Wikipedia, chattel slavery: the slave is legally rendered the personal property of the slave owner.
Wikipedia is not a credible source.
Okay, we can go to whatever definition you want, but the definition of chattel slavery is when a person is owned by another person.
Yeah. So again, like
we can talk about treatment later, but first I just want to agree that the Bible permits chattel slavery. The definition of chattel slavery is ownership of another person.
no, but it's not in the same way though.
What do you mean it's not the same?
Well, it again, like like the ownership, right? So what was exactly ownership? Okay, because like if the owner or the master did certain things to the slave that God said not to do, they were set free. So that God literally took the so-called possession and ownership away, right? So that doesn't sound like ownership, complete ownership to me.
Well,
Okay,
it's the
and
same thing as
also
it
the Bible, and I'll let you jump in, but I'll just let me finish this
yeah, no, that's okay.
thought. Yeah, you good. So I recognize that there's a little delay in online, so it's okay.
Yeah.
But God actually says, if you steal a man and sell him basically into slavery, then if anybody is caught with him, then they are to be put to death. And so that kind of ownership, which is exactly what happened in the slave trade in our time, and actually it's not even in our time in U.S. history, with our black brothers and sisters, that was a heinous act that should never have happened, and it's actually and actually the Bible goes against that very thing. So again, like the ownership, it's basically again, you're not okay. So you are in debt again. You are in debt to that master, and you must pay that master back by being their so-called slave. Okay, and the treatment for those slaves was that they had houses, right? They had wives, they have children, they have all the basically they had the possessions of their master, and so their master had to provide them shelter, food, a family even, and all those things went into that. So that is not at all the same thing as the same kind of ownership that chattel slavery is. Okay, and so
Okay, so
the ownership of chattel slavery will basically be, there's no way of escape, so you're stuck basically.
yeah. So I think you're misunderstanding my
Not
point a little
property.
bit. So my point
That's fine.
isn't. I'm not trying to argue that
Okay.
that the transatlantic slave trade was identical to the ownership of slaves in the Hebrew Bible. All I'm saying is that they're both chattel slavery. Chattel slavery not specifically referring to the transatlantic slave trade, or to any particular slave practice, but to a group of slave practices in which a person is considered the property of another person.
Yeah, but again, like there were regulations and limits to that.
Yeah. And we can talk about that another time. But so
Oh, no. I mean, but hang on a second. But that's all within the same discussion, okay? And we must get that right because it was not the same kind of ownership that chattel slavery is.
Sure, but so if you'll just let me explain a little bit. So I'm not just trying to dodge that. I understand, and I think that is an important conversation. But I want to emphasize something different, which is it's specifically related to morality. And so because you think that morality is objective, I would ask you: is it objectively, or it is not objectively immoral to own another person? Is that correct?
If it is objectively moral not to own another human?
Yeah, is it objectively immoral to own another human being?
I mean, it's in the same context of that kind of. Now, I'm not trying to dodge it. I'm literally answering your question.
Yeah.
The way that slavery was back then was, again, a debt thing. All right, we're still going through that today. Okay,
So not talking about debt slavery, talking about chattel slavery. So
I know. But again, we're looking at it in the same way, in the same context of the scriptures. So we have to get that right. We cannot call it chattel slavery and then just it is chattel slavery. That's exactly what Brenda was doing earlier. That's not what that is. Okay, it's not the same thing.
Well, there's two different practices as described in the Bible. There's chattel slavery and there's debt slavery. The chattel slavery is restricted to foreigners.
Okay, hang on. Let me
Leviticus. So go Leviticus 25.
We're good. Yeah, we can look at it. It's fine.
Yeah. So I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just the word chattel slavery, and we can use a different word. If you don't like that word, we can use a different word. But maybe we can just use.
It's not that I don't like the word. I just think that it's being used incorrectly when it comes
to
what
the
Bible is saying. Well, I'm just saying that it's not at all in play here, and so in no context. And that's what I'm saying. So it's not that I don't like the word. I don't. It's not the same thing.
Yeah, that's fine. So instead of saying chattel slavery, can we say owning another person as property?
Well, let me.
Because that's essentially a direct quote.
I'm not saying you're a liar, but I am going to look at it just so we can be clear.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to.
Of course.
I don't want no definitions being tampered with, even on my side.
Yeah, sounds good.
And I'm not saying you're trying to do that, but let's see. Let's see. Okay. Chattel slavery is a system where people are treated. Okay, hang on. Let me pop this one here. I just want to make sure we're good. Okay, so let me see if I get this up. Can you see that good?
Yep.
By chance? Okay. Chattel slavery is a system where people are treated as personal property, or chattel, which can be bought, sold, and inherited. Okay.
Yeah.
Enslaved individuals are considered a commodity with monetary value similar to livestock and furniture. See how that's implied in the cattle slavery. So it's not just the personal property; it's the treatment that follows. Have no rights and have no rights or legal standing. So again, that's not the same in the scriptures. This form of slavery, even for the ones in Leviticus 25, this form of slavery practiced in the Americas.
Well, where's this source? Sorry, this is the AI overview. What's the source behind that? I think this is specifically a source talking about American slavery. Because chattel slavery is broader than just the transatlantic slave trade.
I think right here it's National Park Service.
Yeah. So they're American sources. So they're going to be talking about the context.
Hang on. New Jersey State Bar Foundation. Let's see.
So if you can find a reference source.
University, and then Wikipedia, which I don't
Yeah, that's
find
okay.
that
You
as
don't have
a
to go to
credible
Wikipedia.
source. So basically, there's 3 different places that is showing you what chattel slavery is, and that's the treatment that follows that very definition. So they have no rights or legal standings, which is completely against what the scriptures say, even in
Okay.
Leviticus 25.
I think that definition. I don't want to stick to that definition. I'd rather just say, so instead of using the term chattel slavery, I think it is broader than that, but that's okay. We can agree to disagree on that. But what about the concept of owning a person?
Wait, hang on. You think what it's what than that?
I think the definition of chattel slavery is slightly broader than that. And we would need to look at a reference source for that, but that's okay.
Well,
Instead
I mean,
of using
I'm
the
just,
term,
that was pretty decently broad.
Yeah. But okay, but instead of using the term, chattel slavery.
Sorry, go ahead.
Instead of using the term chattel slavery, can we just talk about the ownership of a person as property?
Yeah, so it's not the same ownership.
Okay, yeah, and that's fine. Of course, there are different forms of ownership, but the ownership of a person, right? So slavery as the ownership of a person. And just to quote from Leviticus 25, you may also acquire them from
switching. So are we just switching titles then?
Well, chattel just means property, so property slavery.
Yeah, but the slavery part of that is the very treatment that follows. It has to be read as such. It has to, that you cannot negate the two. You cannot divorce the two from one another. Slavery is an act of like that cattle slavery or chattel slavery, whatever it is. The exact definition would have to follow the very act of that kind of slavery. So yes, it is an ownership of slaves, but it's more than that. It's not just that. It's everything that follows that very condition.
Mm-hmm. And so you're saying that
that
it doesn't
goes
apply.
in that definition.
Why specifically are you saying it doesn't apply? Because they have rights? Is that what you're saying?
Well, they have rights. They let's see, pull that back up.
You are aware that in the US that slaves also had rights, a limited number of rights. So you weren't allowed to just indiscriminately kill your slaves.
Well, actually, you got to do whatever you wanted to with them. That was the whole point of it. You could actually starve them if you, and actually slaves were starved. They were beaten. They were incredibly mistreated, and they were not given anything. They were actually, they were sexually assaulted as well in many cases.
Yeah.
No, it's not the same thing at all. And actually, the Bible condemns that very treatment.
You were actually punished for killing your slaves. Often, I think, I mean, here we're getting into history, but I think often people would go unpunished. But technically, by the letter of the law in the USA, you were punished if you harmed your slave or killed them. I don't know the exact code, but I think it's probably actually.
Well, I mean that was pushed. That was pushed by whoever was in the law at that moment, and sadly, when this was going on, the Christians was actually the ones that was trying to abolish it by the word of God, and
also justifying it using the word of God.
No, actually not.
Are you familiar with the curse of Ham and the justification for slavery?
Yeah, because again, they actually withheld the Bible from the slaves so that they did not have the full truth. And so what they would do is they would hold the passages up over their head where, like for instance, Paul says, that you should obey your masters with everything. And so they would quote that to them, hand that to them, and be like, here, by God's law, you have to, just do whatever I say, and what I say goes, and everything like that. But then actually, there's actually in the history books, I forget his name, and I'm sorry for that. I'm terrible with names. If your name was not written right here on the title, on your title, I would probably mistaken your name as well. But there was a black brother that actually finally got his hands on the scriptures himself.
I
And
think, are you talking about Frederick Douglass?
yeah, and he actually read it for himself, and he figured out he actually has rights as a slave.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And so he basically he exposed the lie of those certain masters that were Christian, right? But in practice, they were not Christian at all, because they were trying to withhold the actual truth of the gospel away from the slaves in order to have their way with them. So actually, no, the Bible was never used entirely to go with slavery to make it okay. And in fact, it was actually quite the opposite, that it was historically. And you can read it up. I don't care what you do with it. But actually, the fact is that the Bible, when they finally got their hands on it, that's what pushed the abolishment of slavery, is that the ones that had the truth was actually able to abolish it finally. And that was
Right,
through
right.
the word of God and Christians that pushed it.
I don't disagree with you that the Bible was used in the abolitionist movement. I do disagree that the Bible wasn't used as justification for slavery. It absolutely was. But
Well, I said, well, hang on. I said it was, but I said
yeah,
it was
okay.
it was taken out of context, is what I said.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, that's
So
fine.
yes,
Yeah,
it
yeah.
was used, but it was used unjustifiably.
Okay, yep, that's fine.
Yeah,
I fear we're
I
getting a
agree with
little
you.
bit lost in the weeds.
No, we're right
Can,
on par. We're right on par. We're right
can we
on
go
par.
back to where we were talking? Because I want to talk about objective morality, right? And so I want to talk about the system
Hang on.
of slavery.
Yeah. Well, we
Yeah.
can. I just want to point out that you don't, like, you wanted to use and I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm just wanting you to see this,
Yeah.
okay?
Yeah.
And I want the audience to see this. Okay, so you wanted to use chattel slavery to push against me when it comes to the Bible, and just let me finish. All right. And then whenever I actually looked it up and put it on the screen, now we want to turn and just use a certain part and portion of that to be able to condemn the Bible with. And I'm not going to do that. So I'm going to use the fullness of the description, okay? And I'm going to use the fullness of the meaning. All right. And so the meaning would follow that the treatment of these slaves were a part of the chattel slavery definition. Okay. And so and now that that's all taken care of, and the whole, not or actually using the Bible to you know uh have slavery and to push
Mm-hmm.
forward slavery, it was actually not. And now that that is taken care of, now we want to go to I just feel like you're trying to shrink it, and you're trying to push me up to a wall, and you want to try to make me say something that that I haven't
Okay.
quite said yet.
Yeah, yeah. I can see how
That's how I feel.
how it looks that way. No, no, no. Thanks for explaining that. That's not what I'm trying to do. And just to clarify things with chattel slavery, I wasn't trying to back out of the definition or to shrink away from it. It was just that we were sort of disagreeing on what counts as chattel slavery or not. And I just don't think that's a particularly constructive conversation, because I'm actually not trying to nail you on something. I just want to agree that there is slavery as ownership of people, and you can say that that ownership of people was better than other systems of ownership. That's okay.
Well, I'm not gonna say the term was not better. The term was different.
Okay,
All
yeah.
right, and so yeah.
Yeah. So I just want to when I was talking about using a reference source to define the term, because those sources from that AI summary were specifically talking about American slavery. If you look at the reference term for chattel slavery, just to explain my use of the term, right? It says I sent the link in the studio, but it just says the enslaving and owning of human beings and their offspring as property, able to be bought, sold, and forced to work without wages, as distinguished from other systems of forced, unpaid, or low-wage labor, also considered to be slavery.
Okay,
And I would
on.
say that
Let me put it. Hang on. Let me put it
Yep,
up.
yep, yep.
Let me just.
I'll give you a sec.
Yeah, you good. I just got it, and I want to. Is right there. Okay. So, all right, continue.
Yeah, so I'm just clarifying. So I'm not saying this is exactly the same as American slavery. It is different. I'm willing to admit that. There's quite a few complexities, like you said. There's differences in kidnapping and things like that. That's fine. But what I want to agree on is that the Bible does support a system of owning other people, slavery that involves owning other people.
Yeah. So right here, the enslaving and owning of human beings. So again, it doesn't stop there. So let's continue with reading.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
you've already read it, so I appreciate you doing that. And their offspring as property, able to be bought or sold or forced to work without wages. See, that's the difference. Okay.
Oh, there's no wages.
As
Let's go to Leviticus. There's no wages.
well, hang on. We're going to get to that.
Okay.
As distinguished from other systems of force, unpaid or low wage labor, also considered to be slavery.
Yeah.
Okay. So now that
Yeah.
we got that out the way.
So then,
let's
do you
go.
agree that chattel slavery, that definition of chattel slavery, that specific definition of chattel slavery, is in the Bible?
No.
What makes it not? Like, what part of that definition is violated?
Let me. So again, like force without wages and distinguishing from other systems of force, unpaid, and low wage labor, also considered to be slavery. So the enslaving of other humans in order to basically that are able to be bought, sold, and forced to work without wages. That last one there, the bought and sold, so that was basically like, again, the Bible goes against the buying, or not the buying, but the selling of stolen people. Okay, so if you steal somebody and you sell them into slavery,
Okay, but I'm not talking about
that's not right.
stolen people.
I know. I'm just clarifying.
Yeah.
And I was about to say that's not what you were saying. But when it comes to like the forcing to go without wages, again,
yeah, that's the definition of slavery. Yeah.
Yeah. But again, that's not what happened.
That is what happened. When you think that the slaves were paid?
Well, they were working off a debt.
No, we're not talking about debt slavery. We're talking about Leviticus 25. Can you pull up Leviticus 25?
Yes, I can. And I was just about to say, let's pull that up.
Yeah. Leviticus 25 verses 44 to 46.
Yeah, I got it. I was able to quote it to you, so I know the passage.
Yeah. And you
not quote it to you.
You
but,
were correct.
Yeah.
No, you have a very good knowledge. You were correct.
Well, I appreciate that. I wasn't going for that, but I appreciate it. Okay, so let's go to Leviticus 25. Okay, so right here in verse 23, okay, the land shall not be sold in perpetuity.
Perpetuity, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you. I appreciate it. See, this is what I don't read; I listen. For the land,
no judgment.
For the land is mine. See, I graduated from high school, but it don't really show. Anyway, so for the land is mine. Okay, for you are strangers and sojourners with me. Okay, so
sorry, can we skip down to verse 44? We're just quite far from the part where it's talking about the slavery.
Well, I'm just trying to get context, but sure.
Yeah. But this is talking about property.
Well, that's
general.
Well, yeah, but that's exactly what this is talking about. So we got to get the
context. Yeah. Well, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So, all right. So where do you want me to start at?
Verse 44.
44. Okay. Let's jump up to.
Yeah, you can start a bit earlier.
42. Let's go 42. For they are my servants, whom I bought out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as slaves. You shall go. You shall not rule over him ruthlessly. Okay. But shall fear your God. All right.
Yeah,
as
and
for
so
your
just to clarify, that's talking about Israelites. So you can't sell Israelites.
right. So how do you know that?
Let me pull it up. It's just a little
Is
bit
it because
further
of
up.
context? Is it because of context?
Yeah.
So
Well, it's
this
just
is
a few
why I wanted
verses
to read the
earlier.
whole thing. This
Well,
is why I wanted to
yeah.
read the whole thing.
Yeah,
All
sorry.
right. So I was just being a little. Anyway.
No, that's okay. No. But
All right.
that's just jumping up to verse 39. If any of
That's
you
fine.
who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you,
Yeah.
you shall not
No,
make them
I
servants
know
of
that.
slaves.
I know that was the
Yeah,
thing. I was just trying to be funny.
yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So verse
But then verse
44.
44 is different. It's talking about
Right.
foreigners.
As for your male and female slaves, whom you may have, okay, you may buy male and female slaves from among the nations that are around you. Okay. All right. You may also buy from among the strangers who sojourn with you and their clans that are with you, who have been born in your land, and they may be your property. Okay. Now,
Yeah.
you may read that
Bequeath.
for me. Yeah, we need to look that up. I know what it is. I mean, I have looked at it before. I just don't remember.
Yeah,
Them
that's fine.
to your sons after you. Okay, so they are handed down to your sons
That's right. Yes.
after you to inherit and a possession forever. All right, you may make slaves of them, but over but over your brothers, the people of Israel, you shall not rule one over another ruthlessly. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I would say clearly meets all those definitions that we were saying right there. They can be bought and sold. They can be handed down as inheritance. They're owned as property forever in perpetuity. So
Yeah, so the forever there is more of like a symbolic thing, because if you read on, all right, actually, I think it's in the very next chapter where it talks about Jubilee, and you probably know that. Jubilee was after a 50-year time period. Um,
yeah,
everything was set free, everything. So
right.
it's actually not forever. It's more of like a symbolic type thing.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm
So
not
anyway,
sure.
so it's not
I couldn't
forever.
tell you if that applies to foreigners or not. I don't remember, to be honest. But regardless, you're still whether or
Well,
not
no,
it's
yeah, it's for everywhere.
but yeah, regardless, they're still owned as property. They're bought and sold for at least, or for I guess, assuming that they're released on the Jubilee, maximum of 50 years. But they're still bought and sold as property. They're not paid. So, can we agree that that conforms to the definition of chattel slavery?
Well, no, because if you read on, all right, in verse 47, if a stranger or sojourner with you becomes rich.
Yeah, but this is not talking about slaves anymore, so this isn't relevant.
So how do you know this?
Because slaves can't become rich if they're not paid.
How do you know this?
Because the definition of slavery, I mean, I don't know what the original
No, no,
Hebrew
no, no,
for the
no,
word
no,
slave is, but
no, no, not the definition. I'm talking about what the Bible says.
yeah, because it's a slave. Slaves aren't paid. A slave is someone who is not paid.
But that again, that's a definitional barrier that we have here between me
Well,
and
I don't
you,
know what
because
the.
you're using the modern language of slavery when back in the Hebrew times it's not always the same thing when it comes to slavery. And I've
So,
already
do you
pointed this
think?
out to you.
Okay, so I see what a misunderstanding is. So, do you think that slaves were paid?
Well, again, like they were working off wages.
Where?
Where what?
Where does it say that they were working off wages? Not.
Well,
I'm not talking
let's
about the Israelite slaves. I'm not talking about debt slavery. I'm talking about the foreign slaves, the property.
well, but hang on a second. Why are we all of a sudden separating the two?
We've been doing that from the start. Remember, I said that I wanted to talk specifically about the ownership of people. So I
I'm not talking.
acknowledge that there are multiple systems of slavery in the Bible. There is debt slavery, and there is also chattel slavery, ownership slavery.
Okay,
That's
so
what we've been.
I'm not necessarily talking about, and actually, no, it was not from the start. From the start, we're trying to figure out what chattel slavery was.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
we could agree with that, but now we're talking about Bible. So we're not talking
Yes.
about
So
not
the
talking about
Bible has both.
terminology. Yeah, we're not talking about our modern terminology. We're talking about what
Right.
the Bible says. Okay.
But do you
And
agree
so
that the Bible
again,
has both debt
well, hang on.
slavery and chattel slavery?
Well, hang on. Where is
Okay.
the division? Where is the cutoff point when it comes to
Verse
how
44
they are to
when it's
treat,
talking.
how they are to treat their slaves?
We're not talking about the treatment of slaves at the moment. We're talking about whether or not slaves
Yeah,
are paid.
yeah, because again, if we can go back to the chattel slavery, which is what you're trying to impose on the scripture, it says that they are
I'm not trying to
they are.
impose it.
Well, I'm just saying. So, if so, I'm gonna push a little
Okay.
bit
Yeah.
on this.
Go
Okay,
for it.
push
Go
back a
for
little
it.
bit on this. All right. So the chattel slavery is the enslaving and owning of human beings and their offspring as property,
Yes.
able to be bought, sold, and forced to work without wages. That's part of it.
Yes.
Okay, and distinguished, right, from other systems to force unpaid or low wage labor, also considered to be slavery. All right, so
Yeah. Such as debt
that's what.
slavery.
So
Yeah.
are we? Are we understanding that? Are we in a agreement on that definition of chattel slavery?
Yes. And we need to agree that before we can proceed, we need to, I guess, come to agreement about whether or not we do see that system in the Bible. And I'm saying yes here in
And
Leviticus 25,
that's where we're
44
going
to
to keep
46.
reading.
Okay.
That's where we're going to keep reading. So again, you said, what was it? Verse 24 is where, or verse
44.
44.
Yeah,
44.
I mean,
Okay.
you can keep reading, but you just need to be aware that it's not taught, that there's only a couple of verses that are dedicated to the slavery of
Well,
foreigners.
I'm sorry to tell you this, okay, but
Yeah,
I, I'm not boasting in my knowledge here, okay, but this is my religious book, okay,
yeah,
and
yeah. I mean, I've read it a few
so
times, but yes, that's fine. I'm not
that's
questioning that.
fine, that's fine, that's fine. But the thing is like, we're not going to just read one thing and leave out the rest or anything
Okay,
like
sure.
that. Like we've got to get the right acknowledgement, and instead of just claiming it,
Okay,
we need
yeah.
to know what the Bible says about
Okay,
it.
yeah. Go for it.
Okay. All right. So anyway, right here in verse 44, okay, let's go through it again. As for your male and female slaves, whom you may have, you may buy, all right, male and female slaves from among the nations that are around you. Okay. So again, what is the treatment? So again, the chattel slavery that we just acknowledged and we just agreed upon in the same definition, okay, and the treatment of these slaves are included within the definition. Are we agreed to that?
What do you mean by the treatment? Are we referring? Can we just be a little bit more specific? Are we referring to whether or not they're paid?
Well, yeah. So again, like forced to work without wages, or
Yes.
able to have low wage
Yes. Okay. Yep.
labor or unpaid, or to be forced to labor, all right,
Yeah.
with
Yeah. Yeah.
no kind of inheritance, no kind of
Yep.
anything. They're not given anything. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yep.
And so
Agree.
we agree upon that, right?
Yep.
Okay. So can you tell me, all right, where in this chapter here, and if not, you can go to another chapter, that's perfectly fine, and we can read it. Where in Leviticus or any other book does it separate the treatment between the sojourners and strangers, or the Hebrewite slaves? Where's the
Um,
separation in the treatment now?
Verse 46. You may bequeath them to your sons after you to inherit as a possession forever. That's for foreigners. You may make slaves of them,
That's
but over your brothers and the people of Israel you shall not rule.
that's not that's not the separation in treatment.
Yes, it is. It's saying that you can own the foreign slaves as property, but you can't own Israelite slaves as property.
No, but again, where's the unpaid wages? Right?
That's what
Where
slave
is
means.
the
Even the Israelite debt slaves weren't paid wages. They were
okay?
working off
But
a
where
debt,
does it?
but they weren't paid wages.
Wait, exactly. So we agree.
Yeah, there's no wage.
Exactly, but they were paying a debt off.
That's for
So
Israelite debt
so
slaves,
they
yes,
so so
but
again
not the foreign slaves. The foreign slaves are
so
property.
so again, I want you to tell me and show me where the sojourners and the strangers do not get paid. They don't work off a wage or anything else.
Well, how are they working off a wage? It says you can bequeath them to your sons as you inherit as a possession forever. So
Yeah, because
there's no.
they got the same they got the same treatment that that God told them. Look, again, you're not to be taken as slaves, or you're not to be taken slaves. All right, because remember, all right, I got you out. I saved you from the land of Egypt, where that was chattel
Yeah, this is the
slavery.
Israelites. Yeah, this is the
No,
Israelites.
yeah, I know, but again, this Leviticus was God making rules and laws for the Hebrew Israelites to follow, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So again, why then? Why would God say, "Listen, remember, okay, remember that you were sojourners and strangers in the land of Egypt, okay, and I got you out of there. All right,
Yep.
so now you are fellow sojourners and strangers with me, God.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so God's not going to get them to treat them the same way that they were treated in Egypt, because that would be unjust.
Can you show me where it says that instead of just
What
saying
that?
that? Because
What?
well, so I like your argument, right? Like that sounds nice, but because the Israelites were treated badly as slaves, that God would tell them not to treat their slaves badly in the same way. Can you show me where it says that in the Bible?
Yeah. So first of all, let's see. Yeah.
Specifically about treating foreigners, not other Israelites,
Okay. So
because
right
we're
here
talking about the slavery of foreigners.
Okay, so right here it says in Leviticus 25, same passage, verse 23, where I was originally trying to
Mm-hmm.
read. The land shall not be sold in that word, for the land
Yep.
is mine. Okay, so this is God speaking. For you are strangers and sojourners with me.
Yeah.
Okay, and the land that God gave them that they are to rule over is God's, but they are still strangers and sojourners. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, so give me 1 second. I don't know exactly where it is, but I'm gonna look it up.
That's okay.
I'm going to be transparent with you. I don't know exactly where. I think it's like in Exodus, but I'm not quite sure. So let me look it up.
No, that's okay.
I know that, huh?
Yeah, that's totally fine. I don't expect you to have it all memorized.
Yeah, yeah. Excuse me. Golly. Okay. So real quick, actually, I do know where this one is. All right. So right here it says, verse, let's see, in the very next chapter, in chapter 26 of Leviticus, it says in verse 12, and I will walk among you and will be your God, and you shall be my people. I am the Lord your God who brought you out of the land of Egypt. All right. That you should not be their slaves. Okay. So wait a minute. There it is again. So he says, I brought
Yeah,
you
but
out.
the Israelites wouldn't be Egyptian slaves. Yes.
Right. So again, the Egyptian slavery, the way that they were slaves were chattel slavery.
Yes, but he's not condemning Egyptian slavery. He's condemning the slavery of his people,
Yeah,
the enslavement of his people.
that way they would not be. So again, if they are strangers and sojourners in the land, and that they are supposed to be ruling over, okay, then why would God then tell them, hey, the other sojourners and the other strangers in this land, yeah, you can keep them as your possession? And he did say that. However, you can
Yeah.
mistreat
So why?
them as chattel
Okay.
slavery.
but you're putting in an extra thing, which is mistreating. I would say.
Yeah.
So this is what I'm trying to get to, right? So
Okay.
all I'm asking you to agree to is not anything about their treatment, other than that they're possessed as property, right? Can we agree on that?
Yeah. Well, we're not gonna. But again, that is you trying to shrink the definition, and I'm not
No.
doing that.
That's a direct quote. They may be your property. Verse 45. From
I
the
know,
previous chapter.
but again, that's not alone chattel slavery, is what I'm trying to tell you.
It's not the only form of slavery. I'm not
Okay,
arguing that it's the
exactly,
only form of slavery. But
exactly.
that
So
is
there,
one form of slavery. It's there.
so there is no chattelment slave. Okay, so the whole point of discussion here is that I'm trying to defend that there is no such thing as chattel slavery, that God permits. None. Okay.
Then why does it
You are
say
the
they
opposing
may
side.
be?
You are the
They may
opposing
be.
side. Okay. But again, they may be your possession.
Yes.
Right. I've already read that. I've already said that is true. But again, what was the treatment? And that follows. Yeah, we just keep going around and around and around in circles. I have to keep it repeating myself respectfully. But what I'm saying
Yeah.
here is that again, chattelment slavery, okay, is the treatment that follows as well as the actual definition of chattelment slavery, which is the owning of humans and being able
Right.
to sell them, buy them, and then it goes into all the treatments and all that stuff. So again,
Yeah.
I'm trying to show you that it's not the same kind of slavery as chattelment slavery. That's the whole point.
So okay, let me zoom out a little bit so that we're not just going around in circles. So here's why I'm asking the question, right? I
Yeah.
think it's not good to own people. That's my moral statement. And we were talking earlier about whether or not the Bible has an objective morality. Do you think that it's wrong to own people as
In a
slaves?
chattelment way, yeah.
So
Yeah, as the definition that you're trying to
I'm not trying to impose any
advocate
definition,
for.
just as
No,
described in.
No. I said advocate. You're trying to
Okay.
advocate for it, not to try. And I'm not going to say anymore that you were trying to push it on there. Okay, I'm not saying that's unfair. I still think you're trying to do that, but I'm not going to say that.
Okay, that's fine.
So, yeah. So, if you say that you're not trying to do that, I'll respect it. Anyway.
Yeah.
So,
I'm just trying to come to a
yeah,
common
so
understanding
it's not,
of this system. Yes.
yeah. So again, that's why we're going through the scriptures. Now the
Okay.
the differences between this kind of slavery and that kind of slavery.
Okay. So as a hypothetical, right? So if you're in the US, right?
Yeah.
If tomorrow Donald Trump said, "I'm reintroducing slavery exactly as described," not here, he's not going to call it chattel slavery, slavery as described in Leviticus 44 to 46. That is, you may acquire slaves from other nations, not American citizens, but from other nations, and you may own them as property. Is that okay, do you think?
Well, again, I think the principles has to be followed, right? And how we treat others and how we treat the sojourner and the so-called slaves. Yeah. So again,
it would be okay if they were treated as they're said to be treated in the Bible. Is that correct?
Well, I mean, when it comes to again, like housing them, clothing them, feeding them, giving them a family, all that stuff. Yeah.
Okay, but you don't need to pay
again,
them.
but hang on a second. If you're working off a wage, then no, you should not be paid. What you are paid goes into the debt to pay that debt off, and that's exactly what we do in modern times.
But this isn't. I want to not talk about debt slavery for a second. I understand what you're saying, and I understand that debt slavery is also in the Bible. But Leviticus 24 to 46, 44 to 46, 25, 44 to 46 is not talking about debt slavery. It's talking about the ownership of people.
But wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let's back up a little bit now. Now we're making a problem. Okay. So let's go back to the Hebrew slavery. Okay, because there's supposedly a difference. And I'll say that there is somewhat of a difference, but it's not completely, you know, divorced from one another. All right, as far as treatment goes, right? So, sorry, I need to cough in the thing. All right, so right here it says, now this is for the Hebrews. Okay, it says this. Now these are the rules that you shall set before them when you buy a Hebrew slave. Okay, he shall serve 6 years. All right, and in the 7th he shall go out free for nothing. Okay, so again, buy. So you said that. So you're advocating for, or you're agreeing with my assumption, or maybe
Which
not
assumption?
assumption, but
Sorry.
my not assumption, that my statement, right? That the the Hebrew slaves are the debt uh paying slavery, right?
I think so. I'm not entirely sure of the exact context of this chapter, but sure.
But I just read it to you, and it literally just said the Hebrew slaves.
Yeah. The Hebrew slaves
You
being
can buy
people.
them, and you can buy them.
Yes, and they go free after 6 years, but that does not apply to foreign
But
slaves.
it's still the same thing, because
It's not the same thing.
again
How is
the treatment is the same.
the treatment is demonstrably different? It just says that they go
But
free after 6 years, but for foreign slaves, it says you own them forever.
do you know why?
Yes, because it's different.
And again, I've already settled the whole forever thing. All right, so that's not actually forever, because again, the
Well,
year of
whether or
Jubilee.
not it's actually forever or if it's 50 years, it's still longer than 6 years.
But it doesn't. But again,
It's
why?
different
Listen, it is. Why? Why is it different?
because the Israelites had special treatment as the people of God.
No, because the Hebrews, right? The Hebrewites, if they took their own slaves, okay, yeah, that was a little different from the sojourners, okay, and the
Yes,
strangers,
yes,
okay. Now, but here's the thing: was the treatment different? No, and
yes.
here's why. Here's why. So you can't just say yes. We've
But
already went through the
but I
scriptures.
have
What
specific
it
things that I can
says.
say were different.
Okay, but hang on a second. There is differences, and
Yes,
here's
so it
what the
was different.
differences is. Here's
Yeah.
here's what the differences is. Okay, in this context, okay, all right, they were trying to take over. Well, in the context, they were in the process of going through to the promised land.
Okay.
Would you agree with that?
Sure.
Well,
What?
you
No,
maybe not.
Leviticus is. I think that they're already. Are they already in the promised land in Leviticus?
No. The Mosaic law, okay, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy are in the wilderness. They
Okay.
have not yet got there. And Joshua, that directly follows Deuteronomy, is the passage where they actually go and conquer the land, one kingdom after another. All right, but the laws are being given beforehand. So basically, God is applying, or giving these laws, right, for the time of whenever they take over the land. Okay,
Hmm.
and so whenever they do take over the land, this would be established. Okay, it's not yet to be established in entirety. Okay, now
Okay.
when it came to the sojourners and the strangers, okay, the ones that are outside of the land of Egypt, or sorry, the outside of the Hebrew Israelites. Okay, if you're not Jewish or Hebrew, then you were
Yeah.
Greek or Gentile. Okay, and so
Not Greek or Gentile at this point. Probably like Amalekite or I don't know,
well,
Ammonite, Canaanite.
in the right, but in the New Testament, if you're a Gentile, then you're not
Oh,
Jewish.
okay.
So
Yeah.
it's
Yeah. Sure.
basically
Sure.
Gentile covers everything, right? So
Yeah.
we are
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Gentiles. Yeah. So
Yeah. Yeah.
so anyway, so the strangers and the sojourners would be basically anybody outside of the
Yes.
Hebrew.
Any
Yeah,
non-Hebrew. Yeah. Yeah.
sure. But what was it for? Because again, strangers and sojourners. Okay, so what are those two things?
Well, it specifies slaves bought from other nations. So it's just a slave, someone who is enslaved in another nation that you're taking. But there's also instances of God commanding the Israelites to take slaves from people that they conquer as well.
Well, not necessarily, because again, God said to the Hebrew Israelites, okay, that you are strangers and sojourners
So,
with me.
so help me understand. Are you
So
trying to
they
say
are.
that actually this law for foreign slaves applies to no one because the Israelites were themselves foreigners and therefore everyone is considered a Hebrew? Is that what you're trying to say? Because that's
No,
not true.
no, no.
I don't understand why this context is relevant.
Well,
Sorry.
I'm trying to get there.
Okay. Keep going.
Let me get there. I'll get there. Okay.
Yeah.
So, all right. So the strangers and the sojourners. Okay. You said they were slaves from other lands.
Yeah, I mean,
Is that?
not all sojourners are slaves, but I'm talking about the slaves from those other lands is who we're talking about now.
But it's not specifically for just them. It's for everybody. Everybody is
Yeah, they were already
everybody
slaves.
that's outside of the Hebrew camp is a sojourner and a stranger.
Sure. Well, as a sojourner or a
Not
stranger
just
is
like,
someone from outside who has come inside to Israel. It's a
exactly.
foreigner.
So it's not just slaves from other nations. It's everybody.
Slaves from other nations that have been brought into
Right.
Israel. Yes.
Right. And so when they're in the wilderness in Leviticus 26 or 25. Is it 25?
Yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah.
the
25.
passage where, yeah, it is 25, 23, I think it was that I read. God says that you, Israel, or the Hebrews, right? You are also slaves and sojourners with me, God, because they were outside of the promised land. Okay. But whenever they were going to the promised land, okay, and the sojourners and the strangers were coming into the camp, okay, why was it that they were able to buy and sell them? Uh-oh. Darn. Getting somewhere. And it's getting late. All right, look, Brian, if you don't mind, I'm just going to go ahead and cut this off, and we can definitely keep going with this, just pinning that. And if anybody has a problem with that, I don't really care, right? But probably just going to get really late. You lucked out. Really, bro? Really? I don't know if you're kidding. Probably not. You seem like a different person when you're on the chats rather than in person. That's crazy. Anyway, yeah. So Brian, I'll bring you back on. Hey man, it's getting late. I didn't realize what time it was, and
Yeah, that's fine.
whenever you cut, yeah. So look, just put a pin in it, and if we need to go back to this video, to the end of this video, this very video, and point out where we left off, that's fantastic.
Okay. Yep. No worries. Okay. Thanks for the chat. Have a good day.
Hey man, look, thank you for being on, and thank you for having this conversation. Look, you were great, and you did not go out of your way to try to do what a lot of other people do, which is scoff. Okay, I thank you for that. I really do. You are good conduct.
Yeah. No worries.
And I appreciate that. Yeah.
Yeah. You too. Okay. Appreciate it. Bye.
Yeah. So rather not. Wow. 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 How crazy is that? Does anybody see this? Does anybody see this? Oh my gosh. Yeah, Melody, this is Chris. He's been on a few times. Yeah, I'm being honest. No, I was not. Okay, and I want you to show me where I was. I think this is dishonest. I think this is disgusting. All right, and I think you need to know where you're at. Okay, because you're in the chat. All right. So I think you need to. I think you need to. Yeah, I think you need to hold back. I was trying everything. What do you mean? Like I was actually reading the scriptures rather than just Yeah, Bionic Latino is Chris. Yeah, he's been on the channel several times. Yeah, so I was trying everything. Yeah, I was trying to read the scriptures in context. See, and here's the problem, right? And I'll sign off. But this right here is incredible to me. Okay, because let's see. No, I read the verses clearly several times. Chat. Wow. Wow. Oh, what? Wait, what? Objective means there is no context. That does not make any sense. And of course. Okay, yeah. Thank you, Melody. I won't. Okay, thank you. He's baiting you. Yeah, you're right. Okay. So listen, like, subscribe, do all that great stuff, and I will see y'all in the next video where we will continue this conversation. Hopefully me and Brad can just have a one-on-one. Maybe me and Sam can have a one-on-one. Hopefully he was able to get in contact. So that would be great. And so hopefully we can do those one-on-ones. And anybody liked the video or enjoyed it, right? Or didn't, it doesn't matter, right? Like, smash the like button, you know that? All right. Like, subscribe, do all that great stuff, and comment below. Tell me what you think, what you want to talk about or bring up against atheists or anybody else, really. And we'll get it going. All right. So peace, and I'll see y'all next time. God bless.